Chapter 78. So be it. I can't wait for them to get a divorce. They can do it now. Jingqi's attitude was also very arrogant. In this family, you're the only one who likes her. If she wants to leave, no one will ask her to stay. Also, what do you mean by my precious son? Isn't he your son? It's all because you spoil him. It's outrageous. Of course, I treasure my son. Unlike you, who favor an outsider. My son has been ruined by you, and you still have the face to blame me and my son. The two of them argued endlessly. Sure, Jing definitely felt uncomfortable listening to them. They had quarreled like this countless times. She didn't want to get involved in this kind of quarrel, so she lowered her head and ate in silence. Because of her, this family has been thrown into chaos. Are you happy now? Son, you're back. When Jingqi saw Qin Baiyuan, her expression instantly turned gloomy, and she quickly went up to him. I was afraid that you wouldn't come back. Isn't that the case? Qin Baiyuan muttered impatiently. Qin Yuning glared at him. He was a little fearful and irritated. When he found that Shu Jing was also present, he gritted his teeth. He didn't care that Qin Yuning was present and asked angrily, "What are you doing here? This is her home. If she's not here, where is she?" Qin Yuning put down his chopsticks with a pa sound. Didn't she not come back for a few days? She fooled around outside every day. When did she treat this place as her home? To Shu Jing, this was called a thief crying thief. In the past 3 years, she had stayed alone in this deserted big house for more than 1,000 nights, while he, Qin Baiyuan, was enjoying himself outside. In the end, he accused her of not coming home. He was outrageously heartless. It's good enough that Shu Jing is willing to come back. But you still have the face to come back after causing such a big trouble? Do you think I want to? If it wasn't for Mom begging me to come back, I wouldn't want to come back to face this woman. You don't like me, do you? I'll leave. Qin Baiyuan was about to leave when Jingqi quickly pulled him back. Don't go. She stopped him and complained to Qin Yuning. It's not easy for our son to come back, and you're still chasing him out? Qin Yuning was so angry that he glared at her. I don't have such a bastard of a son. He's always stirring up trouble. The Qin family's face has been thrown away by him. Yes, shame on me. Shu Jing is the only one who has brought honor to you. Why don't you ask her what she has done to bring honor to the Qin family? Qin Baiyuan, Jingqi screamed, afraid that he would say something wrong and expose her plan. You are really something. How can you talk to your father like that? She kept winking at him. Regarding the banquet, it was indeed your fault. Quickly apologize to your father. Qin Baiyuan understood Jingqi's meaning and looked reluctant. Why should I apologize? It's not my fault. I was set up by someone. The reason why he was so stubborn was because of his rebellious mentality. The more he loved Qin Yuning, the more he wanted to disagree with him. Especially when it came to the matter of Shu Jing. He was like a child who was jealous and had a very unbalanced mentality. If you hadn't been hanging out with those shady women all day long, would this have happened? What did I tell you long ago? It's fine if you usually mess around, but what kind of occasion is that? It's simply a great humiliation. Qin Yuning didn't know what to say. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Baiyuan was already in his 20s, he would have given him a good beating. I've already said that I was set up. I'm the victim. Shu Jing couldn't help but sneer. Qin Baiyuan was annoyed. What are you laughing at? Are you mocking me? I'm not. Shu Jing was calm. I just thought of something funny. You. Jingqi was also angry. Still sitting here? Hurry up and serve by yuan rice. What kind of wife are you? A piece of wood has better eyesight than you. Just as Shu Jing was about to get up, Qin Yuning immediately said, Sit down. He has no hands or feet. He doesn't know how to scoop his own rice. After doing such a shameful thing, he still has the face to ask Shu Jing to serve him. It's good enough that I didn't make him kneel in front of her and apologize. He actually told him to kneel to this woman? Qin Baiyuan's hair stood on end as he roared. Why should I kneel to her? It's all her fault that I became like this. You're blaming others for your own mistakes? Get back to your room right now. I don't want to see you. Son, you haven't eaten yet. What do you want to eat? I can't eat in front of her. Qin Baiyuan angrily rushed upstairs. With a loud bang, he slammed the door shut. Qin Yuning kept shaking his head and sighing, blaming himself for raising such an unfilial son. Yin Jingqi's face was livid. She glared at Shu Jing fiercely and left. Only Qin Yuning and Shu Jing were left at the dining table. On the surface, she was still unperturbed and even smiled slightly. "Dad, let's eat." In fact, it tasted like wax. After dinner, Shu Jing went upstairs and walked into the room. Qin Baiyuan was on the phone. When their eyes met, he immediately revealed a look of disgust. It was as if looking at her was disgusting. He turned his back to her. "Yes, she's so cheap. She only knows how to use my dad to suppress me all day long. I feel sick when I see her." Qin Baiyuan deliberately spoke very loudly. "Of course I miss you. If it wasn't for my dad forcing me, I would have come over long ago. Who wants to stay at home and face the woman they hate the most?" Shu Jing could not wait for him to leave. Out of sight, out of mind. She took her pajamas into the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out, she specially covered herself with a bathrobe outside her pajamas and wrapped herself tightly. Qin Baiyuan hung up the phone and sneered disdainfully. "Do you have to do that? Even if you take off your clothes and beg me, I won't touch a finger of yours." Shu Jing retorted. "Can't I be cold? Looking at you annoys me. If you don't like it, you can leave. No one is begging you to stay." "You think I'm willing?" Qin Baiyuan sneered. "I know what you're up to. You want to force me to leave and then complain to my dad. You want to sow discord between us. Woman, you're really scheming. Are you still a 3-year-old child? I'll complain to you. I'm not that bored. Who knows if you will or not? You're one thing on the surface and another behind my back. You fooled my dad." This kind of argument was meaningless to Shu Jing. The best way to deal with Qin Baiyuan was to treat him as heir. He scolded her a few times, but she pretended not to hear it. It didn't hurt at all. "I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" Qin Baiyuan was furious. He went over and grabbed her arm. Shu Jing's bag didn't hold it firmly and fell to the ground. She didn't pull the zipper, and the things inside fell out. A touch of pink came into her eyes. She hurriedly bent down to pick it up, but Qin Baiyuan was one step ahead and snatched it. When he opened it and saw the necklace, he felt his heart ache and took a cold breath. "Who gave this to you?" Shu Jing tried to snatch it back, but he dodged. "Get back to me. Who gave this to you?" Qin Baiyuan didn't give up. His eyes were burning. "I bought it myself. Liar. You never wear these things. You don't know me at all. How can you not know whether I wear it or not?" Shu Jing was so anxious, but Qin Baiyuan was much taller than her. She couldn't reach it. "You bought it yourself. Why are you so nervous? See when Chen gave it to you? Or some other man?" Qin Baiyuan's eyes were full of anger. "Say it. Who gave it to you?" "It's none of your business. This is mine. Give it back to me. You're my wife." "Qin Baiyuan, you're crazy." Shu Jing was so anxious that she scolded him. "It's mine. What right do you have to take it away? You didn't care about me for the past 3 years. Don't care about me in the future. I won't. You don't want me to be happy. Do you think I'll let you live well? Don't think I'll turn a blind eye to your affair with Si Wenshun." Qin Baiyuan was getting angrier as he spoke. His fingers clenched the necklace tightly, digging it into his palm. He was gasping for air. "What? Is this what he's doing? A lousy necklace bought you over. You're so cheap. If you want something like this, I'll give it to you. Must a man give it to you? We've been married for 3 years. What have you given me? You don't even want to wear the wedding ring I bought for you. That's another matter. You're so cheap. Si Wenshun can deceive you with a necklace." Shu Jing was so angry that she couldn't control her words. "If Si Wenshun wants to deceive me, he doesn't need this necklace at all. He's much more charming than you." Qin Baiyuan was hurt and flew into a rage. "What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? It's true. He founded the Ocean Group himself, and you can only rely on your family. If you have his ability, you don't need to be tied down and marry the woman you hate the most. You can't compare to him at all." Shu Jing's words stabbed Qin Baiyuan's soft spot. First, it was his cowardice that he didn't want to admit. Second, no man could bear to be compared with another man, let alone be inferior. This was a hard blow to his arrogant self-esteem. In this situation, both of them were at each other's throats. They could tear the ceiling apart at any moment. Yes, Si Wenchun is better than me, so you can't wait to be with him? You act like you're virtuous, but aren't you after his money? Didn't you beg me to marry you because the Sure family went bankrupt and you were afraid of being implicated? Now that you found someone richer than me, I can't afford to support you anymore, right? Don't make irresponsible remarks. I've been married to you for 3 years, and I haven't spent a single cent from the Chin family. I've used my own money. I haven't used it in the past, and I won't use it in the future. Stop joking. If it wasn't for my dad, would you have been promoted to manager so quickly and get such a high salary every month? If you relied on yourself, you're only fit to do the lowest job. Oh no, you can still sleep with men. You're AB asterisk TCH anyway. Pa! A loud slap on the face made Qin Baiyuan's voice stop abruptly. He was stunned by the slap. After a few seconds, he came to his senses and turned back inch by inch. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his eyebrows were twitching. How dare you hit me? Every word was squeezed out from between his lips and teeth. The look in his eyes could directly eat Shu Jing alive. How dare you hit me for Si Wenchen? This slap was not because of the necklace, but because the grievances Shu Jing had endured all this time suddenly exploded. She didn't think that she would hit him, but she didn't regret it. Chapter 79. I'm too much. You ruined my life, and now you dare to say that I'm too much. Qin Baiyuan grabbed Shu Jing's arm in exasperation. He was so strong that it hurt so much that it could tear Shu Jing in half. She looked at the 5 shocking finger marks on his handsome face and suddenly felt very happy. Let me tell you, you're still my wife, Qin Baiyuan. No other man can touch you. Accompanied by his roar, a silver light drew a beautiful arc in the air and was thrown out of the window. Shu Jing desperately twisted her wrist. Let me go. You still want to pick it up? Qin Baiyuan didn't let go of her and push her onto the bed. Si Wenchun is very powerful, right? Then let's see who is powerful. Qin Baiyuan was furious. He forcefully pushed Shu Jing onto the bed. He used too much force, and Shu Jing's body hit the mattress and bounced up. Before he could resist, Qin Baiyuan's strong body had already pressed down on him. He violently pulled at his tie, and one of the buttons on his shirt popped out. Shu Jing was completely shocked by his crazy action. When he began to pull her clothes, she struggled in horror. Let me go. Qin Baiyuan, let me go. Don't you want a child? I'll give it to you. How about it? Let me go. Let me go. Shu Jing's hot body was pressed against him, and her whole body was burning hot. She was scared, and her eyes were red. Her whole body was in pain, but more than that, she was afraid. She loved him, and because she loved him, she couldn't accept him using this way to get her, which was equivalent to stabbing her in the heart. I beg you, let me go. Let you go? But when will you let me go? Qin Baiyuan gritted his teeth and grabbed her 2 wrists, pulling them above her head. Shu Jing was in so much pain that it was terrifying. She felt like her whole body was going to be hollowed out. She struggled with all her might, but her strength was constantly drained. Her eyes were wet and red as she cried. Let me go. I beg you. I beg you not to do this. Don't you like it very much? Pretending to be pure? You still want to keep your chastity for Si Wenchen? He touched it, but I can't. He didn't touch me. No, still lying. Do you think I'll believe you? She cried like a pear blossom in the rain. It was really pitiful. If he didn't know her well, Qin Baiyuan would really believe her words. But she was so close to Si Wenchen. How could they not have slept together? He hated her betrayal and hated himself even more for being attracted to her. Qin Baiyuan's brain was about to explode. He shook her off fiercely again. She blacked out and almost fainted. In an instant, it was as if she was thrown into a bottomless abyss. It was so hopeless. Shu Jing cried, and her whole face was wet with tears. She looked like a broken doll that had suffered abuse. Qin Baiyuan couldn't bear it for a moment, but it was followed by more hatred. He hated her, and he hated himself. It was extremely disgusting. Do you think I will touch you? I have already done that long ago. You are dirtier than a prostitute. I feel disgusted even looking at you. Her tears fell endlessly. She couldn't hear his words clearly, but every word was as sharp as a knife, cutting her heart that was already riddled with thousands of holes into 1,000 pieces. Bang! He slammed the door and left. Shi Shujing's mood completely collapsed, and she cried loudly. That night, Qin Baiyuan slept in the guest room. Shi Shujing cried alone in the room until midnight. She cried and cried until she fell asleep. The next day, she was woken up by the alarm clock. She walked into the bathroom and looked at herself in the mirror, who was as pale as a ghost. She smiled bitterly. After taking a shower, she used her glasses to cover the thick dark circles under her eyes. When she went downstairs, Qin Baiyuan was also there. He glared at her fiercely and then didn't want to look at her anymore. Qin Yining was also eating breakfast. Seeing Shi Shujing's haggard face, he asked, "Didn't you rest well last night?" "Not bad." Shi Shujing's voice was hoarse from crying. Qin Yining immediately recognized it. "You cried?" "No." Although she denied it, Qin Yining immediately pointed at Qin Baiyuan and questioned him. "What's wrong with you, Shi Shujing?" Qin Baiyuan couldn't bear to see her pretending to be pitiful. He was very disgusted. If she wanted to complain, she could just say it. Why did she have to pretend to be pitiful and play tricks? He snorted disdainfully. "What can I do to her? Hit her? If I hit her, can she still sit here and eat?" Qin Yining was so angry that he threw his chopsticks. "What are you talking about? My wife is for me to love her, not to beat her. It's true that a wife is to be loved, but I don't treat her as my wife at all. To me, she's not even as good as a stranger. A stranger won't disgust me as much as she does." Shi Shujing had long been trained to have a body of copper skin and iron bones, but after all, his heart was still made of flesh. The hand holding the chopsticks couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes turned red. "Bastard, do you dare to say it again? You and I both know these words. It's meaningless to say more." Qin Baiyuan was in a bad mood and was unusually arrogant. He even contradicted Qin Yining directly. He wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up calmly. "I'm going to work." "Stop right there. Stop right there. Dad, forget it." Shi Shujing's little face was pale as he smiled bitterly. It's not the first time he has such an attitude. Let him be. In fact, if he protected her like this, the endless quarrel between father and son would only make her feel more embarrassed and lowly. Qin Yining shook his head. "When I asked you to get married, I really didn't expect it to turn out like this. I thought that after a long time, he would know how good you are." Who knew that this unfilial son? What a misfortune for our family. Shi Shujing didn't say anything. He cried until 3 o'clock last night and had a terrible headache the whole day. Shi Shujing barely finished his work and wanted to go home to sleep, but Sarah insisted on treating him to a meal. Shi Shujing couldn't refuse her, so he could only deal with her. The two of them came to a very high-class Western restaurant. After sitting down, the waiter asked how many people there were. Sarah answered 3. Shi Shujing was stunned for a moment. "Who else?" "Him." Sarah smiled sweetly. "Boss, see? I thought it was just the two of us eating. Originally, but he called me after work, so we ate together. That's so inconvenient. I don't want to be your third wheel. I'd better leave first." Just as Shi Shujing stood up in a hurry, she suddenly heard a meaningful laugh behind her ear. "I just arrived and I'm leaving. Does manager sure hate me that much?" When she turned around, she didn't know when Si Wenshan had stood behind her. She was startled. He seemed to like to play this kind of scaring trick. He quietly stood behind her. She didn't know when he had appeared. She calmed herself down and avoided his gaze. "No, I just feel that it's not convenient to disturb you." "It's not inconvenient. You're welcome anytime." After Si Wenshan finished speaking, he walked over and bent down to kiss Sarah's face. His deep eyes looked towards her. Shi Shujing lowered his head uncomfortably. This scene was a little dazzling, but Sarah was very sweet. She had the attitude of a little woman in love, and her adoring gaze followed him closely. Si Wenshan sat down and looked at Shi Shujing amusedly. "Manager sure likes to eat standing?" No. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I have to go back to the company." "No hurry. The company is nearby. I'll send you there after dinner." "Yes, Sister Shujing, it's nothing. You don't have to be so nervous," since both of them said so. If Shu Jing insisted on leaving, it would be too insensible. She had to reluctantly stay. She kept guessing in her mind whether this was another trap set by Si Wenchen. He always had some reason to appear beside her, haunting her. Si Wenchen and Sarah sat close to each other, and Shu Jing sat opposite them. She felt uncomfortable eating with the couple. She felt like a big light bulb, not to mention that the person was Si Wenchen, who had some intimate actions with her. She did not know what Si Wenchen's attitude towards Sarah was. Just like he said, she was a temporary female companion, just for fun. But for now, the two of them were a couple. Her identity was really awkward. When ordering, the waiter asked Shu Jing what he wanted, and Si Wenchen took the initiative to say, "Manager sure doesn't look good. She should eat more beef to replenish her blood. Give her a small steak of musin." Shu Jing choked for a moment, but did not object. She thought to herself, why did this man have to make decisions for her? He was a busybody. Then what should I eat? Sarah looked at him with infatuation and asked, "As long as you like it, then let's have a couple's meal. Okay? We can eat in turn." Okay. The waiter left. "Guess what I've been thinking about when I went to work today?" Sarah asked, stammering. Her face was flushed with lust, and her womanly attitude was unmistakable. It was obvious that Si Wenchen was her world, her whole world, and all her heart and soul revolved around him. On the surface, Si Wenchen looked doting, but his mind was completely on Shu Jing, so he just said perfunctorily, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about you." "What a coincidence. I've been thinking about you, too," as Si Wenchen said. He lowered his head and kissed Sarah's face again. She shyly leaned into his arms. This is called telepathy. They did not take it seriously, but Shu Jing, as a bystander, was embarrassed. He took a sip of water and whispered, "Why don't you go and get a room?" Si Wenchen's ears were sharp, and he deliberately asked, "What did Manager say?" "Huh? No, nothing." Shu Jing secretly heaved a sigh of relief, glad that he did not hear it. Sarah acted coquettishly for a while and went to the restroom. When she got up, she even asked Shu Jing if he wanted to go together. Before she could answer, Si Wenchen said first, "Do you need someone to accompany you to the restroom?" Sarah stuck out her tongue. "Don't you know that girls like to go to the restroom together?" He teased. "Then I'll go with you?" Shu Jing wanted to vomit, but Sarah was so shy that her face turned red. "You're so annoying." But in her heart, she could not wait for him to stick to her all the time. After being interrupted by him, Sarah did not ask Shu Jing any more questions. She left on her own. She could not take the opportunity to slip away, even if she wanted to. She could only sit where she was, lower her head, and stare at the cup. Si Wenchen asked the waiter to bring an ashtray, lit a cigarette, and held it between his thin lips. Chapter 80. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, accompanied by his mellow voice. "You don't look well today. Are you not feeling well?" Shu Jing actually heard it, but he pretended not to. Si Wenchen took another puff. "Is the design going well?" "There's not much time left. It's in full swing. The designer is working overtime every day. I believe it will be completed in a week at most. I'll inform you immediately. If there's any problem, contact me at any time." She said this seriously, but Si Wenchen mocked her with a sentence. "I thought you couldn't hear me." "So you can hear me." Shu Jing realized that she had been fooled. She bit her lips again. This man was so bad. He had a serious face, but sometimes he was so evil. Si Wenchen's gaze fell on her neck. Seeing that she was wrapped in 2 thick scarves, he asked, "Isn't it hot?" "Not hot." "Is it because you're afraid that Sarah will see you wearing that necklace?" Shu Jing frowned. She didn't do anything wrong. What was she afraid of? On the contrary, the person who did something wrong looked righteous. His psychological quality was really good. "I didn't wear it, and I don't intend to wear it," she replied coldly. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "You didn't give that necklace to Sarah?" She thought that he would find an excuse like he forgot. Unexpectedly, Si Wenchen replied with 2 words. "I didn't buy it." "You didn't buy it?" "I watched you go to the cashier. In the end, I thought it was too tacky, so I only bought your necklace. Sure, Shu Jing was dumbfounded. Did he go around in such a big circle and even use Sarah's name just to give her the necklace? She didn't find it romantic at all. Instead, she felt that she had been fooled. She didn't feel happy. Was there something wrong with this man's head? It was just an excuse, and they both knew it. However, Si Wenqin looked calm, as if what he said was the truth. Men who could get to his position in the business world could kill without spilling blood, let alone telling a lie without batting an eyelid. Do you think it's an insult to you that you have one and she is one? Let her down. Sure, Shu Jing felt like he was sitting on pins and needles when he saw his deep, passionate, and teasing gaze. I didn't do anything shameful. Why should I let her down? Si Wenqin narrowed his eyes, his expression unfathomable. Sure, Shu Jing was agitated and his mind was in a mess. His agitation made his body inexplicably restless. His hand subconsciously reached for the scarf around his neck. On her fair neck, there was a glaring red mark, causing Si Wenqin's eyes to freeze. Where did you get the wound on your neck? Only then did Sure Shu Jing remember that she wore the scarf to cover the bruise mark. She was so nervous that she forgot about it. She tied it back in a flurry and looked flustered. I'm allergic to wearing a necklace. That's not the place to wear a necklace. Si Wenqin's eyes flashed with anger. Qin Baiyuan? It's not him. Sure, Shu Jing panicked and hurriedly denied it. However, the more flustered she was, the more it meant that she was lying. She stood up in a panic. I'm leaving first. Si Wenqin grabbed her wrist. It hurts. Let go of me, Sure Shu Jing screamed. He rolled up her sleeves and saw that there were several bruise marks on her wrist. His eyes suddenly became extremely cold. What's this? I hit myself. Let go of me. Sure Shu Jing twisted her wrist and struggled, but there were too many people around. She didn't dare to move too much and kept her voice very low. Let go of me. Si Wenqin fiercely pinched the cigarette butt and suddenly stood up. His tall and strong figure and noble aura attracted the attention of all the people around him. They were all shocked by his cold and arrogant, domineering aura. He grabbed her hand and strode out. Sure Shu Jing was completely dragged out by his brute force. What are you doing? Let go of me. Where are you going? The hospital. I'm fine. Sarah is still here. If we leave, what about her? Si Wenqin didn't take Sarah seriously at all, especially at this time. His mind was full of her bruise and how to kill Qin Baiyuan. Boss Si, let go of me. He took big steps, and Sure Shu Jing stumbled to keep up with him. When they walked out of the restaurant, he directly stuffed her into the passenger seat and slammed the door. Let me get out of the car. Si Wenqin, you're crazy. Sure Shu Jing was anxious and called him by his full name. If we leave like this, Sarah will misunderstand. Fasten the seatbelt. I don't. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly leaned over and fastened the seatbelt for her without any explanation. With a gotcha sound, it was tightly fastened. Sure Shu Jing felt that she was being kidnapped. She desperately punched the door, but he refused to open it and directly started the car. Are you a robber? Sure Shu Jing was so angry that her face turned red. If you do this, Sarah will misunderstand. Do you think I'm afraid that she will misunderstand? Si Wenqin said coldly. His face looked like a storm was coming, and his voice was very gloomy. The atmosphere in the car made Sure Shu Jing shiver and feel cold all over. You're not afraid, but I am. I don't want her to have any doubts. At this time, the phone rang. Sure Shu Jing saw Sarah's name flashing on the phone screen and felt flustered. Si Wenqin hung up the phone. After 2 seconds, Sure Shu Jing's phone also rang. She took out her phone hesitantly. That name made her upset. If you don't want to answer it, then I'll hang up. Originally, Sure Shu Jing might not have the courage to answer it, but after being provoked by him, she deliberately went against him and picked up the call. Sarah, well, I'm with Bossy now. She looked at him with a dissatisfied expression, her brows knitted together. He's driving. It's not convenient for him to answer the phone. Nothing, it's just that the design department just called me and said that there's an emergency and they want me to rush back. Boss C will send me. You don't have to wait for him. He has other things to do after sending me back to the company. You can go back first. Okay, see you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Shu Jing heaved a sigh of relief. When lying, it was very stressful and panicky. However, Si Wenshun just had to say something at this time. You're also good at lying. Isn't it because of you? You put me down now and go back to pick up Sarah. Are you ordering me? How dare she? Shu Jing reluctantly gave in. I'm not ordering you. I'm begging you. Sarah is your girlfriend and also my friend. Don't make it too difficult for me. Okay? However, Si Wenshun directly refused. No way. How can you be so bossy? Can't you put aside your position for once and think from someone else's point of view? You think I'm not thinking for you now? Si Wenshun asked angrily. You're injured. Don't you know to go to the hospital? It's just some scratches. It's not serious. What's more, we're just partners. We're not related to each other. There's really no need to do this. I appreciate your kindness, but it's a kind of pressure for me. Yes, my concern is pressure. Is it a pleasure for Qin Baiyuan to beat you? Shu Jing. Si Wenshun was so angry that he blurted out. Are you that cheap? Regarding this marriage, Shu Jing had heard so many people calling her cheap that she was used to it. However, when this word came from Si Wenshun's mouth, it was like a needle piercing her heart. It was very painful. Her face instantly turned pale, but she laughed. Yes, I'm that cheap. One of us is willing to be beaten, and the other is willing to be beaten. What does it have to do with you? Si Wenshun knew that she said it out of anger and regretted saying it so harshly. However, he couldn't take back what he said. His fingers tightened on the steering wheel. You still have other choices. I've said it before. I won't jump from one pit to another. Even being Mrs. Qin in name is better than being your woman. Shu Jing was embarrassed enough. She didn't want to be more humble in front of him. She straightened her back and said sarcastically, most of the time, a woman was as sharp as a hedgehog, but in fact, it was to protect the softest part of herself. At this moment, Si Wenshun couldn't do anything to her. It was meaningless to continue arguing on this issue. The only thing he could do was to compromise for the time being. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup first. We'll talk about other things later. When they arrived at the hospital, Shu Jing went into the examination room alone. The doctor said that he needed a full-body checkup. Si Wenshun smoked one cigarette after another in the corridor. The whole corridor was filled with the thick smell of smoke. The doctors and nurses who passed by all had opinions about this, but no one dared to stop him. He usually didn't smoke in a hospital. It was just that when he was in a bad mood, he lacked consideration and his mind was filled with the scars on Shu Jing's body. He stood against the light, leaning against the wall with one foot on the wall. He raised his head and puffed a ring of smoke into the air. His eyebrows were dyed by the faint halo of light, making him look abnormally indifferent. No one could guess that he was actually very annoyed at the moment. The doctor came out. Si Wenshun took 2 steps forward and looked at her in silence. The female doctor pursed her lips and took off her mask. I've checked. There's no big problem. There are a few strangulation marks on his waist and wrists. They should be left when he was in a dispute with someone. Si Wenshun was relieved, but his heart was still heavy. He said, Thank you. The doctor left, and he continued to stand in the corridor waiting. When Shu Jing came out of the examination room, she saw him smoking a cigarette with 2 fingers. In the light, the outline of his figure was also blurred, which made the atmosphere even colder. Surrounded by smoke, he looked a little dispirited. That pair of deep and indifferent eyes looked over, without any warmth. They were sharp and deep and went straight to the heart. This time, Shu Jing didn't avoid his eyes. They looked at each other, and she had a complicated feeling. The smell of disinfectant seeped into her nose. Shu Jing felt a lump in her throat, and her eyes turned red. Without a word, she turned around and left. Si Wenshun pinched the cigarette and strode to catch up with her. When they were all gone, Su Jixian came out from the corner and checked the photo. Although it was still blurred, it was enough to be used as evidence. She really didn't expect to come to the hospital today and get such a big surprise. She laughed eerily. On the way back, it was silent in the car. Both of them were in a bad mood. However, The road was extremely congested and they encountered a lot of red lights. Even the usually calm Si Wenshun was a little annoyed. They stopped in front of the traffic light and counted down to 58 seconds. He glanced at Shi Shujing. Chapter 81. She smiled sarcastically. What do you mean? Don't you know the result? I'm worried about your injuries. I thought he was a scumbag, but he's worse than a scumbag. What's the difference between treating a woman like a dog? Si Wenshun gritted his teeth and scolded. If you're willing, you can sue him for marital assault. He didn't assault me. A murderous glint flashed past Si Wenshun's eyes. He was ruthless. Even if he didn't, with the injuries on your body, I can sue the Qin family and make them pay for what they've done. Shi Shujing shook her head. But why did you do that? I can't tolerate a man hitting a woman. There are many cases of domestic violence in this world. Can you interfere in every single one of them? Not to mention that he didn't hit me. Even if he did, it's a matter between us as husband and wife. Shi Shujing bit her lips. I'm doing it willingly. You don't have to interfere. Si Wenshun was furious. What exactly do you like about him? What's worthy of your liking? Whether he's worthy or not is my business. It has nothing to do with you. If I wanted to get a divorce, I would have done it long ago. Since I persisted for 3 years, it means that I have no intention of getting a divorce. Si Wenshun was furious. He wanted to say something, but the green light turned green and the car behind him honked to hurry him. He could only continue driving. His face was so dark that it could drip water. Actually, if she had to say something like that, Shi Shujing would naturally feel bad. However, she was too resistant to Si Wenshun. She instinctively retaliated like a hedgehog. Since things had come to this, she had the mentality of giving up. Anyway, the situation was already so bad, and it couldn't get any worse. After driving for a while, Si Wenshun turned the steering wheel and turned into another road. He drove all the way to the riverside and stopped the car. In the distance, the cruise ship whistled, and the lights along the river spread far away. The orange light was hazy, and a bright moon hung in the distant night sky. It was the 15th day of the month, and the moon was like a disk. Si Wenshun rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. The smoke lingered between his beautiful fingers. He glanced at Shi Shujing, but did not say anything. After a night of torment, both of them were exhausted. This kind of tranquility was strange to Shi Shujing. When the two of them were together, it was mostly him teasing her and she fiercely retaliating like a hedgehog. There were rarely such moments of tranquility. Silence magnified his weariness. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and rested. It was as if he was accumulating energy for the next battle. Si Wenshun exhaled a faint puff of smoke from his nose. The smell of nicotine calmed his mind. Shi Shujing, he suddenly called her name, but he didn't look at her. Instead, he looked at the road in front of him. His long eyelashes covered his eyelashes, forming a shadow that swayed in the night. His expression was deep. Do you hate me now? She did not say anything. Why do you think I pester you so much? Novelty? Can't get it? Shi Shujing answered in his heart. Both. Other than love, men only had these kinds of feelings for women. It didn't matter which kind it was. In short, they were all hateful. I don't have so much energy to worry about you and Qin by you on. I feel sorry for you. Si Wenshun puffed out a ring of smoke. His voice returned to calmness, mellow like a mentor. When people are young, they are willing to sacrifice themselves for love. But when you live to my age, you will know that some people are not worth it. You are exhausting yourself on them, and sooner or later, they will wear you down. A really smart woman will not exhaust herself on someone who is not worth it. You know these principles, but you are stubborn. But as time passes, things change. When you look back, the person or thing that made you want to die is actually not important. The reason why you are so stubborn is because you haven't met a better person. Of course, this person might not be me, but at least it's definitely not Qin Baiyuan. Si Wenshun's side profile was like a quiet relief. His dark pupils were immersed in the orange light. His gaze was gentle and faint, and it was dyed with a touch of tenderness. At that moment, Shi Shujing suddenly felt that maybe he wasn't that hateful. Do you understand? He tilted his head and looked at her. His deep eyes made Sir Shujing's heart tremble. It was as if her softest spot had been poked. What I care about is how he treats you. I feel sorry for you. He said the word feel sorry in such a deep and gentle manner. Sir Shujing trembled and had the urge to cry. There was sweetness and bitterness in her heart. All these years, who really felt sorry for her? She was a woman, and she also yearned to be tenderly cared for by a man. The thorns on her body suddenly softened and turned into a bitter smile. I'm the one who got caught in my own trap. I deserve it. But what else can I do? I just love him, and I can't help but love him. That's because you didn't try to jump out. As long as you're willing to try, there's nothing you can't do without. He guided her patiently. When Sir Shujing turned her head, she realized that he was already leaning against her. Their bodies were very close. That pair of deep eyes were within reach, focused and persistent. Her face was instantly dyed red, and even the roots of her ears were burning. She was afraid of this Si Wanshun because he had a charm that no woman could resist. The space in the car was so narrow, and Sir Shujing could only keep squeezing against the door. But he was pressing against her step by step, causing her body to heat up and her heart to be in her throat. You, don't be like this. Sir Shujing grabbed onto the seatbelt nervously. She wanted to escape, but he was pressing her hand down, and his entire body was already on top of her. His burning gaze, breath, and fingers were all burning her intensely, causing her to have goosebumps all over her body. Sir Shujing's breathing was hurried, and her entire body was burning hot. She was like a weak and helpless deer that had fallen into a hunter's trap. Si Wanshun held her face and exerted a little force, causing her to be unable to break free. His fingers were caressing her skin, and it was so soft and supple that he couldn't bear to let go. As he caressed, he gradually increased his strength with a hint of hatred. He hated why she was so attractive to him, causing his eyes and heart to be unable to break free from her charm. His breathing gradually became hurried. Don't be like this. Let me get off. Sir Shujing softly moaned and squirmed a little, trying to make a final struggle. She realized that if this continued, the situation would become more and more difficult to deal with, and she would definitely not be able to resist. What are you afraid of? I'm also attracted to you, right? I'm not someone who has nothing to do with you. Admit it, you have feelings for me. Si Wanshun whispered into Sir Shujing's ear. Admit it, you have feelings for me. He was like a devil, tempting her to sell her soul to him, and she couldn't resist, feeling herself sinking deeper and deeper. He trapped her in his chest, and she could only breathe in his breath. The faint nicotine mixed with the smell of alcohol could numb one's nerves, causing the atmosphere to become even more restless. At this moment, Si Wanshun was eager to give it a try. As his breathing became more hurried, his chest kept heaving up and down. Sir Shujing knew that he wanted to kiss her, and he didn't give her any chance to escape. His fingers slid down to her chin and pinched it, and the kiss came down just like that. The moment their lips touched, it was as if there was an electric current flowing through her body, and she couldn't help but shiver. This was their second kiss, but it was completely different from the last time. Last time, when he was angry, Si Wanshun only wanted to seize and attack, but this time, it was incomparably gentle. It was as gentle as a breeze, and it gradually made Sir Shujing's tense nerves relax, and she didn't resist fiercely. She was as docile as a sheep in his arms. Si Wanshun loosened his grip on her, and his hand slid down her face, her neck, and her collarbone. And Sir Shujing couldn't help but let out a moan. This strong stimulation slightly awakened her reason, and she suddenly realized what she was doing. She suddenly panicked and felt extremely embarrassed. Don't, please, right now. Si Wanshun just wanted to tear her apart and ruthlessly embed her into his body. Only then would he be willing to fuse every drop of his blood with her. However, after that intense struggle, his pity for her finally won over his body. Si Wanshun used all his strength to control himself, clenched his fists, and fiercely pushed away, his chest fiercely breathing. Sir Shujing escaped from death, and it took a long time for her soul to return to her body. She was so nervous that her heart was about to explode, and she was still in a state of shock. She simply couldn't imagine what kind of terrible disaster would have brought if she had continued. Her little face was so scared that it turned pale. Perhaps it was because his kissing technique was too superb, or perhaps it was because she was in pain and fragile, but she actually enjoyed his kiss and almost indulged in it and made a big mistake. Last time, she was able to comfort herself when he kissed her, but what about this time? He didn't force her at all, but she was bewitched by him. As a married woman, she felt a great shame. When people are at their weakest, they are often the easiest to be bewitched by the devil. She had already stepped 1 foot into the abyss and could fall into eternal damnation at any time. Si-Wen-Shun closed her eyes tightly, and it was difficult for her to suppress the fierce feeling. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes had regained their clarity, calmness, and bottomless depths. Because both of them knew very well that this kiss was not an accident, but because they couldn't control themselves, they didn't want to say anything about it. Shu Jing was even more silent. The kiss set off a storm in her heart, and she needed time to calm down. Si-Wen-Shun extinguished the cigarette halfway, then started the car and sent Shu Jing downstairs to Gao Zhuqing's house. She didn't run away immediately, but deliberately acted calm. She calmly unbuckled the seatbelt, opened the car door, and got out of the car. She even said politely to him, "Good night." She went upstairs after entering the house. She walked to the balcony curtain and looked at the car downstairs for a long time before it drove away. The feeling in her heart was complicated. Gao Zhuqing worked late, and Shu Jing didn't see her. After feeding the kitten, he went to sleep. When he woke up and walked out of the living room, he saw Gao Zhuqing huddled on the sofa with her laptop, rushing to work. Her hair was messy, and she was wearing a pair of 500-degree glasses. She only wore makeup and contact lenses at work, and she was usually very sloppy at home. Gao Zhuqing was stunned for a moment. "You spent the night at my house last night." Shu Jing nodded and went into the kitchen to get a bottle of water. Chapter 82. I didn't get home until 2 o'clock. I was so dizzy that I didn't notice your shoes. Why did you come to my house again? Were you with Boss C last night? No. Shu Jing's face turned red. She had sold herself out. Tisk TSK. You must be. Otherwise, why are you blushing? After your date with Boss C, he won't be willing to send you back to the Qin family. Why don't you move in with me? We can share the rent. You miser. What are you talking about? I'm just an ordinary salaryman. I'm dirt poor. You're Boss C's woman. Do you really need that little bit of money? If you don't want it, I'll ask him for it. I'm sure he'll be happy to give it to me. He might even give me a check for 1 million yuan. He'd just help you get a promotion. How can you ask him for money? I'm thick-skinned. What's there to be embarrassed about? You're worried about his money? How dare you say there's nothing between you two? Who would believe that? Shu Jing rolled her eyes. Don't you have to work today? What's the breakfast? There are some steamed buns in the fridge. Make 2 bowls of cereal. How many times have I told you to eat less frozen food? Since you're up early, why don't you make some porridge? Gao Zhuqing was jealous of her. We salarymen just need to fill our stomachs. Unlike you, Mrs. Qin, you're so delicate. You're so particular about your breakfast. I don't want to talk to you. Shu Jing went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After a while, Gao Zhuqing's screams came from the living room. Shu Jing, come out. Something bad happened. Startled, she ran out in a hurry. What's wrong? You've been defamed. Shu Jing snatched the notebook. The headline read in red, Mrs. Qin's night with a mysterious man. The report said that in order to take revenge on Qin Baiyuan's betrayal, she hooked up with a mysterious man and got pregnant. The two of them went to the hospital to have an abortion. The description was vivid, as if it was true. There were also a few photos attached. One was of her getting into Si-Wen-Shun's car. A few were of them coming out of Gao Zhuqing's mansion, and a few were secretly taken to the hospital last night. She looked sad, as if she had just had a miscarriage. Shu Jing was stunned. Gao Zhuqing stared at her stomach suspiciously. What are you thinking about? Shu Jing patted her on the back. I'm not pregnant. We're going to the hospital for a checkup. Really? Gao Zhuqing still had a skeptical look on her face. Even you don't believe me? I believe you. But looking at the picture, it really was the case. From the looks of it, that bastard Qin Baiyuan had secretly sent someone to follow you for a period of time, and you actually didn't notice at all? He was too careless. But that's fine too. It's best if they get divorced. Now is not the time to talk about this. Sure, Xu Jing checked and found that all the entertainment gossip was reporting the rumors of her betrayal. The comments section was full of abuse, and many were gloating. Wealthy families had always been talked about with great relish, and it could cause a great sensation. The consequences were simply unimaginable. In the past, sure, Xu Jing did not pay much attention to Qin Baiyuan's scandals. Occasionally, he saw in the newspaper, but he just glanced at it. He did not expect that he would become the heroine this time. For a moment, he was at a loss and anxiously asked Gao Zhuqing for help. What should we do now? What else can we do? So many people have seen it, and it's too late to block the news. If your psychological endurance is strong enough, don't take it seriously. After a period of time, you will soon forget about it. Or you can take this opportunity to divorce Qin Baiyuan directly. Anyway, it's a divorce for him to take photos of you secretly. Instead of taking action first, it's better for you to strike first. These are all false reports. Boss C and I are not in that kind of relationship. Sure, Xu Jing gritted his teeth. I don't want a divorce. No matter what, sure, Xu Jing still insisted that he did not want a divorce. It's not entirely up to you to decide whether you want a divorce or not. The sensation caused by these photos is enough to shame the Qin family. Do you think Qin Baiyuan will let you off so easily? I'll call him. Sure, Xu Jing hurriedly picked up his mobile phone and dialed his number. The first two calls were hung up, and the third call was answered by a woman. Don't you find it annoying? It was the voice of a vixen. Sure, Xu Jing did not care who the woman was now. Anyway, she was one of Qin Baiyuan's women. Where is Qin Baiyuan? My husband is taking a bath. Who are you? I'm his wife. Hee. It's so funny. I'm his wife. You, sure, Xu Jing was very angry. Put him on the phone. He's my husband now. Shameless bitch, don't call me again. He hung up. Hey, damn it. Gao Zhuqing could roughly guess what was going on and curled his lips. I know it's useless to call him. At this time, we still don't know which woman that bastard is with. Why are you looking for him? I think you should call Boss C first. He must have a way. Sure, Xu Jing was against contacting Si Wunshan at this time. I don't want to. Why did you call him? Forget it. They can write whatever they want. How can a non-existent matter become real? It's really possible. Gao Zhuqing was solemn. You don't understand the power of the media and public opinion. They can turn fake into real and fake into fake. So what? Can they kill me? Sure, Xu Jing made up his mind. Forget it. I'll do what I have to do. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Anyway, I have a clear conscience. Qin Baiyuan came out of the shower, drying his hair with a big towel. The female model's eyes lit up when she saw his strong figure. She was infatuated with him. Darling, you have a good figure. Qin Baiyuan put on his shirt and tie, looking at her from the corner of his eyes. Who called you just now? A friend of mine. The female model had already deleted the call history. She spat in her heart. Shameless bitch, seducing her man and claiming to be his wife. Who didn't want to be his wife? Unfortunately, the position of Mrs. Qin was occupied by a bitch. While she was thinking, a piece of news came in her eyes. The young female model looked through it quickly. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she asked, suppressing her excitement. Darling, where's your wife? Qin Baiyuan's face darkened. I don't know. Your relationship is so bad. Aren't you worried that she will betray you? From her sly smile, Qin Baiyuan sensed that something was wrong. He frowned and grabbed her cell phone. The eye-catching title and intimate photos stung his nerves. His face turned green instantly. Weren't these photos in his cell phone? How did they get out? Su Zhixian's first reaction. Qin Baiyuan was so angry that his nerves were about to explode. He clenched the cell phone so hard that his bones were cracking. The female model was very proud of herself and said sarcastically on purpose, "Your relationship is so bad. No wonder she couldn't bear it. But she is so bold. She dared to betray you as Mrs. Qin. Now she has made such a mess. I think she will bang." The cell phone was smashed into pieces. The female model was frightened and shivered. Darling, you, sure, Shu Jing. Qin Baiyuan gritted his teeth. He was about to call and question when Yin Jingqi's call came in first. She questioned him as soon as the call was connected. How did those photos get out? Didn't I tell you to calm down? How dare you do that? I didn't send them out, then who? Those women of yours again? Yin Jingqi was exasperated. I told you long ago that you could do whatever you want outside. Don't leave any evidence. Look at what happened now. What's the use of saying this? Qin Baiyuan was also impatient. That's better. Divorce her directly. Do you think those photos can convict her? As long as they didn't catch her in bed, she would definitely argue. At that time, your father would still believe her. She would alert the enemy. Now, the Qin family is disgraced by that woman. It was her betrayal. Enough. Don't say anything now. Find her quickly and clarify to the reporters. Suppress this matter as soon as possible. Mom. Yin Jingqi hung up the phone. Qin Baiyuan had to call Shu Jing. But that woman hung up. He called her using the hotel phone. Qin Baiyuan gritted his teeth and cursed. How dare you hang up on me? Didn't you hang up on me too? I thought you were busy and didn't want to disturb you. Qin Baiyuan glared at the little female model. She was shivering and her eyes were full of uneasiness. Where are you now? On the way to work. How can you still be in the mood to work when such a big thing happened? Qin Baiyuan was angry. The sky was about to fall on his side. How could she act as if nothing had happened? Was she heartless or brain dead? Otherwise what? You are in the headlines every day. Don't you still go to work? I don't see you in a hurry. Are you and I the same? You are a woman. Now the whole Qin family is shamed because of you. Don't you feel ashamed? I have nothing to be ashamed of, because those rumors are fabricated. The calmer her voice was, the angrier Qin Baiyuan was. If she appeared in front of him now, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't strangle her. He closed his eyes and suppressed his anger. Don't go to the company. Where are you now? Wait for me. Shu Jing told him the address and hung up the phone. She sat on the roadside and waited. Although she was angry, she was still rational. Going to the company rashly now would only cause trouble. She had to discuss with Qin Baiyuan how to solve this problem. It was a little sad to think about it. She was just an ordinary woman who just wanted to live an ordinary life. However, once she was attached with the title of the wife of a rich family, even if the marriage was nominal, it would still attract much attention. There was no way to keep a low profile. It was clearly a matter between two people, but it became a hot topic for hundreds of millions of people. In fact, the person she wanted to marry was Qin Baiyuan, not the young master of the Qin family. She didn't want to provoke Si Wunshen even more. The arrogant roar of the motor resounded through the whole street. Shu Jing looked up and saw a dazzling red arrow shooting at her like a sharp arrow. It stopped steadily in front of her. In the car, it was Qin Baiyuan's angry face. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his temples were twitching violently. Chapter 83. Qin Baiyuan grasped the steering wheel tightly. His veins were like angry dragons hovering on the back of his hands. His eyes were tightly narrowed, and he looked extremely dangerous. He didn't say anything. Shu Jing was too lazy to take the initiative to speak. He closed his eyes and rested. When Qin Baiyuan saw this, he became even angrier. He gritted his teeth. Are you satisfied? Shu Jing, don't play dead. What's wrong with me? You made such a big mess, and you still have the face to ask? Because of you, the whole Qin family has been disgraced. Are you happy now? Shu Jing answered lightly. If you care about the Qin family's reputation, you won't be in the headlines every day. There are 365 days a year, and at least 300 of them are on the front page of entertainment magazines. I've only been on it once. In comparison, I'm still far behind. How could she mock him with such a sharp tongue? Qin Baiyuan was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Men and women are different. I can betray, but you can't. Mrs. Qin was obtained by you shamelessly. As revenge, you unscrupulously trampled on her and disgraced the Qin family? You asked someone to take the photos secretly. When you took the photos, did you think about the Qin family's reputation? Do you think that I released them? I didn't say that. I believe that when you sent someone to follow me, you just wanted to find evidence for a divorce. But you didn't expect that one of your bedmates would spread the news. You shot yourself in the foot. I've already said that there is no impenetrable wall in the world. When you took the photos, you should have thought about it clearly. One day, someone will see it. It was clear that he was in the right, but she was the one who argued, as if he had done something wrong. Qin Baiyuan wanted to tear her eloquent mouth apart. In the past, it was up to him how he wanted to humiliate her. However, in the recent several arguments, she had the upper hand and forced him to be speechless. Her attitude was very arrogant, as if she had changed into a completely different person. Qin Baiyuan thought hatefully. All of these changes had started from the appearance of that damned wild man. Apart from unwillingness, he also felt a trace of jealousy. After being married for 3 years, Qin Baiyuan had tortured Shi Shujing in every possible way and made things difficult for her. Her pain was the source of his happiness. However, he never thought that the situation would be completely reversed one day. Now, he was the one who took the initiative to pester Shi Shujing. He was driven mad by her, gnashed his teeth for her, and often felt powerless. While he hated Shi Shujing, he also hated Si Wenqin. It was that man who occupied his place in her heart. When he became insignificant, he could no longer provoke or hurt her. Qin Baiyuan's heart felt as if it was pierced by a thorn. Every time he breathed, his heart ached intensely, and it was suffocating to the point of being uncomfortable. Moreover, when this sort of discomfort accumulated to a certain extent, he didn't even have the strength to flare up, and he became even calmer instead. If it wasn't for your betrayal, those photos wouldn't have been taken. I didn't betray you. It was you who betrayed me. Although Shi Shujing felt guilty because of those 2 kisses, people's hearts were made of flesh. To put it bluntly, it was his torture that brought her to the brink of despair, which gave Si Wenqin the opportunity to take advantage of. After all, everyone had their weakest moments. However, she never had a place in Qin Baiyuan's heart. You know clearly whether you and him have done anything shameful. I'll settle this score with you later. Now, the focus is to solve the problem. How to solve it? Hold a press conference to clarify? Haven't you been embarrassed enough? Anyway, I have an idea. Just do as I say later. While they were talking, they arrived at the company. The entrance was surrounded by a large group of reporters. Shi Shujing suggested entering from the back door, but Qin Baiyuan parked the car at the front door. Get out of the car, but do as I say. Qin Baiyuan's eyes darkened, and he ordered in a domineering manner, which was very masculine. Shi Shujing had to get out of the car. It's President Qin and Mrs. Qin, someone shouted, and the reporters rushed over, surrounding the 2 of them. Shi Shujing was pushed back and forth. Fortunately, Qin Baiyuan grabbed her shoulders and held her tightly in his arms. This was the first time he took the initiative to protect her. His strong arms gave her a sense of security, which made her heart flutter. She looked up at his jaw. He was still as beautiful as before. He was as brave and strong as when he rescued her from a group of gangsters 10 years ago. He was her hero. The crowd around them was so turbulent, and she was like a small boat drifting in the wind and rain. His arms were her harbor, giving her a sense of security that no one else could achieve. President Qin, have you read the news about Mrs. Qin's betrayal? Mrs. Qin, are you doing this to get back at President Qin? There are rumors that you've divorced. Who is that mysterious man? The questions came like a flood, and the lights almost blinded Shi Shujing's eyes. In the dazzling white light, everyone's face was so ferocious, as if they had opened their bloody mouths to devour her. Her ears were buzzing. Qin Baiyuan held her with one arm and protected the back of her head with the other, in a protective posture. Shi Shujing was a little panicked in this kind of situation, but he was calm, and the corners of his mouth curved up. Do we look like we're divorced? But the rumors about Mrs. Qin's betrayal are true, and there are so many photos. Did she go to have an abortion? Qin Baiyuan's eyes darkened, but the curve of the corners of his mouth was still calm. The website that spread the rumors has received a lawyer's letter. Do you want to accept it too? The reporters were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. The mysterious man in the photos is a partner of Blue Sky. My wife is the project manager, so it's normal for her to be in charge of receiving him. The so-called betrayal photos were deliberately taken from an angle. Many people from the company attended the dinner that day, but only the two of them were photographed. But someone said that at your wedding anniversary dinner, a woman claimed that she was pregnant with your child and made a scene at the dinner. You and Mrs. Cheen pretended to be in love. Do you know better than me whether my wife and I are in love or not? Then, the hospital photos, my wife was not feeling well, so he sent her to the hospital for a checkup. I have to thank him. What? Is there anything like the abortion department in the photos? A man and a woman going to the hospital means that they went to have an abortion. If one day your female colleague gets sick, would you dare send her? Thank you for your concern, friends from the media, but these false rumors have a very negative impact on the Cheen family, especially my wife. I will definitely get to the bottom of it. Cheen Bayuan said these words with a smile, but the hidden turbulence in his words made people even more nervous. The reporters still didn't give up. Then how can you prove that you and Mrs. Cheen have a good relationship? Cheen Bayuan smiled, with a hint of frivolity. How can I prove it? The security guards came and protected Shu Jing and Cheen Bayuan as they walked into the building. No one noticed that the mysterious man, the protagonist of the betrayal, was sitting in the back seat of a luxury limousine not far away. After reading the news, Si Wenxin expected that Shu Jing would come directly to the company, so he waited for her here. He didn't expect that there would be more than one person, but also Cheen Bayuan. Seeing him holding her intimately, he felt quite displeased. Si Wenxin clenched his fists. His face was still calm, but his heart was already full of murderous intent. He rolled up the car window and looked ahead with gloomy eyes. His eyes were as deep as an ancient well, and his firm lips made a cold voice. Drive. In front of the reporters, Cheen Bayuan cared for Shu Jing very much. However, as soon as they entered the building, he changed into a different person and threw her away. She just clung to him like a vine, so she lost her balance and almost fell. Cheen Bayuan looked at her with sharp contempt, as if he disliked her for being dirty. You are so cheap. He left angrily. On the way upstairs, Shu Jing suffered from the rolling eyes of many people. There were also two female employees who she didn't know standing behind her and said directly, "You have done such a shameless thing, and you still have the nerve to come to work." That's right. If it were me, I would have found a hole to hide in. Disgusting. Women nowadays are getting more and more shameless. It's a disgrace to our Blue Sky. Other people in the elevator whispered and snickered. Shu Jing stood in the middle, suffering the contemptuous eyes from all directions. She told herself over and over again in her heart to ignore them. There was no need to be angry with these people. However, she still couldn't help turning around and sneering at the two gossipy women. Whether there is betrayal or not is the business of the couple. What does it have to do with you? Do I need you to worry about it? Besides, is Blue Sky owned by you? They're just two ordinary employees. How can they be humiliated by you? Don't flatter yourself. Usually, Shu Jing would swallow her anger in this kind of thing. The two gossipy women didn't expect her to fight back. They were stunned and their faces were burning. Although they were angry, they also had to weigh their status. After all, Shu Jing was Mrs. Cheen, the project manager of Blue Sky. If they quarreled, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. So they shut their mouths and said nothing. Everyone in the elevator lowered their heads and was as quiet as cicadas in winter. Shu Jing strode out of the elevator, returned to her office, and threw herself on the leather chair. It was because she was too good-tempered that any Tom, Dick, or Harry dared to ride roughshod over her. People didn't appreciate her tolerance at all. Instead, they wanted more and more. She made up her mind not to be a soft persimmon in the future. As soon as she opened her laptop, the news about her and Si Wenxin popped up, and she immediately closed it. At this moment, the phone rang, and the three words Si Wenxin vibrated on the screen. Shu Jing frowned and hung up. In less than 2 seconds, the phone vibrated again. Shu Jing hesitated. No matter how annoyed she was, she still had some scruples about Si Wenxin's identity. Moreover, There would be cooperation in the future, so she didn't dare to lose her temper and could only accept it. Boss C, did you see the news? Yes. The whole city was in an uproar. Even a blind saw it. Shu Jing held her breath. Don't worry, I will solve it. It won't affect your reputation. Do you think I will worry? But it's not good to have this kind of scandal. I will wait for you at the Hilton Hotel at 10 o'clock tonight. Shu Jing felt that it was unbelievable. Now that this kind of thing has happened, I think it's better for us not to meet for the time being. What she didn't say was that they would meet at the hotel at 10 o'clock tonight. Was there something wrong with his brain, or did he want the world to be in chaos? Chapter 84. There are no new developments in the design department. If there are, you can contact me through the computer. I don't like to face a cold computer. It's boring. Boss C, Shu Jing tried to calm himself down. At this time, the media is paying close attention to my every move. If other photos are taken, I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. You don't have to worry because you are single, but I have a husband. Please consider my position. I'm looking for you to discuss how to solve this problem. Your identity hasn't been exposed yet. We are also trying to contact the media. You don't have to worry. I said, I'm not worried about myself. He seemed to be a little impatient. His voice didn't sound as calm as usual. There seemed to be a trace of anger in it. Shu Jing didn't know where this anger came from. He didn't know what to say, so he still declined. You don't want to come to me, or do you want me to go to the company directly to find you? No. Shu Jing stood up anxiously. Don't come. There are reporters outside the company now. It'll be bad if you are photographed. Then think about it yourself. After saying this, Si Wenshan hung up the phone, leaving Shu Jing in a dilemma. Su Jixian's office was like a tornado passing through. Everything on the table was smashed, and the floor was in a mess. Only the laptop was playing the news. After venting her anger, Su Jixian was tired and breathless. Her hatred was like a sharp, poisonous thorn, and her beautiful face became ferocious and vicious. She thought that this incident could lead to a divorce between them, but she didn't expect it to turn out like this. Qin Baiyuan rushed into the office to denounce her. He didn't expect the floor to be in a mess. His footsteps paused, but he directly stepped on the debris and walked over. He punched the desk and growled. Look at what you've done. What have I done? Su Jixian pointed at the screen angrily. You owe me an explanation. What the hell is going on? You still have the cheek to ask? If you didn't expose the photos, do you think I need to remedy it like this? There are many ways to remedy it. Why this? Su Jixian took a step forward and said aggressively. You might as well say that you liked her a long time ago. Otherwise, why didn't you divorce her? That's between me and her. It's none of your business. The veins on Qin Baiyuan's forehead bulged. I've already warned you not to think you're smart. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. How dare you? He gritted his teeth. Since you don't know what's good for you, then let's break up now. Resign and get lost. Su Jixian is so angry that her eyes are red. She sneers bitterly. You think I'm only doing this for myself? Don't tell me it's for me. I didn't ask you to do this. I'm doing this for our child. I don't want him to be born a bastard. Child? Qin Baiyuan was seriously injured and was stunned. He looked at her abdomen in disbelief. You're pregnant? Impossible. No matter how crazy he was with the women outside, he would always take adequate safety measures. Air condoms only have a 99% chance of contraception. I'm that 1%. Qin Baiyuan's ears are buzzing. Out of a fluke mentality, he is sure that Su Jixian is lying. Impossible. Don't try to lock me up with this trick. I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, go and check it now. What else do you want to say? You suspect that it's my child with another man? Qin Baiyuan, don't be too shameless. For more than a year, you're my only man. I've never done anything wrong to you. Su Jixian has thrown caution to the wind. She has the upper hand and forced him to take a step back. If you don't believe it, we could do a paternity test after the child is born. Anyway, the child is yours. Don't you dare to deny it. Qin Baiyuan had no choice but to accept the truth when he saw how confident she was. The situation was already complicated enough. If a child suddenly appeared, It would be like adding hail to snow. No matter what she said, he would not accept it. I'll take you to the hospital in the afternoon. Although this is an expected reaction, he said this without hesitation, which still makes Su Zhixian suffer a great blow. Her face suddenly turns from red to white. This is your child. How can you be so cruel? I never want to have a child. Am I not qualified to give birth to your child? Only Shi Shujing is qualified? In anger, Su Zhixian has a glimmer of hope. She grasps Qin Baiyuan's arm and fights for it eagerly. Shi Shujing's betrayal, and I'm pregnant. It's the best time to divorce. Maybe your father will agree. Even if he doesn't like me, he has to give face to the child. You don't know him. Qin Baiyuan interrupts with annoyance. Except for Shi Shujing, he won't recognize any woman as his daughter-in-law. Let's forget about the photo. Let's solve the child first. The word solve fully shows his attitude towards the child. He treats it as a trouble. After being disheartened, Su Zhixian reacts excitedly. The child is mine. I can't abort it. Don't be crazy. Let's forget about this time. But I can't let you keep the child. Qin Baiyuan snorts heavily. I'll give you another week. If you can't figure it out, I'll arrange the operation for you myself. Shi Shujing doesn't want to be affected by the news. He doesn't turn on the computer all day and works overtime absent-mindedly until 9 o'clock. Seeing that the appointed time with Si Wenxuan is approaching, his mood is really heavier than going to the grave. She goes downstairs wearing a mask and a hat. There are a lot of reporters around the door. She goes into the garage to get the car and stealthily drives away when they don't pay attention. But after driving for a while, she finds that a car is following her, and there are reporters holding cameras in the car to take pictures. She takes a few big circles, but can't get rid of them. She has to call Si Wenxuan. Have you arrived? No. I'm being followed by reporters. I can't get rid of them. Shall we make an appointment another day? Where are you now? Huichuan Avenue. You take a few circles with them first. I'll send someone to pick you up. Shi Shujing does as she is told. After about 15 minutes, a car turns out from the corner and blocks the reporter's car. She takes the opportunity to slip away. When she arrives at the hotel, she keeps her head down and walks. She feels very uneasy that there are so many reporters around her. She asks the lobby manager for the room where Si Wenxuan is. Obviously, he has arranged it in advance. The manager takes her to a secret passage. When they go to the top floor, the manager leaves. Shi Shujing looks around for a while and knocks on the door after making sure that there is no one. The door opens. Si Wenxuan has just taken a shower. His hair is still wet. He is wiping it with a towel. He is covered with a loose nightgown, revealing his strong chest with some water drops. He looks at her calmly and elegantly with a radiant smile. Looking at his calm face, Shi Shujing is even more depressed. Is he a person who doesn't care about anything? She is so anxious here, but he is like an outsider. Not only is he shameless, but he also wants to see the world in chaos. She walks into the room. The high-standard presidential suite is very luxurious. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window is the bustling night view, overlooking the whole city. What is there for him to worry about when he can stand in such a position? There is a reason for him to be so calm. For him, it is just being with a married woman. What is it? Who dares to criticize him? Anyway, the responsibility is on her. It is estimated that women will curse her and envy her for not only occupying the title of Mrs. Qin, but also for being able to climb up the high branch of Si Wenxuan. Did you encounter any trouble? Si Wenxuan throws the towel, walks to the bar, and chooses a bottle of red wine. He smiles at her from a distance. His smile makes Shi Shujing's heart tremble a little. His smile is magical. No. Si Wenxuan selects a bottle carefully. He holds the red wine in his left hand and 2 goblets in his right hand and walks over. His hair is wet, and he is not so serious and cold. Looking at his posture, he seems like a veteran who often brings women to such places. He sits down and pours 2 glasses of red wine. Seeing that Shi Shujing is still standing a few steps away, looking at him warily, the corner of his mouth curls up. Why are you standing so far away? I will not eat you up. He pats the seat beside him. Come and sit. What's the matter? Just say it. After that, I am going home. Go home. Which house? Si Wenshan asks slowly, crossing his legs elegantly. One of his long arms is placed lazily on the sofa, stretching beautifully. He takes a sip of red wine. Will the Qin family still tolerate you after such a scandal? There was a hint of schadenfreude in his words. Sure, Shujing noticed that Si Wenshan was acting strangely tonight. He seemed more casual than usual, but there was an indescribable danger to him. The more he smiled, the worse his mood was. There was a hidden mystery behind it. Sure, Shujing becomes even more nervous. This is a problem between me and the Qin family. I naturally have my ways to resolve it. That's true, but as the male lead of the news, I have the responsibility to care about you. If you really fall out with the Qin family, I will be responsible for you. Thank you for your kindness, Boss C, but I don't need it. Perhaps you should thank me. If not for this scandal, the incident in the morning wouldn't have happened. Si Wenshan narrowed his eyes. His gaze was deep and gloomy, with a hint of coldness. Sure, Shujing shudders. She didn't pay attention to the developments for the whole day, but she knows that the news must be everywhere. It's impossible that it didn't reach Si Wenshan's ears. His strange behavior tonight must have something to do with that incident. Sure, Shujing's sense of crisis is even stronger. Si Wenshan raises the wine glass and swirls it slowly. He looks at her uneasy expression through the scarlet liquid and smiles. I want to know, compare with Qin Baiyuan, which one makes you feel more? Boss C, don't you think it's inappropriate to ask me here at this time to ask such questions? I'm just curious, Si Wenshan says casually. Just like you women, you always like to compare yourself with your ex. This analogy is not appropriate. Qin Baiyuan is my husband, and you are just my client. Chapter 85. Si Wenshan held the wine glass in one hand and pondered. Even if I let you go, will the Qin family let you go? You know very well where those photos came from. Qin Baiyuan has been trying to blackmail you. You also know why. Not to mention that he has no feelings for you. Even if he does, no man can bear to wear such a big hat. In his eyes, you are very dirty. But our relationship is not what the outside world thinks at all. Si Wenshan made a shushing gesture. The more anxious she was, the calmer he was, and the beautiful ripples appeared between his brows. Don't be in a hurry to cut off our relationship. Do you dare to say that there is nothing between us? Even if Qin Baiyuan used such a stupid way to make up for it in the afternoon, the people outside will still think that you betrayed me and are a couple with me. With the prestige of the Qin family, they definitely can't bear to suffer such a great humiliation. Even if they don't drive you out this time, they will definitely see you as a thorn in their side. If you continue to stay in the Qin family, you won't be able to hold on for long. It's better to divorce gracefully, and at least you can keep a little dignity. Sure, Shujing was so angry that he was trembling. Why should I get a divorce for a false accusation? Isn't that equivalent to confirming the betrayal rumors? Anyway, the divorce will happen sooner or later. Why do you have to force it? You know nothing about me. Don't put on the attitude of a savior. I've already apologized for the trouble I've caused you, and will try my best to make up for it. I won't affect your reputation. If you're a man, don't bother me anymore. Sure, Shujing left these words and fled. However, Si Wenshan was as agile as a cheetah. He strode over, grabbed her fair wrist, and pushed her heavily against the French window. She was frightened and gasped. She looked at him in horror and struggled. Let go. I told you to let go. Bastard, she anxiously cursed. Let go of me, what? You want to escape after provoking me? How can you do that? Si Wenshan lowered his head. His lips were at the same level as her neck, and he could easily bite down on her fair and beautiful neck. He coldly smiled, but the breath he exhaled was incomparably hot, dyeing her skin red. In the midst of Sure Shujing's intense struggle, her glasses fell off and her hair was disheveled. Her fine black hair fell down and messily draped over her cheeks, making her small face look even more charming. Her frightened look made Si Wenshan's throat choke. You're crazy. I'm looking for you to talk about cooperation. I didn't provoke you. Shoo. Si Wenshan pinched Sure Shujing's lips and rubbed them with his rough fingertips, causing an electric current to burn Sure Shujing in pain. However, No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. Instead, she sank deeper into his broad chest. She was trapped between his arms, unable to move. Si Wenshin's lips rubbed against her neck, and he whispered against her lips. You didn't reject the kiss last night. Should I take it that you have feelings for me? Or are you just that casual? Sure, Shu Jing fiercely retaliated. I don't have any feelings for you. I'm just a casual woman. Are you satisfied now? She really didn't know where his desire to control her came from. She wasn't even his woman, so what right did he have to say those harsh words to her? She shouldn't have to endure all of this. Si Wenshin laughed coldly. His smile was so cold that it was scary, as though a storm was brewing. Is that so? Then let's see how casual you are. The moment he moved, Shu Jing was so frightened that she screamed. Si Wenshin, stop. What are you doing? Don't be like this. Let go of me. Si Wenshin, let go of me. Stop. Aren't you very casual? Huh? Why are you pretending to struggle? Or do you think it's more fun this way? Pretending to be aloof? Trying to reject? Is this the method you've been using to toy with me? The mocking voice squeezed the crown of his teeth, as though every word was a sharp thorn. He grabbed both of her wrists and pulled them above her head. With a passionate smile, he bent down and kissed her lips fiercely. The situation was getting out of control. Just when Si Wenshin was about to lose his mind, the phone on the coffee table rang as though it was urging him to keep on calling if he didn't pick it up. To Shu Jing, this was the last straw of hope. She screamed even more anxiously and almost shouted herself hoarse as she screamed shrilly. Si Wenshin, you bastard, let go of me. Let go of me. At the beginning, Si Wenshin didn't stop his invasion. However, as the phone rang again and again, he suddenly remembered the arrangements for tonight. Things had turned out like this, completely out of his control. Even he himself was surprised. After all, he had always been calm, and this was the first time he had lost control like this. His concern for her had already exceeded his imagination. Si Wenshin's body froze. In his pitch-black eyes, the flames had yet to subside. He looked at her tear-stained face and her pitiful appearance. She looked like an abused doll, and he was actually the perpetrator. As the anger had yet to dissipate, Si Wenshin also felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have treated a woman like this, especially the woman he liked. When he thought of this, he suddenly calmed down, and all that was left was pity and regret for her. Suddenly, as though he didn't know how to face her, he turned his face away and took his phone back. The betrayal news, the child, all of these things were entangled in his mind nonstop. For the entire day, Qin Baiyuan was extremely frustrated. All of this made him hate Shu Jing even more. Her appearance had completely ruined his life. All of his troubles started from the moment she forced him to marry her. Ever since he married that jinx, he hadn't had a single good day. Damn it! After getting rid of the reporters, he wanted to go to the bar to look for a woman. However, his phone vibrated and a multimedia message came in. Qin Baiyuan glanced at it as he drove. Enraged, he was so distracted that he almost crashed into the car opposite him. He hurriedly made a turn and stepped on the brakes. In the photo was the back view of a woman sneaking into the Hilton Hotel. However, Qin Baiyuan could tell at a glance that it was Shu Jing. He was too familiar with that back view. He would never forget it even if he died. He called back, but the phone was turned off. Right now, Qin Baiyuan wasn't in the mood to guess who was following Shu Jing. In short, it was all this woman's fault. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been caught. If she went to the hotel at this time, it was obvious that she was going to have a rendezvous with a wild man. Now that the world had turned upside down, didn't she know how to restrain herself a little? Was she that impatient? Qin Baiyuan thought jealously and angrily. He called Shu Jing, but no one picked up after 3 consecutive calls. He was so annoyed that he cursed bitch. He turned around and rushed to the Hilton Hotel. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, he saw a large group of reporters rushing in. Ding dong, ding dong. The urgent doorbell broke the silence of the night, one more urgent than the other. The reporters surrounded the door and had already set up their positions. All of them were so excited that their eyes were shining. They were like wolves, heartless and ruthless. After following the betrayal news for a day, they had already gone home, but suddenly received a photo of Shu Jing entering the hotel at the same time. Hearing the news, they all rushed over to catch the adulterer. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After a dozen rings, the door opened. As soon as the door was opened, the camera flashes kept flashing. It was as dazzling as a solar eclipse, almost blinding Shu Jing's eyes. She reached out to block the flashes and frowned. The reporters seemed to have gone crazy, fighting to be the first to squeeze in. Mrs. Qin, did you come to the hotel so late to meet the mysterious man? So, the scene at the entrance of Blue Sky this morning was just an act? Are you divorced? Did you betray President Qin to get back at him? Qin Baiyuan was not there, and Shu Jing had no status, so the reporters were even more fearless. Sharp questions came from all directions. Shu Jing was a little used to the flashes, but she still felt uncomfortable. Her face was gloomy. What are you doing? Even reporters should have professional ethics. Why are you doing this? I can sue you. The reporters didn't care. She was only Mrs. Qin in name, and she was not threatening at all. Plus, she was the one who betrayed them. If they made a big deal out of it, she would be the one embarrassed. Are you here to meet the man? Is the mysterious man inside? What are you doing in the hotel so late at night? With so many people suddenly coming to attack, Shu Jing was furious. She felt like she was about to explode. She clenched her teeth. Don't make irresponsible remarks. You have to bear legal responsibility for slander. We still don't know if it's slander or not. If there is a man inside, it's not slander. That's right. Let's go in and take a look. This is my private place. Why should I let you in? Only by going in can you prove your innocence. Mrs. Qin, the reporters mocked. Yeah, there's no one inside. What are you afraid of? I think you have a guilty conscience. That's why you don't dare to let us in. Isn't that right? You've already been exposed. Why are you still hiding? It's not like you don't know. The reporters were all restless. The situation was getting more and more out of control. At this moment, the people in the middle were pushed by the people at the back. They squeezed forward like dominoes. One by one, they squeezed in. The one at the front pushed Shu Jing aside, and a large group of reporters rushed in. Shu Jing was furious and tried to push them out. Get out! Get out! But the situation was completely out of control. How could the reporters listen to her? Every one of them was like a husband coming to catch him in the act of adultery. They turned the whole room upside down, but they couldn't find anyone. The reporters looked at each other, unwilling to give up. He's outside, someone shouted, and the reporters all swarmed out. A few rooms away, the male lead of the betrayal news was standing there, calm and elegant, as noble as a god. The lights in the corridor were dim, but he was the only one that stood out. There seemed to be a ray of light around him, attracting people's attention, but at the same time, they didn't dare to look directly at his light. They were in awe of him, but they couldn't help but be attracted to him. In short, it was very complicated, but he wasn't alone. A tall mixed-race beauty was holding his arm, and they looked like a perfect couple. The situation was reversed. The reporters didn't find the adulterer in Shu Jing's room. On the contrary, he stood calmly in the corridor, without any aura of an adulterer. He was dignified, cold, and well-dressed. For a moment, the reporters were stunned, and they couldn't think of any words to describe his nobility. Chapter 86. You are Mrs. Qin's mysterious man. What's your identity? Don't you know that Mrs. Qin has a husband? Aren't you afraid that CEO Qin will seek revenge? How long have you been together? The reporters were all fierce like greedy beasts, trying to get the information they wanted from him. However, Si-Wan Shun had a cold aura around him, and they automatically kept a meter away from him, as if being too close to him was an extremely dangerous thing to do. Although his identity was still a mystery, the reporters had good eyesight. One look, and they knew that this man was not simple, and even Qin Baiyuan paled in comparison. After all, Blue Sky was a big family in Flozan City, and Qin Baiyuan was the only heir, which was enough to make people tremble in fear. However, most of his deterrence came from his family, And this man in front of them, all of his authority came from himself, which was even more frightening. They even secretly thought that if Shi Shujing was with such a man, then it would be understandable. He was calm and noble, and indeed much more outstanding than Qin Baiyuan. In comparison, Qin Baiyuan was just a young boy and could not be compared to him in terms of aura. The reporters kept asking questions, but Si Wenqin's eyes went through them and fell directly on Shi Shujing. Her little face was pale, and she pretended to be strong because of the situation. However, from her wet eyes, he could see through her weakness, as well as the hatred and fear she had towards him. He knew very well that he had really hurt her tonight. Si Wenqian retracted his gaze and faced the reporters who were like wolves and tigers, but he remained calm. As CEO Qin said, Manager Shi and I are just partners, not like the rumors say. But how do you explain those photos? Deliberately looking for an angle to shoot and create a false impression. Isn't that what you reporters usually do? It's obvious that someone is trying to frame you and take things out of context. As experienced reporters, how can you believe it? The reporters were skeptical. You mean the two of you aren't alone together? Of course not. As soon as Sarah spoke, the microphones all turned towards her. I'm also an employee of Blue Sky. That day, Manager Shi wasn't the only one present. There were several other employees as well. In the end, it became those two. I'm also very helpless, she smiled and looked at Shi Shujing, who was a few meters away. In fact, Manager Shi and I are very good friends. I can prove that their relationship is purely a cooperative one. From afar, on that smiling face, Shi Shujing saw Sarah squint her eyes as if she was being sarcastic. She lowered her head guiltily. I forgot to introduce. This is my girlfriend, Sarah, Si Wenqian said. The reporters were stunned and couldn't tell right from wrong. In fact, they all knew that those photos were deliberately taken from different angles. However, it was inevitable that it would arouse suspicion when it was photographed repeatedly. In short, the truth was confusing and they were also confused. At present, my company is negotiating a cooperation project with Blue Sky, so I have more contact with Manager Shi in private. She is an excellent partner. I really admire her very much, but she is definitely not as improper as the rumors say. I respect her very much. Shi Shujing laughed at Si Wenqin's ability to lie through his teeth. As a man who had been in the business world for so many years, what kind of storms had he not seen? He had long been trained to have a body of copper skin and iron bones. Even when he was lying, he would not blink. Compared to him, his skills were pitifully low and he was no match at all. It was no wonder that he could only be toyed with by him. His expression was open and frank, very convincing. The reporters were even more shaken. With his identity, he could have any woman he wanted. It was really not worthwhile to provoke a wife who had been through hardships. Shi Shujing was old-fashioned and ugly, not at all comparable to the beautiful Sarah beside him. Any man with a brain would choose Sarah. There were still reporters who were unwilling to give up and asked, "Then why did you appear in the same hotel so late at night? Is it just a coincidence?" All the reporters focused their eyes on Shi Shujing. She bit her lips, and her face was pale. Obviously, she was an easier point of attack. Just when her mind was in a mess, and she couldn't find a reason, a voice with a smile came in. Of course he was waiting for me. The sudden appearance of Qin Baiyuan made the situation more complicated. The reporters were all confused. Boss Qin? Under all kinds of shocked and suspicious eyes, Qin Baiyuan walked over elegantly. He had a completely different style from Si Wenqin. He was arrogant like a playboy, and his facial features were as beautiful as a painting. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was in high spirits and was so beautiful that it made people jealous. He strode over and pulled Shi Shujing, who was still stunned, into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. Shi Shujing was stung by a cold light. Others couldn't see it, but she could clearly feel Si Wenqin's displeasure. Her hair stood on end. She instinctively wanted to break free from Qin Baiyuan's arms, but he firmly held her, making her completely unable to move. The reporters looked at Si Wenshun and then looked at Qin Baiyuan with their mouths wide open. Boss Qin, how could you? Didn't I say it before? The so-called adulterer in your newspaper is actually a partner of Blue Sky. In order to avoid the impact of this mistake on the cooperation between the two companies, I made an appointment with him to apologize in person. I didn't expect you to be so well-informed and arrive earlier than me. That's good. Take advantage of this opportunity. Everyone is here to clarify the misunderstanding. The adultery you mentioned, my real girlfriend is a staff of Blue Sky, and my wife and I have a very good relationship. It has been proved this morning. Do you still need to prove it? Sarah clearly felt the arm of the man next to her tightened. His expression was still indifferent, but his jaw was tightly closed, and his body exuded a murderous aura. Shu Jing trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Her first reaction was to look at Si Wenshun, and she seemed to be anxious to clarify in fear. Qin Baiyuan saw through this and was sure that Shu Jing was afraid that he would misunderstand their relationship. He felt that he was the third party, which was extremely absurd. He was so angry that he wanted to chop Si Wenshun, especially his sanctimonious look, which made him feel even more disgusted. However, the angrier he was, the more relaxed he looked. He took the initiative to hold Shu Jing's hand and walked in front of the other party. For this mistake, I sincerely apologize to Mr. C and the Ocean Group for the trouble it has caused. Shu Jing did not expect that he would deliberately expose Si Wenshun's identity, and he could not stop him at all. The reporters whispered, "It's actually Mr. C. No wonder. Oh my God, an abandoned woman's betrayal turned out to be the famous Mr. C. Unbelievable. Mr. C is a legend in the business world, a big shot with a reputation. How could he be shameless enough to seduce my wife? Putting his identity aside, a normal man doing this kind of thing is also disdainful. Oh no, he can't even be called a man." Of course, Si Wenshun could hear that Qin Baiyuan was mocking him. This kind of childish scum, it would lower his status to pay attention to him. However, he was especially unhappy with Qin Baiyuan now. He took a step forward, and his momentum overwhelmed Qin Baiyuan. "This rumor will not affect me at all. However, President Qin, you should probably reflect on yourself. Why is public opinion so easily led? If the relationship between you and your wife is good, you wouldn't have made such a scene. Using the method of showing off your love to make up for it is just a cover-up. Instead of that, it's better to be on less gossip headlines and cherish the people in front of you. Otherwise, if you are accused of something and the Blue Sky is also shamed, it will be your responsibility, President Qin." Not only did he fail to humiliate people, but he was also ridiculed. Qin Baiyuan felt a little embarrassed. No wonder he could be together with Shu Jing. Both of them were equally shameless. They cheated but still pretended to be dignified, as if they were righteous gentlemen. Shameless. With so many reporters present, Qin Baiyuan suppressed his anger and stretched out a hand in a friendly manner. "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. C. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future." Si Wenshun glanced at his hand and seemed to sneer with some contempt. Then he left with Sarah. Qin Baiyuan's mouth twitched a little. He took back his hand and put it back into his trouser pocket. He still looked like a child, but his heart was as horrible as a demon. On the way back, Qin Baiyuan drove like crazy and completely lost control. In a flash, the surrounding scenery moved backward at the speed of light, as if the car would crash and people would die at any time. Shu Jing felt that death was around her, but she did not show weakness to Qin Baiyuan. She grasped the seat belt tightly and gritted her teeth. Anyway, it was meaningless to live in pain like this. Death was a kind of relief. In his anger, no insult was enough to make Qin Baiyuan vent his anger. He gritted his teeth. B*TCH. Are you satisfied now that things have turned out like this? Huh? Is this your purpose? Is this your way to revenge me? If you have any dissatisfaction, come to me. Don't let the whole Blue Sky be ashamed with you. B*TCH. Shu Jing closed her eyes and turned a deaf ear. It's no use pretending to be dead. Talk to me. The car echoed with Qin Baiyuan's angry curse. Did you hear that? B asterisk TCH, I want you to answer me. In the face of Qin Baiyuan's angry questioning, Shi Shujing was tired to deal with it. Her voice was also very light and tired. What do you want me to answer you? The rumor has just started, and you can't wait to find him? You can't even bear it for a moment, and you just want to throw yourself at him? She opened her mouth, but he interrupted her fiercely. I know what you want to say. You want to say that you were very innocent before, and not as dirty as I thought, right? Then why don't you explain to me where your stockings went? What? Nothing to say? I don't know what tricks you play to make Sarah out of thin air as a shield, but look at you. Who knows what good things you have done? The more Qin Baiyuan said, the angrier he became. He made a long "oh" sound. I know, you two women serve a man together. No wonder it is said that the more virtuous a woman is on the surface, the dirtier she is behind the scenes. You pretend to be a chaste woman in front of me, but when you turn around, you even have a threesome. I really have a whole new level of respect for you. AB asterisk TCH, like you should be struck by lightning. Chapter 87. Si Wenchan thought that she had betrayed him, and Qin Baiyuan angrily accused her of having an affair. She had suffered insult from both sides, as if she was really a lowly woman. However, in fact, one of them spent all day drinking and never treated her as his wife. The other one just wanted novelty and an interesting toy. Neither of them was sincere to her. Why should she suffer the humiliation of such two people? In a fit of anger, she blurted out a roar. Shut up. What right do you have to criticize me? Yes, you think I'm dirty, but aren't you dirty? How dare you despise me? It's like the pot calling the kettle black. I know whether I betrayed you or not. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. That's right. I just want to take revenge on you. Don't you want a divorce? I'm going to lock you up. Even if I betray you, I'm going to drag you down with me. You once said that I only have myself to blame, so even if I have to live as a widow, I have to sit in the position of Mrs. Qin until the end. Then I'll give you the same words now. Even if I betrayed you, you asked for it. You should wear this hat and be your Mr. Qin. Qin Baiyuan was furious. Shi Shujing, I'll kill you sooner or later. Qin Yuning called and asked the two of them to go home together. As soon as they entered the door, the maid reminded Shi Shujing with her eyes that the situation was not good. After entering the study, Qin Yuning and Yin Jingqi were sitting on the sofa, as if they were having a joint trial. Qin Yuning, who had always been very kind to her, also had a serious expression at the moment. He had already smoked several cigarettes. Qin Baiyuan angrily sat on the sofa with a gloomy face, as if the whole world owed him an attitude. Shi Shujing's expression did not change as he greeted them. Dad, Mom. Qin Yuning nodded. Yin Jingqi snorted coldly and sarcastically. Don't call me that. I can't afford it. Shi Shujing sat down and looked at Qin Yuning, wanting to see what his attitude was. He pondered for a while. Probably because he had already lost his temper, he was calm at the moment and sighed. The matter this time is very ugly. Shi Shujing, Dad wants to ask you, is the rumor true? Shi Shujing shook his head. No. Qin Baiyuan was so angry that he almost jumped up. Why not? You've already taken those photos. The evidence is irrefutable, and you still have the cheek to deny it? Shut up. Qin Yuning berated. I'm asking Shi Shujing. You have no right to speak. He composed himself. All right, since you said you didn't, I'll believe you. Originally, I also thought that this matter wasn't like what the report said, but that someone was intentionally framing me. Yin Jingqi rolled her eyes. Dad, what kind of drug did this woman give you? You actually trust her that much? It was an obvious fact. Just because she said no, you were deceived? Do you believe me if I say that the rumors about me are also false? Don't mention those things. Shi Shujing isn't like you. That's because you've been deceived by her. That's why you said that. I know very well what kind of person she is. On the surface, she pretends to be noble, but behind the scenes, she has done all kinds of shameful things. To be honest, I've long noticed that she and Mr. C were having an affair. I asked someone to take those photos. Qin Baiyuan. Yin Jingqi hurriedly stopped him. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Yuning sneered. Don't tell me that I can't guess it if you don't tell me. Isn't it enough that you've smeared the Qin family's name so much? Do you want to make the Qin family a laughingstock? How could I have raised such an unfilial son like you? Qin Baiyuan felt that it was absurd. Get this straight. She was the one who had an affair. Isn't it normal for me to find someone to follow her and catch her in the act? Am I supposed to wear this hat in silence? Don't say that I believe that Shu Jing didn't do anything wrong to the Qin family. Even if she did, it's you who broke her heart. Qin Baiyuan's emotions completely collapsed. He slammed the table and stood up. Are you old and confused? You can't tell right from wrong? What's so good about her? You're so biased towards her that you don't even want your own son. Now that she's betrayed you, you should kick her out of the house. Fine. I don't care about that. In short, I can't swallow my anger now that such a scandal has happened. I want a divorce. Qin Yuning's attitude was also very firm. Don't even think about it. This is my marriage. What right do you have to order me? Because I'm your father. Just because you want to take over Blue Sky and get my consent. If you want a divorce, fine. You and I will cut off our relationship as father and son. I'll let you do whatever you want. Qin Baiyuan's face was full of disbelief and anger. You actually cut off your relationship with your own son for her? If you don't know what's good for you, I'll pretend that I don't have a son like you. You, the father and son were like fire and water. Yin Jingqi hurriedly stopped Qin Baiyuan and signaled him not to intensify the conflict. She whispered in his ear, "Bear with it. It's not worth it to lose Blue Sky for this woman." Qin Baiyuan closed his eyes. Thinking about Blue Sky, he finally suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. Now that the whole world knows that she betrayed me, how can I continue to be with her? I can't wear this hat. The Qin family can't afford to lose this face. Mr. C has already personally clarified it. I read the latest reports that this is just a misunderstanding. After a period of time, when the storm of public opinion has passed, everyone will naturally figure out the truth. Qin Baiyuan sneered. What misunderstanding? The truth was that Shu Jing had betrayed him, and his father had forced him to be a coward, causing him to be ridiculed by others. In this life, he had never suffered such vexation. Seeing that the father and son were about to turn against each other because of her, this woman actually did not say a word. She completely watched their quarrel as a bystander. Was her heart cold-blooded? Or perhaps this was her purpose. She said that she wanted revenge, which included sowing discord between the father and son. She even hoped that the father and son would split so that she could replace them and take over Blue Sky. How wishful thinking was really good, but she had underestimated him. This time, he did not catch the adulterer in bed, but he believed that she could not be so lucky every time. If she walked too much at night, she would eventually meet a ghost. He was waiting for the day when she would show her true colors. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared, then this matter ends here. Next, I'm going to ask Mr. C out for a meal to apologize to him. In the afternoon, Qin Baiyuan's apology was entirely to say those words to satirize Mr. C. At the same time, he was also acting in front of the reporters. Making him apologize in private was absolutely unacceptable. He was framed, and he still had to apologize to the adulterer? How could there be such a reason? Impossible. If you want me to apologize to him, I'll have to die. Shu Jing trembled. It was rare for him to stand on the same front as Qin Baiyuan, so he echoed, "That's right, Dad. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared, there's no need to trouble Mr. C anymore. When the time comes, we'll be afraid that the reporters will write nonsense. Moreover, Mr. C is a man with great tolerance. He won't take these things to heart." "Of course you'll say that," Qin Baiyuan sneered. "I think you're just feeling guilty and afraid of giving yourself away." Shu Jing did not pay attention to him. Now that the cooperation between Blue Sky and Ocean Group is not clear, I'm going to do it personally. Maybe Mr. C will do me a favor and facilitate this cooperation. In short, I naturally have my reasons for doing this. Just do as I say. Shu Jing, you'll be in charge of contacting Mr. C. But Dad, just do it. I didn't ask for your opinion. Yin Jingqi interrupted her. She naturally knew what Shu Jing was afraid of. The more guilty Shu Jing was, the more she wanted to force him. In short, as long as the cooperation was not settled, Shi Shujing would still be of use to her. When he caught the evidence of betrayal and signed the contract, he would kick her out of the door. That night, Shi Shujing was so upset that he did not call Si Wenxin. It was not until the next day that Qin Yuning urged her several times that she had no choice but to call him. She was so nervous that she held her phone tightly. The call went through, and Si Wenxin's mellow and deep voice came through. "I'm Si Wenxin. Boss Si, I'm sure Shu Jing." His voice trembled violently. "I know. I saved your number. I just didn't expect that you would take the initiative to call me." Did the Qin family make trouble for you? Sure, Shu Jing hated his hypocritical concern. He closed his eyes and told himself that now was not the time to care about this. He sank his chi into his pubic region and asked, "Are you free tomorrow night? Are you asking me out? It's my father-in-law's suggestion. He wants to apologize to you in person. Is that necessary? If you're not free, I'll tell him." "No, I'm free." The last glimmer of hope was extinguished. "To you, I'm free at any time." Sure, Shujing's entire body was trembling as she hurriedly said, "I'll inform you of the time and place by text message." He hung up the phone and broke out in a cold sweat. Sure, Shujing's family arrived at the hotel in advance. Although it was Qin Yuning who had just proposed to meet, he was not in a very good mood. In such a situation, he had tried his best to understand Sure Shujing and believed in her. But after all, it was a big family, and the importance of reputation was self-evident. Therefore, his idea was to personally solve the problem as best as possible. If the situation permitted, they could still talk about cooperation. In his annoyance, he did not forget to remind Qin Baiyuan not to speak carelessly later. Qin Baiyuan was holding his mobile phone and playing games. He did not raise his head and snorted. "I've said what I should say. What else can I say? Anyway, you don't believe me. How dare you talk back? Bastard. If you hadn't exposed Mr. C's identity, would I need to put down my old face and apologize to him? If you can do it, you have to admit it. What do you mean by being a coward? No one asked you to treat him to dinner, but you insisted, as if I was happy." Qin Yuning could die of anger. Ignoring this unfilial son, he turned to see Shu Jing in a daze and asked, "What's wrong? You don't look right." Without waiting for her to speak, Qin Baiyuan said in a strange tone, "What's wrong? You're guilty. Shut up. I'll shut up. I'll be mute later and not say anything. Okay." Shu Jing could not stand it anymore and reminded him in a low voice, "Dad's heart is not good. Don't make him angry anymore." "Yes, you're the most considerate." "Hypocritical," Qin Baiyuan mocked in a frivolous manner. Chapter 88. Sure Shujing's face alternated between red and white. He felt that Qin Baiyuan was really annoying, so he didn't say another word. In this unpleasant atmosphere, the waiter knocked on the door, and then two people walked in. Si Wenxin and Sarah. Under the dazzling lights, they looked like a perfect couple. Objectively speaking, even a mixed-race beauty like Sarah standing next to Si Wenxin still seemed to be climbing up the social ladder. This was because it was difficult to say what kind of woman was worthy of Si Wenxin's identity. Only by standing next to him could they complement each other and not climb up the social ladder. After all, for a man of his identity, unless it was a particularly well-matched young lady, they were more like his clothes. They were just accessories. Those who were beautiful were just used to add color. Si Wenxin's gaze fell on Shi Shujing. Their gazes briefly met, and she quickly looked away. She seemed a little uneasy as she picked up the glass and took a sip of water. "Mr. C, nice to meet you." Qin Yuning went up to greet him and extended his hands very solemnly. Si Wenxin put one hand in his trouser pocket and let go of Sarah with the other. He shook hands with Qin Yuning. He had always been the kind of person who wasn't arrogant, so he nodded. "CEO, Qin Baiyuan, why aren't you coming over to say hello?" Qin Yuning gave him a look, but Qin Baiyuan just couldn't stand Si Wenxin's high and mighty posture. Moreover, a man's self-esteem was very strong, especially when it came to competing with his rival in love. It became even more intense. In front of Shi Shujing, Qin Baiyuan didn't want to deliberately curry favor with Si Wenshun, or to say that his status was lower than his, so he pretended not to hear and continued to play with his phone. Qin Yuning's expression was very ugly. In order to resolve this embarrassment, Shi Shujing walked forward, but subconsciously kept some distance from Si Wenshun. Mr. Si. She did this purely because she did not want Qin Yuning to lose face. When she greeted him, she did not look at Si Wenshun. Her gaze was somewhat erratic. On the other hand, when Si Wenshun looked at her, his attitude was even better than when he looked at a heavyweight like Qin Yuning. He smiled. Manager Shi, we meet again. He took the initiative to extend his hand. Under the light, the hand's fingers were slender and beautiful, and the career line on his palm was very long. It showed that he was a very wise man. Of course, there was no need to study the career line. Everyone knew how powerful Si Wenshun was. The more he got to know him, the more sure Xu Jing felt that he was not as simple as he seemed. No matter how gentlemanly and elegant he looked in the business world, he was a shrewd man. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Sure, Shujing? Qin Yuning whispered to her. Only then did she come back to her senses. She found that Si Wenshun's hand was still stretched out in front of her, as if he would not give up until she shook hands with him. And it gave her a very dangerous feeling, as if once that hand was held, it would be very difficult to shake it off. She subconsciously bit her lip, but still compromised. When his rough fingertips slid across her palm, it was as if an electric current was running around. Sure, Shujing shivered and quickly pulled her hand back. She was angry that he was teasing her in front of her father-in-law, but she could only force herself to remain calm. From Sarah's angle, she should have seen this detail, but sure Shujing could not care so much. In a situation where she was besieged on all sides, how could she be in the mood to care about Sarah? Si Wenshun retracted his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up again. He was quite pleased with himself for succeeding in his mischievous prank. His posture was very frivolous. Others might not be able to see it, but sure Shujing felt that this man was simply bad. The four of them sat down. Sure Shujing's seat was opposite Si Wenshun. She kept her head down and pretended to look at the menu, but she could not avoid the constant, malicious gaze from the other side. Si Wenshun was such a person. He was very good at multitasking. On the surface, he was listening to Sarah's words with a very gentle and patient look, but his eyes were constantly examining Shi Shujing. Of course, he concealed it very well. If it was not someone who had dealt with him many times, they would definitely not be able to smell the strangeness between him and Shi Shujing. After ordering the dishes, Qin Yuning raised his wine glass and said that he wanted to apologize to Si Wenshun for the rumors of betrayal. There's no need to apologize. It's just a misunderstanding. I explained it very clearly in the hotel. Qin Baiyuan suddenly sneered. Misunderstanding. Qin Yuning's gaze darkened again. However, in this kind of situation, if the father and son quarreled, it would only make the Qin family even more embarrassed. Qin Baiyuan put down his legs and leaned forward. His gaze was still frivolous as it moved back and forth between Si Wenshun and Sarah. Mr. Si and our company's great beauty, Sarah, are dating? No wonder it's a misunderstanding. He doesn't want a young and beautiful mixed-blood beauty and comes to provoke someone else's wife. A normal man really wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Unless there's something wrong with his brain, don't you think? His fingers danced around the rim of the goblet. His movements were slow, but there was an indescribable sense of danger to him. However, Si Wenshun smiled. His face was not tense at all. Instead, it stretched out beautifully. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to compare your own wife with other women. No matter how beautiful the women outside are, they can't compare to the one at home, right? What's more, Manager Shi is a rather charming woman. Any man who gets her is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. A normal man wouldn't be blind to abandon his beautiful wife and endlessly tangle with those vulgar women outside. Originally, he intended to mock him, but he did not expect to be countered by the same trick. Qin Baiyuan was immediately extremely unhappy. What he could not stand the most was that Si Wenshun deliberately pretended to be a gentleman, but behind his back, he did all kinds of disgusting things. Hypocrite. He could not squeeze out half a word for a long time after being asked a rhetorical question. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Thank you for your concern, Mr. C, but no man knows better than me how good Shu Jing is. Of course, I will cherish her. Qin Yuning smelled the tense atmosphere between the two. He was even more annoyed that Qin Baiyuan did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He even dared to provoke Mr. C. He was too well protected by him. He was used to being a prince in the blue sky. He thought that the blue sky was the whole world. He was not afraid of anything. But what kind of person was Mr. C? He had only entered Quicksand City for a few years, but he had already established a solid foundation. How could he be an ordinary man? The outside world speculated that not only was his personal ability outstanding, but he also had a huge family behind him. His background was unfathomable. Even he had to give him some face. His son was really a bastard. To prevent the situation from worsening, Qin Yuning had to open another topic. It's rare for Mr. C to be so magnanimous and not care about it. Indeed, those messy rumors are just fabricated by the reporters. It's not worth paying attention to. The most important thing is the cooperation between the two families. If the project can reach an agreement, that would be great. Si Winshan said, I have already made it very clear to manager, sure. I admire her very much, so I will definitely sell her face. Before Blue Sky hands over the final plan, my company will not make a decision. Therefore, whether we can cooperate or not depends on the plan of your company's design department. I will not change my decision at the moment. Qin Yuning was a little surprised. After all, Blue Sky was still weak in the real estate industry. With the strong strength of the Ocean Group, coupled with Si Wenshin's swift and decisive means, they should have chosen other companies long ago. In business, time is money. The earlier the project started, the greater the profit. There was no need for Si Wenshin to wait at all, and he also made it very clear that this had nothing to do with Blue Sky. It was purely because of Shu Jing. At that moment, he also had some doubts. What was it that made Si Wenshin like Shu Jing so much that he did not hesitate to postpone the whole project for her? Was it just appreciation, or Qin Yuning could not make a judgment for a moment? He pretended not to think much about it, and quickly nodded in agreement. That's good, that's good. Whether it's for Shu Jing's sake or for someone else's sake, it's a good thing for Blue Sky. I will definitely personally supervise and strive to come up with a plan as soon as possible. I will not let Mr. C down. At this point, Qin Baiyuan suddenly interrupted. Since this project is so important, why don't I join as well? As he spoke, he put his arm around Shu Jing's shoulder. I can't bear to let my wife fight alone. It's too hard. Si Wenshan narrowed his eyes, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. After all, Shu Jing and Si Wenshin were not fools. The two of them knew very well why Qin Baiyuan had interfered. However, Si Wenshin's attention was firmly attracted by Qin Baiyuan's hand on Shu Jing's shoulder. He felt very unhappy. Shu Jing was not used to Qin Baiyuan's sudden surprise attack. It gave her a very insulting feeling. It was obvious that he was putting on a show, but he still wanted to drag her along to be his puppet. She felt very embarrassed and could not raise her head in front of Si Wenshin. Several pairs of eyes were watching. Of course, it was not good for her to struggle, but she could not help but say, currently, the design department is busy. There's no need to trouble you. No need? Hee. Of course she didn't need it. With Si Wenshin's support, who else could this woman tolerate? Who else did she need? Qin Baiyuan thought unhappily. The 5 fingers that held her shoulder tightened, and Shu Jing's little face turned pale in pain. That's true, but there are still many things to be busy. Blue Sky's projects, big and small, are all handled by me, not to mention such a big project. It's better for me to do it myself. My dear wife, how can I bear to let you run around too much? Isn't there a saying that husband and wife are of one mind, and their sharpness can cut through gold? Qin Baiyuan said this while looking into Shu Jing's eyes, and the distance between them was very close. He said it sorrowfully, but his tone was full of coldness, which made people shudder. Not to mention that the domineering hand was still forcefully exerting force in the dark. Shu Jing was firmly controlled by him, as if she had no human rights. After all, Qin Yuning was Qin Bai Yuan's father. He knew very well what his son was up to. This large-scale project involved hundreds of billions of dollars, so he definitely did not want Qin Bai Yuan to cause any trouble and destroy the cooperation. However, it was not a good thing to say too much at a dinner party. The only thing he could do was smooth things over. Mr. C, as you can see, our blue sky has used all our elites for this project, he joked. Chapter 89. Shi Shujing felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles on such an occasion. Even when they were eating, Qin Bai Yuan's hands were still wrapped around her shoulders. It was very inconvenient for her to move. She protested in his ear in a low voice. "Can you let go of me?" Qin Bai Yuan knew that Si Wenshun was staring at them. He deliberately turned his head and put his lips close to her ear. His posture was very intimate, but the words he said were very unreasonable. "If I don't let go, what can you do to me? Are you unhappy? If you are unhappy, then ask your adulterer for help. Anyway, he has been staring at you all night, and his eyeballs are about to fall out." Shi Shujing felt that Qin Bai Yuan was like a hooligan who was extremely hateful. At such a close distance, even the smallest pores on her face could be seen clearly, not to mention her wretched and embarrassed appearance. This slightly alleviated Qin Bai Yuan's hatred. He thought unwillingly in his heart that this woman could do something to betray him, so he would definitely not let her have an easy time. He wanted the project, and, at the same time, he wanted to achieve the purpose of severely punishing this woman. She was not naive to think that she could trample on his self-esteem and scrupulously just because she was close to Si Wenshun. Shi Shujing, was far from qualified. Shi Shujing's hands were clenched into fists, and her nails were pinched tightly. She was a little angry. "How can I get food if you're like this? What do you want to eat? I'll feed you." Shi Shujing couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up directly. Her action was a little abrupt, but she had had enough and couldn't care about that. "I'm going to the bathroom." She hurried into the bathroom and finally could take a breath. But she still felt that those people were everywhere, which made Shi Shujing quite annoyed. She looked at herself in the mirror and frowned deeply. She was like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and restless. But when she thought about it carefully, what was she uneasy about? Step by step, she had been forced into this situation. She didn't have the slightest bit of freedom to choose. She really couldn't understand the rules of this world. Was it that men could do whatever they wanted just because they had power and influence? And no matter how hard a woman worked, she would always be a man's toy. She had no dignity and no right to choose. She felt very sad for herself. After complaining to himself for a while, Shi Shujing had no choice but to go back and face it. He could only escape temporarily, but he could not escape from such an environment. He could only brace himself to bear it. She washed her hands, dried them, and walked out of the bathroom. When she passed the corridor, a hand suddenly reached out from behind the door and pulled her out. Then the door was closed, and her body was pressed against the door. The world in front of his eyes spun, and he had no time to react to what had happened. A familiar scent of tobacco filled her nostrils. She realized who it was and instinctively reached out to push, but the hand was faster than her. With a little force, her wrists were locked behind her back. The corridor in the hotel was magnificent, but the guests couldn't see the corridor. There was only a dim light bulb, and the light was very dim. Si Wenshun's face was pressed down under the dim light. One hand was holding her wrists, the other hand was holding her chin, and he narrowed his eyes. "Still want to run?" And his voice was gentle and low, but it was very oppressive. "What are you doing? Let go." Si Wenshun. "You, Si Wenshun? Huh. You sound so nice when you say my name." He gently twitched the corner of his mouth, narrowed his eyes, and leaned closer. "Say it again. N. I like it. When this name comes from your mouth, it's very pleasant." Because they were very close, when his nose opened and closed, his voice had a strong nasal sound. It was very seductive, and it made Shi Shujing's spine feel numb, and she trembled violently. It was hard to imagine that a man could have such two different appearances. Just now, In the private room, he was dignified and solemn. He was a gentleman, as if he didn't care about anything and was not interested in anything. Nothing was worthy of his eyes. But now, he suddenly turned into a frivolous devil. Every gaze, every smile were filled with evil. When he smiled, he revealed his white teeth like the fangs of a wild beast. The emotions in his eyes were so unfathomable, and it was hard to guess what kind of terrible things he would do in the next second. "Let go of me." Sure Shujing's hands were now locked behind his back, and he was very passive. Moreover, without his hands to resist, his strong chest was stuck to her, and she felt extremely insecure. She hated being stuck so closely to him. His breath, mixed with the smell of smoke, sprayed on her face, and his eyes were very dangerous. But Sure Shujing was very anxious now, and she even wanted to throw caution to the wind and curse at him. "Si Wenchun, you bastard, get lost." But those curses were silent, and she didn't have the courage to break through the last restraint. When the words reached her mouth, she finally clenched her teeth and forced them back. "Let go, let go." "Is this your usual act? You're the one who provoked me again and again, but in the end, it seems like I'm forcing you. Today, you're the one who contacted me, and I'm here. So, what do you mean by asking me to let go?" Sure Shujing didn't understand why Si Wenchun would be so shameless and unreasonable tonight. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol. His words now had a kind of alcohol-catalyzed taste, and every word was especially fiery. Sure Shujing twisted her wrist, and just one or two movements made her very tired. She had no choice but to stop resisting, because she could clearly feel that the more she struggled, the tighter his grip became, and she was starting to feel a little pain. She definitely didn't have the slightest advantage in terms of physical strength to fight against him. "I told you, it was my father-in-law who asked me to contact you tonight. Why him? Could it be that he already knows about our relationship and has the intention to send you to me? Don't think too much of me. Again, I have nothing to do with you." Sure Shujing emphasized every word. "Nothing to do with me?" Si Wenchun's hand moved down her neck and landed on her collarbone, his movements very gentle. "This hand touched you, and I also kissed you. Do you remember?" Sure Shujing hated Si Wenchun for treating her like this. If she didn't need the Qin family to bear the responsibility for her, she would definitely slap him mercilessly and loudly scold him for being shameless. But she didn't dare because she couldn't afford to provoke Si Wenchun. If she dared to do anything that offended him, he would make everyone around her die with her. This world was so unfair. She had no power or influence, so she could only be at the mercy of others. It was very sad, extremely sad. Sure Shujing gritted her teeth for a long time and forcibly squeezed out a very weak sentence. "What you're doing is wrong." Si Wenchun wanted to laugh. "Now you want to educate me. What's right and what's wrong?" The voice with a faint smile seemed to be mocking her for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Of course, Sure Shujing knew that she didn't have the qualifications to educate Si Wenchun. What kind of person was he? He was used to strategizing and doing whatever he wanted. In his world, there was no set of standards to distinguish between right and wrong. The difference only depended on whether he wanted it or not. "Then let me tell you what's right. If I want it, I will take it at all costs. This is right. But you resist me. This is wrong and very stupid. If everyone was like you, the whole world would be in chaos." Sure Shujing tried to speak righteously, but the words that came out were very shaky, and she couldn't control it. "You're wrong." Si Wenchun shook his head, and there was a trace of cruelty hidden in the bottom of his eyes. "This is a world where the weak are prey to the strong, and there is a clear hierarchy. It's because the power is concentrated in the hands of a small group of people that the world is not in chaos, and you can still stand in front of me safely. So, you should be grateful to me. I don't want to hear you say this. I'm not an object that you have to give me if you want it. I'm a human, and I have my own thoughts. You can't control me. So what if you get me? You'll never get my heart, and you'll be despised by me." What Si Wenchun did next scared Sure Shujing so much that she screamed, because he actually lifted her whole body up. "Let go of me. You." Let go. Sure, Shujing's whole body was almost in a state of hanging in the air. Her eyes were red, and tears were about to flow out. Why are you having such a big reaction? Si Wenshan sneered complacently, and his beautiful eyebrows were similar to Satan's. Ah, sure, Shu Jing screamed, and she was like a sparrow waiting to be slaughtered, struggling for help. After all, sure, Shu Jing was a woman, and there was a huge gap between their physical strength. All her struggles were useless, and Si Wenshan was a strong man. As long as he had his eyes on someone, he would never allow any accident to happen. She was just an ordinary woman, so how could she think that she could resist him? Si Wenshan let go of her wrist, but she was already exhausted and did not have the strength to continue to fight with him. As long as his body exerted a little strength, he could easily suppress her. Both feet landed on the ground, and it also slightly called back Shujing's reason. That sharp disgust surged up again, and it appeared in her eyes without any concealment. Boss C, you're a man of status, so why do you keep pestering a married woman? Do you think this is interesting? Using the last bit of dignity he had left, he spoke righteously. Do you think I'll do something that's not interesting? Si Wenshan let out a deep laugh. His nasal voice was getting deeper and hoarser. Without giving her any time to breathe, his fingers had already gone through her hair and cupped the right side of her face. I'm not the only one who keeps pestering you. From the beginning, you were the one who took the initiative, but I did it for the project and you. Chapter 90. His merciless provocation made sure Shu Jing feel very embarrassed. She should have thought of it a long time ago. What kind of man was Si Wenshan? How could he not understand her thoughts? Trying to scheme in front of him was no different from showing off before an expert. It was extremely laughable. It was undeniable that in so many projects she had negotiated, more or less, because she was a woman, she did have a certain advantage. She did not sell herself, but as a woman, she was given some convenience. You used me and didn't give me any benefits. Tell me, how can there be such a good thing? Si Wenshan's eyes were cold. I'm a businessman, and I will never do a losing business. Sure, Shu Jing stabilized her trembling body, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In other words, if I don't get along with you, no matter how good the Blue Sky project is, you won't sign the contract? If that's the case, please make it clear now. Don't waste the labor of our company. This is just a game to you, but the colleagues in the design department stay up late every day. They have been working hard for this goal. Please don't play tricks on them. I also tell you very clearly that I am Qin Bai Yuan's wife. I will not sell myself for the project. You want me to get along with you? Don't even think about it. Sure, Shu Jing pushed hard after saying that, but as soon as her hand grabbed the handle of the door, it was grabbed by Si Wenshan again and pressed against the door again. This movement was fierce. His long arms supported on the right side of her body, like a beast that could attack at any time. Si Wenshan frowned coldly. Did I mention that I don't like you talking to me with this attitude? Then do you think I like being blocked in the corner and listening to such words? My father-in-law and husband are still waiting for me in the box, and your girlfriend is also there. What you're doing is very troubling to me. I ask you to let me go. Let you go? Sure. Then there is no need to talk about the project. But judging from your father-in-law's attitude, if the project fails, he will be very disappointed. Otherwise, he won't have to put down his old face and apologize to me personally. I heard that your father-in-law loves you very much, even more than Qin Bai Yuan. You are such a loyal woman, so I guess you can't bear to see his dream fail. Si Wenshan is really hateful, sure Shu Jing thought, gritting his teeth. He was too good at grasping the weakness of human nature and poking at people's Achilles heel. As for himself, he was so strong that he had no weakness. Thus, she didn't even have a weapon to resist and could only let him violate her again and again. Looks like I was right. A sentimental woman like you is really cute. My interest in you is not in vain. Do you know how charming it is for a woman to pretend to be strong and desperate? Si Wenshan said it very affectionately. He felt that all his bad habits, all the arrogance that he had never realized before, were all provoked by this woman. He felt that it was very novel to see this strange side of himself, and he didn't feel repelled at all. The man took off her annoying glasses, and that originally beautiful and moving face was revealed. Her eyes were filled with panic, and her lips unconsciously opened and trembled. She looked so innocent that it made people want to tear her apart. After staring at that pair of lips for a few seconds, Si Wunshin couldn't control himself, and he didn't want to suppress himself anymore, so he suddenly kissed her. Si Wunshin felt that he must have been under this woman's spell, otherwise he wouldn't have remembered it for 8 years and 1 night. Just when Shi Shujing was about to fall, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door, and then someone pushed the door open. Shi Shujing was like a bird startled by the twang of a bowstring, and she kept twisting her body. Si Wunshan held her waist with one hand, but it seemed that he was dissatisfied with her distraction, and he bit her thin lips hard. Ugh, a muffled sound was swallowed by him. The person outside was still pushing the door, and after kicking it twice, he cursed. Who closed the door? Damn it! In panic, Shi Shujing recognized that it was Qin Baiyuan's voice, and her movements became more and more intense, but the man on top of her was unmoved, still entangled with her lips, and seemed to laugh hoarsely, and the hand that was originally wrapped around her waist began to pinch and rub other places. Shi Shujing was about to cry, and she was so humiliated that she couldn't wait to die. Tears welled up in Shi Shujing's eyes, and she clenched her teeth, not allowing herself to make a sound. Qin Baiyuan couldn't open the door, so he simply picked up the phone by the door. It seemed that he wanted to hide here to answer the phone. It's me. Just say it like this. His voice was very impatient, and he was extremely irritable. Have you thought it through? When are you going to hospital? I'll arrange it for you. Damn. Give birth? Are you kidding me? Su Jixian, I've told you very clearly, this child can't be kept. Boom. It was like a bolt from the blue. Shi Shujing's eyes widened in shock, and she couldn't believe what she had heard. Si Wunshan also stopped moving, and his lips paused beside her ear, and with a gloating tone, he let out a cold laugh. I don't want children now, including that bitch, and I can't let her get pregnant. I don't care what you think, I will never keep this child. Qin Baiyuan was so angry that he cursed a few more times, and he even kicked the door heavily to vent his anger, and then he left. In the dim light, Si Wunshan looked at Shi Shujing, and a drop of tears fell from the corner of her eyes, and she sadly closed her eyes. The silent tears made him feel even more distressed, as if there was a hand tearing his heart. He never knew that another woman's emotions could affect him so deeply. In that kind of emotion, there was pity and love for her, and at the same time, there was also jealousy for Qin Baiyuan. He didn't understand. Why did such a scumbag deserve her love? The noise quieted down, and Si Wunshan let go of Shi Shujing, lowered his head, and slowly kissed the tears on her face. Carefully, cherished, and gentle. On the way back, the atmosphere was very depressing. Qin Baiyuan was in charge of driving, and from time to time, he glanced at Shi Shujing through the rearview mirror. She lowered her head, as if her soul had left her body, and her little face was pale under the illumination of the passing car lights. No one knew what she was thinking in her mind, as if she was in a daze. Seeing her like that, Qin Baiyuan couldn't help but feel angry. He really couldn't understand a woman who betrayed him. How could she look like she had been wronged? Where did she get such good acting skills? And where did she get such thick skin? It was simply outrageous, and the more he looked at her, the more he hated her. Shujing, Qin Yuning called twice, and Shi Shujing raised her head in a daze, as if she hadn't recovered from her absent-mindedness. When she responded, she was also slow. What's going on tonight? You've been absent-minded? It's obvious. Your soul has been taken away by Si Wunshan. Qin Baiyuan, who was sitting in front of him, said sarcastically. Even his nasal voice was especially sarcastic. Shut up. No one asked you to speak. Qin Yuning's expression didn't look good either, and it was gloomy. You almost messed up today. What'd I do? You asked me to accompany him to dinner, and I did. Moreover, I didn't speak carelessly, and I even took the initiative to join the project. What did I do wrong? Qin Yuning was so angry that he couldn't speak for a few seconds. It was really unfortunate that such an arrogant bastard had appeared. How could he be at ease in handing over the company to him in the future? However, right now, Qin Yuning was more worried about something else. After pondering for a while, his tone was a little low. Xu Jing, since Mr. C has indicated that he is giving you face, then you will continue to be in charge of the Ocean Group's project. However, I think you also know that he is not a good person. In order to avoid any trouble, try your best to have less contact with him outside of work in the future. Don't give those reporters a chance to write nonsense. Qin Yuning said that he was afraid of attracting the attention of the reporters. In fact, Xu Jing knew that he had probably begun to suspect a relationship with Si Wenchen. The Qin family and the Shi family had always been very close in the past, and Qin Yuning especially loved her, just like her father. How could a father not understand his daughter? Moreover, Si Wenchen's performance was quite obvious. Who wouldn't be suspicious? She understood that Qin Yuning was still on her side. He chose to believe her, and his words were very tactful. It was precisely this attitude of treating her as his own that made her feel even more ashamed. Her heart was already bitter, and this time, her throat was even more sore. As soon as she opened her mouth, she choked. I got it. Qin Baiyuan also knew how to read people's expressions. He knew that Qin Yuning was in a bad mood, so he didn't dare to send them home and leave immediately. Moreover, his heart was very stifled right now. He still had something to ask Xu Jing, so he followed him upstairs. As soon as he closed the door, his bad attitude was revealed. How do you feel about seeing the adulterer today? You're really calm. In front of my father, you're really good at pretending. But do you think you can hide it from the world? I saw the two of you flirting with each other. Do you think I'm dead? Sure, Xu Jing, you really are *TCH. For a woman to be as despicable as you is, it's really amazing. A series of sharp questions popped out of Qin Baiyuan's mouth like a cannon, and he didn't even gasp for breath. However, Xu Jing completely ignored him. After returning to her room, she took her clothes and was about to enter the bathroom when Qin Baiyuan blocked her way. I'm talking to you. Stop pretending to be deaf and dumb. Do you think that if you don't say anything, you can pretend that nothing happened? Tell me, where did you go during the meal? Did you go to Si Wenchen? You're really good. Where are the two of you? What did you do? Tell me. The series of questions made sure Xu Jing's already fragile nerves on the verge of collapse. However, she didn't want to quarrel with him, so her voice was unusually cold. Get out of my way. This is my house. Are you qualified to tell me to get out of the way? Who do you think you are? Do you really think that you're so great just because you've become Si Wenchen's toy? You don't care about the whole Qin family, do you? Why? You begged me to marry you in the past, and now you don't like me? If you want to use me as a springboard, you should look in the mirror and see what kind of trash you are. Tell me clearly, what did you and Si Wenchen do? Xu Jing completely lost control. She threw her pajamas on the floor and took a step forward. She raised her head and stared at Qin Baiyuan aggressively. Chapter 91. Qin Baiyuan was so angry that he raised his hand. Unexpectedly, before the slap fell, he was pushed by Xu Jing. He was caught off guard and took 2 steps back with his eyes wide open in shock. How dare you push me? Did you take the wrong medicine tonight and go crazy? I don't want to see you. Get out of here. What did you say? You called me. Before he finished his words, Xu Jing rushed over and pushed him several times like a fighting cock. He was forced to the door by her. Qin Baiyuan stopped and stood still. He couldn't believe what he had heard, and his 2 thick eyebrows were tightly knitted. You want to drive me away? Qin Baiyuan stopped at the door. He couldn't recognize this crazy woman in front of him. His 2 thick eyebrows were tightly knitted and his face was cramping with anger. Yes, you don't want to stay here, do you? I don't want to see you. I feel disgusted when I see you now. Get out, be clear. This is my home. You don't want to go? Then I'll go. Qin Baiyuan grabbed her and growled with gritted teeth. What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? Yes, I'm crazy. I'll marry you only if I'm crazy. For the first time, Qin Baiyuan clearly realized that this woman actually loathed him and disliked him. This was something that he found extremely difficult to accept. It wasn't that he was born into a wealthy family and was spoiled since he was young. His personality was extremely conceited and arrogant, and it was difficult for him to endure this kind of vile treatment. It was more because this disgust came from Shujing. He felt that he was like an old toy. She used to like him very much and tried her best to get him, but now she had a more interesting toy, so she hated him and didn't want him anymore. How could he, Qin Baiyuan, bear to be discarded like an old toy, especially by the woman he hated the most? His proud self-esteem was ravaged like never before. Qin Baiyuan was so angry that he wanted to kill her. His entire body was trembling, and the 5 fingers that were grabbing her wrist kept tightening until his knuckles turned white. Qin Baiyuan's anger had reached its peak, and he felt like he was about to explode. "All right, you're amazing. Are you looking down on me just because you hooked up with Si Wenxin? Ha! Do you really think he likes you? He's just playing with you. So what if I am? Even being played by him is better than staying with you." Qin Baiyuan furrowed his brows even more, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. "What do you mean? You want a divorce?" The word yes was at the tip of her tongue, but Shujing forcefully swallowed it back down. She didn't know why she couldn't say this word. She gritted her teeth. "Do whatever you want." She struggled fiercely. "Either you scram, or let me go." "Let go, bastard. Let go of me." Her movements were as fierce as a fighting cock, and Qin Baiyuan gradually lost control because he couldn't do it. He gave her a hard slap, and in a rage, he threw her to the ground. Shujing slammed into the carpet like a broken doll that had been mercilessly thrown away. Her hair was scattered messily. She lowered her head, and her eyes were red. Her heart hurt, but she couldn't squeeze out a single tear. Just now in the corridor, in front of Si Wenxin, she had already shed all her tears. When she heard about Su Zhixin's pregnancy, she really felt like the sky was falling. Everything was over, and she was in despair. Even living had lost its meaning. Instead of suffering every day and struggling at death's door, she would rather die and end everything. "If you want a divorce, sure. I don't care what you do. You can do whatever you want to do to settle the Ocean Group's project." "Ha! You've really grown wings. Our Qin family can't afford to raise a golden phoenix like you, right? Then scram. I don't want to look at you anymore." "Jinx!" Qin Baiyuan slammed the door and went out while cursing. Qin Yuning walked over. "What are you arguing about in the middle of the night?" "I heard the sound." "That woman is crazy, bitch." Before Qin Baiyuan could finish cursing, he was slapped hard in the face. He opened his eyes wide in shock, not daring to believe it. Ever since he was young, no matter how angry Qin Yuning was, he had never made a move on him, let alone slapped him. Just now, he had been bullied by Shujing, and now he was slapped again. Qin Baiyuan flew into a rage. "It's clearly your fault. Yet you hit me? Are you muddle-headed?" "I'm not muddle-headed. I can clearly see who's right and who's wrong." "Bullshit. The truth is that Shujing betrayed you, but you're still protecting her." He shouted crazily. His voice passed through the door and entered Shujing's ears. The corner of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. "Shujing is a good woman, but you don't know how to cherish her. Look at what you've done in the past 2 years." Qin Yuning was heartbroken. "Are you worthy to be her husband?" "I'm not worthy. That's because I don't want to marry her at all. You should ask yourself, are you worthy of being my father by forcing a slut to marry your son? These past few years, you only know how to love her. She's pitiful. Why don't you think about it? How am I doing? Not a day goes by that I'm not in pain. And all of this is thanks to you. If you like her, just marry her yourself. Why do you have to force her on me? I hate you." Qin Baiyuan roared and ran away. Qin Yuning's heart was heavy. He watched him leave and shook his head. He raised his hand and wanted to knock on the door, but after hesitating for a moment, he gave up. Right now, he didn't have the face to face anyone. It was another sleepless night. The next day, Shujing really couldn't get up. Her entire body was so tired and painful. At the thought of facing Qin Baiyuan and Su Zhixin when she returned to the company, or dealing with the Ocean Group's project, she felt that the sky had darkened. For the first time, she willfully took a leave of absence and didn't go to work. Throughout the day, she received more than a dozen phone calls from Qin Baiyuan. It was more than the number of calls she received in the past 3 years of marriage. She increasingly felt that this man was really crazy. In the past, he ignored her, but now, he kept pestering her, acting like a jealous husband. If it was because of jealousy, it would have been fine. However, it was because of a man's pride. He didn't want others to touch what he didn't want. It was a double blow to her. In fact, what really crushed her was the matter of Su Zhixian's pregnancy. She knew that Qin Baiyuan had many women, but he had handled them very cleanly. She had never been worried about this kind of accident, but in the end, she was still careless. If you often walk by the river, how could you not wet your shoes? This kind of accident would happen sooner or later, and it was Su Zhixian who died. Sure, Xu Jing could only try her best to avoid thinking about the child. Otherwise, she would have the urge to bang her head against the wall and die. However, escaping was not a solution. After resting for a day, she still had to force herself to go back to work. After arriving at the office for about half an hour, the secretary said that Su Zhixian was outside and wanted to see her. Perhaps it was out of fear and resistance, but Sure Shujing's first reaction was to not see her. It was the same several times in a row. In the end, Su Zhixian rushed in and arrogantly shouted at her. Sure Shujing, what do you mean? The secretary followed Su Zhixian awkwardly, and Sure Shujing signaled her to go out. She closed the door. Sure Shujing's eyes fell on Su Zhixian's belly subconsciously. When she thought that she was pregnant with Qin Baiyuan's child, she couldn't help but have mixed feelings and clench her fists. I came here 5 times in the morning, but you didn't see me. Are you putting on airs with me? Sure Shujing, who do you think you are? Su Zhixian had also been very unhappy recently. She was quite irritable, especially when facing Sure Shujing. That kind of sharp hatred was like countless insects biting her heart. It was so uncomfortable that she desperately wanted to break out. Here, I'm a project manager. I can see who I want to see and who I don't want to see. Who are you? How dare you break in my office? Which rule of the company says that you can break into someone else's office without permission? Su Zhixian was speechless for a few seconds after being questioned by him. Finally, she shouted rudely, I can come as I like. What's it to you? Sure Shujing didn't want to argue with a barbarian, so he ignored her. Su Zhixian pulled a chair and sat down. It seemed that she was going to fight a protracted battle. You asked for leave yesterday? You really know how to pick the right time. We are so busy, but you choose the busiest time to take a break and push all the work to us. Do you have any sense of responsibility? Sure Shujing thought that Su Zhixian was the one who was least qualified to talk to him about responsibility in this world. Please be clear about one thing. I was the one who took over this project. I was responsible for all the work from the beginning. Did I say anything? Now, there are dozens of people in the design department and the public relations department. Are they not as efficient as me? I didn't know that I was so important. Su Zhixian curled her red lips and sarcastically said, Of course you're important. If it weren't for you, Mr. C wouldn't have considered working with us. He delayed the whole project because of you. Everyone in the company knows your importance. Now we are all counting on you. If it weren't for you whispering in Mr. C's ear, the people in both departments wouldn't be able to finish the project even if they worked themselves to death. Facing such an unreasonable woman, no matter how good Sure Shujing's temper was, he often had the urge to fight with her. But on the other hand, because Su Zhixian was too arrogant, she felt that there was no need to lower herself to argue with this shrew. Dealing with shrews, talking about principles was like playing the lute to a cow. I'm back now. I'll deal with all the work that piled up yesterday. I think you're also very busy, so let's not waste each other's time. Subconsciously, Sure Shujing wanted Su Zhixian to leave because he was against her pregnancy. But what should come couldn't be avoided. Moreover, Su Zhixian came for this matter, so she definitely wouldn't let it go. Crossing her hands in front of her chest, she put on an arrogant posture, as if she was going to sentence Sure Shujing to death, and announced word by word, I'm pregnant. Even though it was the 3rd day since he knew the news, Sure Shujing couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't know how to find his voice and pretend to be calm. Chapter 92. What nonsense! I'm really pregnant. I brought the pregnancy report. Do you want to see it? Even if there's a report, it can't prove that the child is Qin Bai Yuan's. Sure, Xu Jing didn't expect to say such vicious words, but she was too resistant to accept it. She also wanted to protect herself, wanted to hurt the other party, and not let herself be in too miserable a situation. Su Zhixian was furious when she heard this. What do you mean? You suspect that the child is mine and another man's? You've seen it too. For more than a year, he's the only man I've had. When have I ever been with another man? Sure, Xu Jing sneered. Qin Baiyuan can change female companions every 2 or 3 days. Why can't you? Maybe you went to the bar to get drunk when you were sad, and something happened that shouldn't have happened. It's hard to say. After all, Qin Baiyuan has always handled his work well in that aspect. Why did he make you pregnant? You? Do you think every woman is as cheap as you, brazenly betraying him and making it known to everyone? I will never betray Qin Baiyuan. You're no better than him. You're the daughter of the Su family, but you're willing to be someone else's playmate. Have you considered the face of the Su family? Everyone in Flozan City knows your identity. Do you think they didn't ridicule you when they talked about me behind my back? Su Zhixian was very barbaric, but she was definitely not a smart woman, especially when it came to words. She couldn't take advantage of Xu Jing at all. She gritted her teeth. Anyway, I'm pregnant now, and you must divorce Qin Baiyuan. Xu Jing pretended not to care. What show are you singing now? Using pregnancy to force me to abdicate? Have you watched too many dramas? Since I can tolerate your existence, why can't I tolerate one more child? In this world, there are many men with children outside. Do you really think that you can threaten me when you're pregnant? You've been married for 3 years, and you're still not pregnant. Do you think the Qin family can tolerate a hen that can't lay eggs? The child in my belly is the descendant of the Qin family, the future heir of Blue Sky. Oh, then you can discuss this matter with my father-in-law. If he wants to change you for the sake of the children, then I'll immediately give up the position of Mrs. Qin to you. Su Zhixian was furious and raised her voice as she cursed. Aren't you relying on Qin Yuning to support you? Otherwise, Qin Baiyuan would have divorced you long ago. You bitch. Whatever you say, my father-in-law made it very clear that if Qin Baiyuan divorced me, he would be deprived of his inheritance. At that time, even if you have children, Blue Sky will not belong to Qin Baiyuan. What will you let him inherit? Sure, Xu Jing's words were very unpleasant to hear, but now that things had come to this, she didn't want to suppress herself anymore. Since they had done something wrong to her, why should she wrong herself and care about their feelings? You know very well that Qin Baiyuan will never want this child. He will definitely ask you to abort it. So it's useless for you to use pregnancy to force me now. If the child is kept after 3 months, you could discuss this matter with me again. Sure, Xu Jing's words poked Su Zhixian's weakness. Sadly, she didn't have any confidence at all. Seeing that the two of them had been together for a year and still couldn't see any hope, she was very anxious. She hoped that pregnancy could change everything, so she used many methods, including piercing holes in the air cover, getting Qin Baiyuan drunk, and so on. She just wanted to get pregnant. Now that she was pregnant, she faced the dilemma of having to abort the child. Moreover, the Qin family would definitely not acknowledge her. For the safety of the child, she didn't dare to look for Qin Yuning. Now that things had come to this, she really had no other choice but to look for Xu Jing in despair. It seemed that she had the advantage, but in fact, she was the one who had no other way out. Under the multiple blows, Su Zhixian's arrogance softened. Her eyes were a little red as she stubbornly pursed her lips. Is it interesting to marry a man who doesn't love you? Sure, Xu Jing. You clearly know that Qin Baiyuan doesn't love you, and he will never love you. Why do you still want to occupy the position of Mrs. Qin? You call me a bitch, but do I want to? I love him so much that I lose myself. There's no other way. I also know that I'm despised by others and can't hold my head up at home, but I'd rather go against the whole world as long as he's by my side. Can you do it? No, you can't do it. You're just selfishly occupying him. You're watching him suffer because of you, but you're not willing to let him go. You're such a cruel woman. Why do you have to pretend to be virtuous? You're the one who harmed everyone. You deserve to die. I know you hate me, but the child is innocent. It doesn't matter if I'm a bitch, but I can't let the child suffer such humiliation with me. I'm begging you, let us go. You've never been a mother, so you won't understand my pain. I just want to give the baby an identity, a mother and child. It was really pitiful. It sounded like Shu Jing had destroyed the happiness of other people's families. In this situation, Shu Jing could only sigh in the end. Qin Baiyuan won't let you keep the child. He won't want anyone's child. If I divorce Qin Baiyuan, it's only for myself, not for you or anyone else. It's useless to beg me. Just give up. Su Zhixian forcibly suppressed her tears. Instead, a strong hatred filled every part of her body. Her red eyes stared coldly at Shu Jing. The sharp hatred was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Every word was squeezed out from between her teeth. Fine, you're ruthless enough, but I'm not a good person either. I'm telling you, I'll make you pay. Gao Zhuqing didn't expect that Shu Jing would take the initiative to call her to the bar. When she heard the voice coming from the other end of the phone, she thought she had misheard. After all, Shu Jing had always been a very restrained person. He only went to the company and home every day, so it was difficult to associate him with the bar. At about 10 o'clock, she finished her work and hurried to the bar. At this time, the bar was just bustling with noise and loud music. Men and women were crazily twisting their bodies in the middle of the dance floor. When Gao Zhuqing arrived, Shu Jing had drunk more than half a bottle of whiskey. He was drunk and scared her. Madam, are you crazy today? You've drunk so much. I'm in a bad mood. You drink with me, okay? You're usually too tense. I've told you that it would cause trouble. You need to relax. Today, I'll drink with you to the end. Gao Zhuqing was a good drinker. She poured a glass of whiskey, drank it in one gulp, and asked the waiter to bring another bottle. It's because of that bastard Qin Baiyuan again, isn't it? Tell me, what did he do this time? The bar was very noisy, and Gao Zhuqing had to shout loudly. Su Zhixian is pregnant. What? Su Zhixian is pregnant. Shu Jing screamed. Damn, sure enough, this Su Zhixian is really a bitch. She's too shameless. Gao Zhuqing was so angry that she scolded. Didn't that bastard Qin Baiyuan always clean things up? How'd he let Su Zhixian get what she wanted? Forget it. What are you going to do? You might as well take this opportunity to divorce and help that bastard couple. I don't want a divorce. Shu Jing's eyes were red. In front of Su Zhixian, she pretended to be very strong, but deep down, she was a fragile woman. When she encountered sad things, she would only hide and lick her wounds alone. Until now, why are you still? Gao Zhuqing was exasperated that she didn't live up to his expectations. You're really pitiful and hateful. What should I say to you? That bastard fooled around with other women every day, and now it's a child. You still don't want to give up? Don't tell me you still want to be that child's stepmother. This is so troublesome. If we divorce, that bitch will have it easy. If we don't divorce, both of us will be torturing each other. What the hell is this? It's so annoying. Shu Jing had drunk a lot of alcohol. She was like an injured little beast, whimpering in a low voice. Why doesn't he like me? She pulled Gao Zhuqing, asking for an answer painfully. What's wrong with me? Why doesn't he like me? Am I not comparable to Su Zhixian? It's not that you're not good. You're just too good. I'm too good, but he doesn't want me? Gao Zhuqing frowned. She didn't know if Shu Jing could hear her in her drunken state, but she still said seriously, You're too weak, and you give in to him too much. You give in to him to the point that you don't have any personality at all. He treats you as a soft persimmon, and he can do whatever he wants to you. He doesn't even treat you as something important. This isn't about whether you're good or not. The key is that he doesn't love you. If a man doesn't love you, he will think that you have ulterior motives if you treat him well. If you show concern for him, he will think that you're annoying. In short, your entire existence is a mistake. But I really try my best to love him. Is there anything I haven't done well enough? I'll just change. Why doesn't he give me a chance? What have I done wrong? Am I that disgusting to him? Shi Shujing's cries made Gao Zhuqing's heart ache. She had lost count of the number of times Shi Shujing had complained to her. She was only a good sister to her in this lifetime, and she could empathize with Shi Shujing. She felt terrible, and her heart was sour. He doesn't love you, and he doesn't love you no matter how good you are. If you want to change your heart. Don't love him, and there won't be any problems. Shi Shujing smiled bitterly and let go of him. She fell back on the sofa with tears in her eyes. If only I could change. My heart wouldn't hurt so much. It really hurts, sigh. You. Gao Zhuqing was about to comfort her when her phone rang. She saw that it was a call from her superior, and she knew that it was an emergency. Sit down first. I'll go out to answer a call. I'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be back soon. In the semi-enclosed private room opposite, Tang Jun was hugging a beauty, but his eyes were fixed on Shi Shujing. He sat up and made a call with a smile on his face. Where are you? Long time no see. Want to come out for a drink? Chapter 93. You don't want to come? Oh, I wanted to tell you that I saw your sweetheart in the bar. She drank a lot of alcohol alone. I'm afraid it's not safe. It seems that it's not necessary. I won't disturb your work. He pretended to hang up the phone, but was stopped by the other party's deep voice. The other party smiled proudly and deliberately kept him in suspense. Where am I? Why do you care where I am? You're not free anyway. The other party scolded. Tang Jun chuckled and told him the address. Unbeknownst to him, in a dark corner of the bar, a woman was hiding in the dim light. She gave a bag of medicine to the man next to her and pointed at Shi Shujing. That's her. Do her for me tonight and take a video. This is half of the deposit. I'll give you the rest when I see the video. Remember, record it clearly for me. The man took the money and medicine and smiled strangely. It's not the first time I've done this. Don't worry. In a slightly secluded place at the entrance of the bar, Gao Zhuqing glanced at her phone. It had been almost half an hour, and her superior was still nagging endlessly on the other side. She was worried about Shi Shujing and kept walking around anxiously. Every time she tried to interrupt her superior, she was like a machine gun. She couldn't get a word in. She pinched her eyebrows and quickly said while her superior was drinking water, Sister Zhang, I understand what you're saying. Really, I know what you're thinking. It's Spring Breeze News Agency's fault for snatching your news. But the competition in this industry is so big. Calm down, what? I'm reporting to the agency now. It's already so late. It's useless for me to go back. My friend is busy, and I really can't leave. Don't make things difficult for me at this critical juncture. No matter how hard Gao Zhuqing begged, Sister Zhang asked her to go back to the agency immediately. Otherwise, she wouldn't go back anymore. Sister Zhang. The other party hung up the phone. Gao Zhuqing was very anxious. At this moment, a Jaguar car sped over and splashed water on her. Gao Zhuqing was so angry that she opened her mouth and scolded. Don't you have eyes when you drive? Don't you know how to look at the road? Bossy? Her face changed. Why are you here? Gao Zhuqing's mind worked quickly, and she immediately thought of a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Do you still remember me? I'm a friend of Shi Shujing, Gao Zhuqing. Are you free now? I'm in a hurry to get back to the news agency. And Shi Shujing is drunk. Can you send her back to my house? See when Chun acquiesced. He was here for Shi Shujing anyway. That's great. You are such a good man. This is the key. I won't go back tonight. You guys take your time. Gao Zhuqing slipped away faster than a mouse after shoving the key to him. Shi Shujing had drunk a lot of alcohol, and her head was dizzy. She felt a man sitting next to her, sticking close to her and talking to her. She was still conscious, and she struggled a few times weakly. You go away. Beauty, don't be like this. Seeing you drinking alone, you must be in a bad mood. How about I accompany you to relieve your boredom? As he asked, he added some drugs into her glass. I came here with my friend. Please leave. Don't you come to the bar to get drunk? Don't you want to have fun? Why are you so resistant? The man kept squeezing towards her and took the opportunity to touch her hand. This woman looked old-fashioned, but after drinking a few glasses, her face was red and her eyes were misty. She was quite pretty. More importantly, he had accepted someone's money, so he had to settle this matter. Little beauty, Big Brother knows you very well. Forget about that cheap man. Have some fun with Big Brother. Come, let's have a drink. He forced the glass to Shujing's mouth and forced her to drink a few mouthfuls. Cough, cough. You don't. She pushed him away, but he kept pestering her. Shujing was anxious and struggled. Go away. I'm going to call for help. But the music in the bar was so loud that no one could hear her cry for help. She tried very hard to get rid of him and stand up, but the man kept grabbing onto her and refused to let go. Where do you want to go? Let's cultivate our relationship here first. The man was all smiles. Come, give Big Brother a kiss. Go away. Help! Help! Shujing weakly twisted her body. At this moment, the man was suddenly pulled up by a brute force. He staggered 2 steps and saw a face that was as terrifying as the Grim Reaper. With just one look, he knew that this man had a powerful background and he couldn't afford to offend him. His legs went soft and he tried to bluff. What do you want to do? If you don't want to die here, then scram. The man looked at Shujing. He was thinking about money and wasn't willing to give up. But the man in front of him was very scary. If he didn't leave now, he might really die in his hands. He flung his hand away and ran away. Si Wenxian gave Tang Jun a look. He nodded and followed him out. As he walked, he even loosened his muscles. It's been a long time since I beat someone up. Today, I can finally have some fun. Shujing collapsed on the sofa. She had just been frightened and her face was pale. She was still in a state of shock. Her vision was shaky and she could only see a pair of long legs in front of her. She slowly raised her head. It was a familiar face, but it was too shaky and she couldn't see it clearly. She shook her head hard, and her vision became clear for a second. She saw that the person was Si Wenxian. At this moment, she was in a sorry state. She looked pitiful like a frightened animal. There were still traces of tears on her face, which made Si Wenxian feel very unhappy. When he thought about how she was buying drinks for Qin Baiyuan, that piece of trash, jealousy ravaged his heart. A wave of anger rose in his chest, and he really wanted to teach her a lesson. He wanted to wake her up with a stick or whip her a few times. But in the end, he closed his eyes and suppressed the urge to tear her apart. He pulled her up from the sofa. His actions were very rough. She staggered 2 steps and fell into his arms. She bumped into his strong chest, and her head buzzed as she felt even more dizzy. But she still twisted her wrists and struggled. Like a crazy little rooster, she frowned and shouted at him rudely. What are you doing? Let go. She tried to struggle out of his arms, but she kept stumbling and couldn't escape from his chest. Why is it you again? Are you following me? Shujing had lost consciousness and was furious. She roared at him recklessly. Why do you keep pestering me? Are you a stalker? Why are you so annoying? Look at you now. Is it worth it for a bastard? Shujing's temples were throbbing with rage. What does it have to do with you? Why do you care? If he's a bastard, what good are you? You're worse than him. She let out a drunken hiccup. You men, none of you are good. Qin Baiyuan, he's better than you. At least he doesn't love me, so he won't touch me. What about you? You're just looking for something new. You scum. The words that she had been suppressing in her heart and didn't dare to say were all poured out with the help of the alcohol. Shujing didn't care who he was now. If she wanted to scold him, she would scold him. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Huh, he's good? What a joke. Is he good enough to impregnate that woman? Si Wenxian sneered angrily. It was meaningless to quarrel with a drunkard. But even if it was him, there would be times when he couldn't keep his cool. All he wanted to do was to scold her to wake her up. Shut up. I don't want to listen to you. Let go of me. Si Wenxian held her shoulders tightly, his fingers digging into her skin to imprison her. Shujing, how much more do you want to torture yourself for that scum? Do you think you can escape the truth if you don't listen? He doesn't love you. That woman is pregnant with his child. Do you understand? If you continue to drag this on, you'll only suffer more. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen, Shujing cried and shook her head desperately. I beg you, don't say any more. Please. Looking at her crying appearance, Si Wunshan felt hateful and pitiful. He was used to controlling everything. Only this woman was not in his control. She would rather love a scum than look at him. This made him feel a deep sense of powerlessness. However, he only let this emotion last for a short second. Si Wunshan didn't believe that he would lose. Come with me. I don't want to. I hate you. Stay away from me. Sure, Shu Jing used her last bit of strength to struggle, as if she had gone crazy. However, there was a great difference in strength between men and women. Not to mention that she was drunk. Her strength was no different from scratching an itch through her boots. It didn't have any effect at all. Si Wunshan only felt that her messing around made him feel annoyed. He simply carried her on his shoulder and directly carried her out of the bar. The world in front of her was spinning. Her stomach was extremely bumpy. Sure, Shu Jing almost vomited. Woo. Si Wunshan. You. Damn. Bastard. Let me go. Her legs kicked wildly. When she came to the car, she still held the door with one hand and refused to get in. In the end, she still couldn't escape the fate of being forced into the car. Her head was unprecedentedly dizzy. Her whole body was so dizzy and stuffy. Fatigue and dizziness attacked Shu Jing at the same time. Her mind was muddled, and she couldn't open her eyes. The noisy environment suddenly quieted down. Her body was swaying, and she felt a little suffocated. She held her dizzy head and saw that her whole body was about to fall forward. Fortunately, a hand wrapped around her waist in time and held her in his arms. She fell into a solid wall. Si Wunshan looked at her like this. He was angry and helpless. He clearly didn't want to care about her, but he couldn't help it. He frowned and didn't let go of her. What are you talking about? Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan. Sure, Shu Jing murmured unconsciously. Si Wunshan's face turned pale and pinched her chin. Look at me clearly. Who am I? It hurts. Sure, Shu Jing was so tired that she couldn't open her eyes. But the brute force made her so painful that she was forced to open her eyes. Her vision was blurred. She looked at him in a daze, as if she didn't know him. After thinking for a while, she smiled. Chapter 94. This answer almost made Si Wunshan's blood vessels burst. The veins on his fingers popped out as he clenched them tightly. His voice was as cold as ice. Say that again. Who am I? What are you doing? It hurts. Bai Yuan. You. Si Wunshan wanted to die from anger. He wanted to push her out of the car. Damn it. Why are you doing this to me? Do you know? You're really cruel. Sure, Shu Jing kept moving closer to him. Her breath was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. Why? I love you so much. Why are you doing this to me? I'm so sad. Really? She took his hand and placed it on her heart. It hurts here. It really hurts. Sometimes. It hurts so much that I want to die. She let out some whimpers that were similar to a small, injured animal. Bai Yuan. Si Wunshan hated this Sure Shu Jing. She had drunk a lot of wine and was in a drunken stupor. Her face was faintly flushed, and her eyes were enshrouded in a layer of enchanting mist. She was sparkling like water and looked very lovely. Her glasses had fallen off somewhere during her struggle, and her hair was disheveled, making her face look even more charming and alluring. She leaned on his chest like a beautiful rose, making Si Wunshan unable to control himself. He stared deeply at her and slowly moved closer. His big hand touched her cheek, caressed her skin, and finally landed on her lips. But between those beautiful lips came another man's name. This made Si Wunshan very jealous. The more jealous he was, the more he wanted to have her. But as they kissed, he realized something was wrong. So hot. So hot. Sure, Shu Jing kept shouting. So hot. I'm uncomfortable. So uncomfortable. I'm so hot. Her hands wrapped around his neck and tightened. Si Wunshan suddenly stopped moving and stared at her with furrowed brows. The redness on her face was definitely not a result of drinking. Could it be that the man had drugged her just now? At this time, the driver stopped the car. Boss Si, we're here. Si Wunshan immediately carried Shu Jing out of the car with big strides. When they entered the elevator, Shu Jing's limp arms were around his neck, and he kept twisting his body. I'm hot, 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 ding. The elevator door opened. Si Wenshun kicked the door open and carried Shu Jing into the bedroom. She kept twisting on the bed. Damn it. Si Wenshun tried to stop her, but she held onto his hand tightly. His cold fingers brought her some warmth as she begged him helplessly. I'm hot. She wasn't having a good time, and Si Wenshun was extremely restless, but he didn't want to take advantage of her at such a time. He was in a dilemma. There was only one way, and that was to give her cold water. Making a prompt decision, Si Wenshun tore off his tie and threw it aside. He grabbed her hand and tried to pull her up from the bed. Get up, let's go to the bathroom. But Shu Jing immediately wrapped herself around him and hugged him tightly. No, it's so hot, she was sobbing, and her body felt like it was being roasted in a stove. She would grab onto the slightest bit of coldness. Looking at her now, Si Wenshun felt like he was going to go crazy. It was only because he didn't want to take advantage of her that he tried his best to restrain himself. His breathing was heavy, but when Shu Jing wrapped herself around him, he finally broke down. You did this willingly. Don't blame me. Who am I? I don't know. Who am I? Tell me. Who am I? You are. Si Wenshun. Remember? I am Si Wenshun. When everything was over, Si Wenshun got up and took a shower. He was afraid to wake her up, so he went to the balcony to smoke. She lay on the bed, curled up like a cute kitten. He couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. Perhaps he didn't realize how gentle his gaze was at this moment. On the same night, Qin Baiyuan was also in a bar. A woman took the initiative to seduce him. He drank some wine and went to a hotel with her. However, when everything was going smoothly, he suddenly thought of Shu Jing. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on his head. He felt cold from head to toe, and he couldn't feel anything. He felt very annoyed and couldn't continue for a moment. He took the money and sent the woman away. He sat alone on the balcony of the hotel in a daze. Recently, everything had not been going well, and he was a proud son of heaven. He had always been used to thinking that he was infallible, so he simply could not bear the continuous blows. Every day, he was in a state of anger, and he felt that he might die of anger one day. Right now, there were two main things that annoyed him. One was the child. This matter could be resolved. As long as he was ruthless enough, it wouldn't be a big problem. However, the other thing was Shu Jing. To be honest, he wasn't sure if he wanted to divorce her. In short, his emotions were very complicated, and it wasn't a good feeling at all. Getting drunk at the bar could no longer numb Qin Baiyuan's nerves. Instead, it made him more awake. The more awake he was, the more annoyed he became. Right now, he didn't know what to do anymore. Family's villa. It was quiet. Everyone was sound asleep, but Tao Iqian couldn't sleep. After lying in the same position for a long time, he couldn't sleep at all. Instead, he became more and more awake. He felt a little annoyed and his chest tightened. He couldn't breathe, and it was as if he would suffocate with even a second more. After making sure that Stony Moon had fallen asleep, he quietly got out of bed and left the room. He went downstairs to get a glass of water. After drinking the water, he still didn't want to go back to his room. This was because he really didn't want to be with Stony Moon. Every time they shared the same bed, he would feel forced and painful. His conscience would also be condemned. Sometimes he even had to close his eyes and think of Stony Moon as Shu Jing in order to continue. This kind of life had been going on for a few years. He didn't feel good at all. However, he had to shoulder the responsibility of the entire family. This meant that he had to marry Stony Moon. Even though the person he loved was Shu Jing, he could only hide it deep in his heart and be careful not to let her find out. He didn't want to give her any pressure. He could bear this pain alone. He just wanted her to live a little happier. He wasn't living well at all. During the day, he could still numb himself with work. But at night, the pain would all come out. It was 1,000 times more painful. Tao Iqian laid on the sofa and looked at the familiar home. He thought back to the time when Shu Jing was still around. Her figure, her smile, everything about her. It was a kind of painful and happy torture that wreaked havoc in his heart. Now, he could only rely on those memories to support himself. Otherwise, he would really be like a walking corpse. After a long time, he squeezed out a bitter smile. It was pity and mockery for himself. He seemed to have everything, but he couldn't be with the woman he loved the most. Was there any meaning in living like this? When would these painful days come to an end? After tossing and turning for an entire night, the next day, Sure Shujing's body condition could be imagined. When he was awoken by the sunlight, his mind was in a blur. He was muddle-headed and only opened his eyes after a long time. The familiar environment, the ceiling, and the fragrant mint smell in the air. This was Gao Zhuqing's home. Feeling a little more at ease, he closed his eyes. However, the soreness continued to spread from all parts of his body. Sure Shujing groaned in pain. When he regained consciousness, he felt that something was wrong with his body. His brain seemed to have been struck by lightning. He bounced up like a corpse, and the quilt slid down. His body was exposed to the air. His originally snow-white skin was now covered with bruises, indicating everything that had happened last night. All the blood in his body froze, and his breathing stopped. Sure Shujing's eyes widened as though he was in a nightmare. His body trembled, and he held his breath. Slowly, he lifted the quilt. It was obvious that something had happened. It was a mess. His mind was in a complete mess. Some fragmented images came flooding in. She went to the bar to drink. Gao Zhuqing came and left. Following that, a man came to pester her. And then, Si Wenshun. Boom. Her small face suddenly became as pale as paper, and she opened her eyes wide as if she had lost her soul. At this moment, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. A figure came out. She looked at him in disbelief. That one glance had become the worst nightmare of her life. Si Wenshun had just taken a shower. When he came out of the bathroom, his hair was not as neat as usual. It was wet and still dripping. He grabbed a towel to wipe it. His wet hair was messy on his forehead, revealing a pair of eyes that looked wild and unruly. There was only a bath towel wrapped around his waist. It was loose, as though it could fall off at any time. His muscular body, which was usually wrapped in a suit, was now completely exposed. There were water droplets on his skin. That cold outline and handsome eyes formed a strong contrast with his figure. He was like the most handsome beast in the city. His entire body exuded a sense of attraction. Sure Shujing's face turned from white to red. With a loud bang, the blood in his body flowed in reverse. He grabbed the quilt tightly. His fingertips were trembling. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. She couldn't accept the terrible reality in front of her. Good morning. The corner of Si Wenshun's mouth rose. Under the sunlight, his face was a bit gentler. He threw the towel away and sat on the bed. He leaned over and touched her face. Don't touch me, Pa. Following her high-pitched scream, Si Wenshun's hand was slapped away. That feeling was as though he was the scourge of a contagious disease. She avoided him like a snake or a scorpion. You bastard. Sure Shujing slapped him, but it was easily caught by Si Wenshun in midair. His originally happy face, under her strong disgust, darkened a bit. Let go. Let go of me. Si Wenshun, you're despicable, shameless bastard. You're worse than a dog or a pig. Sure Shujing used all the words he could think of to curse. His emotions were stirred up, but his body was weak. With just a bit of strength, he pulled her into his embrace. Their faces were very close, and he looked down at her little face that was flushed with anger. He looked at her eyes that were wide open because of her agitation and her tightly biting lips. Suddenly, he felt a little restless. He felt that when she was angry, there was an indescribable feeling that made his heart beat. I'm worse than a pig or a dog. Are you sure? Chapter 95. Sure Shujing's face suddenly turned hot. What did you do to me? What did I do? You went to the bar alone to drink. What else do you need me to do to you? It should be what you did to me. Sure Shujing felt as if she was struck by lightning. You're the one who followed me. You have bad intentions. That's right. I've always had bad intentions towards you. And now you know. Si Wenshun sneered with an indescribable sense of mockery. Sure Shujing's eyes turned red, not knowing if it was because of anger or sadness, but her voice was choked with sobs. I'm drunk, but you're still sober. You shouldn't take advantage of me. Take advantage of me. Si Wen-chun shook his head, his eyebrows relaxed, and there was a hint of a smile, but it was the kind that harbored evil intentions. His eyes were deep and captivating as he stared straight into her eyes. Last night, we spent a good night together. It was like a curse was tormenting Shu Jing as she shook her head desperately. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Don't say it anymore. You're really conservative. It's just one night. What's so hard to accept? I didn't rape you. Don't tell me you want to keep your chastity for a marriage in name only. Shu Jing was so angry that her whole body was trembling. What's the difference between what you did last night and rape? Yes, in your eyes, my marriage is just a joke, but to me, within my marriage, I will not betray my husband. She gritted her teeth in shame. You're Si Wen-chun. Of course you can do whatever you want. There are so many women waiting for you. Why do you have to pester me? Do you think that being a married woman gives you a sense of accomplishment? Is it something new? You're not human at all. You're just... Before she could finish her words, Si Wen-chun had already pinched her chin, and with a force, she was forced to raise her head, revealing her teeth, and was forced to swallow those words back down. Si Wen-chun's fingertips caressed her chin. His movements were very slow, and there was a faint sense of danger. I like your mouth very much. It tastes very sweet and is more suitable for kissing. So, put away your sharp tongue. Offending me won't do you any good. Last night had put him in a good mood, and he didn't want to hear another word from her to ruin his mood. He got up and pulled off the towel with one hand. Shu Jing turned his face away and laughed mockingly. I saw it last night. What are you shy about? Or maybe you don't remember, and I can help you recall it? He was dressed neatly again. Under the contrast of the suit, he had regained his noble and stern demeanor. There was even a hint of indifference, which was very different from the man from last night. He was well-dressed and had an outstanding temperament. Don't look so cold. Our relationship isn't forced. I'm not an unpaid customer, and you're not a prostitute. He squinted at her, his tone light. Do you know? The more a woman like you suppresses herself, the more she needs an outlet to vent. So, usually after drinking, you'll change into a completely different person. The way you were last night was the real you. Maybe you should thank me for saving you from a miserable marriage. Otherwise, you'll die of pain sooner or later. Shu Jing felt that these words were very ironic. Si Wen-chun was definitely a man who knew how to invert right and wrong. He was clearly the one who took advantage of her when she was drunk, but in the end, he became the savior. It was as if she should be grateful to him. He was such a self-righteous man, always putting himself in an unreachable position, and she, or everyone else, was just the lowliest ant at his feet. At this moment, after a drunken night, Shu Jing felt an indescribable sorrow. Si Wen-chun had left. He had gotten what he wanted, but left her with a hell. That day, Shu Jing did not go to work. Alone at Gao Zhuqing's house, she silently packed the bedsheets they slept in and everything Si Wen-chun used into a garbage bag and threw it out. After that, she took a bath and rubbed her skin fiercely until a layer of skin was rubbed off. Her whole body was as red as a shrimp. Sitting in the bathtub, she hugged herself and cried bitterly. She went up to the top floor alone and looked down at the busy world below her. Passers-by were in a hurry. Everyone was busy making a living, and each had their own pressure and worries. The seemingly prosperous city was built with the blood and tears of countless people. It was so cold. Her heart was twisted into a ball, and the pain was suffocating. Her husband's betrayal, the pressure from the intruder and the child, and giving herself to the person she hated the most. Everything was like a heavy jack, pressing down on Shu Jing until she couldn't breathe. She felt that her life was so tiring and a failure. Was the torture of 3 years of marriage not tragic enough? Did the heavens want her to die before she was satisfied? If that was the case, why was she still alive? The wind was raging. Looking at the city below her, Shu Jing felt an impulse in her chest. There was a voice shouting in her ears. Jump, jump, all the pain will be over. She won't have to work so hard anymore. That impulse was getting stronger and stronger. Shu Jing took a step forward and then another. As long as she took the last step, she would be able to put an end to everything. Looking at the city below her, she suddenly felt fear, imagining herself jumping down. But as though she was poisoned, she could not help but stretch out one of her legs. Half of her body was already in a state of suspended in the air, feeling the howling wind. At this moment, her phone suddenly rang, giving Shujing a shock. She almost swayed and fell down. She hurriedly held onto the railing. Her mother's name was flashing on the screen. As though she had been enlightened, Shujing was suddenly clear-headed. How could she be so irresponsible? If she were to die, what would happen to her mother? How could she be selfish and leave her alone? At the thought of this, Shujing hurriedly retreated, wiping away her tears and enduring the pain in her heart. Mom, the moment she opened her mouth, her throat was extremely sore and she sounded like a child. Yin Zizhuang was asking about her well-being, asking her about her daily life, such as if she had eaten and if she was tired from work. Shujing knew that she missed her and smiled through her tears. Mom, I'm fine. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Qin Baiyuan? I don't know. He might be very busy. Just try your best. After hanging up the phone, Shujing did not want to die anymore. Instead, she gained unprecedented courage. In this world, she was not living for herself alone. She still had the most important family members. So what if she gave it to Siwenshen? Should she just die? No, she was not that weak. She wanted to live on bravely. Noon, Shujing cooked noodles at Gao Zhuqing's house. Her face was as pale as a ghost, and she put on light makeup to hide it. Her eyes were still a little swollen, but she had not been sleeping well recently. She had dark circles under her eyes every day, so it was not obvious that she had been crying. Shujing came to the office. Recently, Jingqi had arranged for her to be fully in charge of the Ocean Group's projects. The other projects were temporarily assigned to other departments, so she was relatively free. If it was in the past, given her character, she would definitely find something to do. But now, she did not want to be so silly. For the past 2 years, she had been working hard to prove her ability. Every day, she worked like a robot, overloaded with work. Only now did she realize that it was meaningless. No one would recognize her ability, especially Qin Baiyuan. They treated her like a cow or a horse, but never saw her as a human. She did not want to waste her life on meaningless people. After finishing the work on hand, she made a cup of coffee and closed her eyes to enjoy the music. Bang! The door was slammed open, and Qin Baiyuan rushed in aggressively. His face was so gloomy that he looked like he was about to kill someone. Shujing was actually almost asleep. She was suddenly awakened, and her 2 beautiful eyebrows were also furrowed angrily. Don't you know to knock? Qin Baiyuan still acted as if he wanted to do whatever he wanted. This is blue sky. I can come in whenever I want. What can you do about it? As he spoke, he strode towards her. You didn't go home last night. Where did you go? Speak. Where did you go? In the face of his interrogation, the scene of last night flashed in front of her eyes. Shujing's heart was burning. Suddenly, she felt that it was difficult to face Qin Baiyuan. She lowered her head and felt so guilty that she did not know where to look. I went to Gao Zhuqing's house. Her house again? You are with Siwenshen? Is it true? Qin Baiyuan grabbed her wrist angrily and roared. Speak. Are you with him? No. Shujing was a little lost, and her face was flushed. I'm not. The person who grabbed her hand was Qin Baiyuan, but she inexplicably thought of Siwenshen's warmth. No. Qin Baiyuan realized that she was not in a good mood at the moment. No, why are you panicking? Are you feeling guilty? When he questioned Shujing before, she was not as flustered as she was now. Could it be that last night, a gush of blood exploded in Qin Baiyuan's chest, arousing an uncontrollable anger? In fact, these days, his mood was also very complicated. On one hand, he was sure that Shujing and Siwenshen had slept together. On the other hand, on a deeper subconscious level, every time she denied it, he would somewhat believe her. There was a voice saying that maybe they had not reached that step, and it was just Si Wenshun who was pestering her. He was tormented by these conflicting emotions. However, her flustered and guilty look at the moment seemed to prove that she and Si Wenshun had really done shameless things. Qin Baiyuan was furious. Say something. Were you with him last night? What did you do? Say it, say it. The furious roar made Shi Shujing's brain buzz, and she could not think at all. She almost shouted at him impulsively. I had slept with Si Wenshun last night. I've had enough of you. Let's divorce. But just like the countless times before, no matter how impulsive she was, she just couldn't say the word divorce. Even when her body was no longer clean and she didn't have the face to face him, she was still too weak to say the word. Since she did not want a divorce, at least for now, Shi Shujing did not want him to see through her. She gritted her teeth and plucked up the courage to look straight into his eyes. She did not know where she got the strength to be resolute. I didn't. I just don't want to go back to that home. Chapter 96. Su Zhixian is pregnant. Why would I go back? This fact still made Shi Shujing feel pain, but subconsciously, she now had some selfishness to divert attention. Sure enough, when Qin Baiyuan heard this, he was shocked. Ow, how do you know? Paper can't cover fire. What's more, Su Zhixian didn't intend to hide it at all. She has long wanted to be Mrs. Qin and can't wait to announce it to the world. Do you think she would do nothing? Qin Baiyuan gritted his teeth. Now, it was his turn to feel embarrassed. It was clearly his business, but he didn't know why he felt a little inexplicable guilt towards Shi Shujing. That was just an accident. How can you not wet your shoes if you always walk by the river? There's only one exception in 1,000 times, so it's not an accident. It will happen sooner or later. Qin Baiyuan was already annoyed enough. When he heard this, his face was burning. Are you mocking me? Is it necessary for me to do that? I'm just stating an objective fact. Don't treat all women as fools. Which one of them is not selfish when they are with you? When it comes to scheming, women are far inferior to men. Now Qin Baiyuan didn't listen to these words at all. He frowned. She came to you? What do you think? Don't keep me guessing. Did she tell you herself? It seems that you don't want children, and she doesn't dare to go to Dad rashly. Of course, she can only do it from my side. She hopes that I can take the initiative to divorce you for the sake of the children and give up the position of Mrs. Qin. But I'm sorry, I'm really not that kind. I won't take the initiative to abdicate for a meddler. What's more, even if we divorce, it may not be her turn to take the position of Mrs. Qin. Her wishful thinking will never work. She was talking about Su Zhixian, but Qin Baiyuan's attention was focused on one point for no reason. You don't plan to divorce? It was very strange that this sentence came out of her mouth, making him feel more or less relieved. Didn't you say that? Before the project of Ocean Group is settled, I can't think about divorce. Don't tell me you don't want a divorce anymore. Qin Baiyuan was so agitated that he raised his voice and shouted. Of course I do. He denied it loudly and passionately. Do you think I want to face a slut like you every day? Whenever I think about your dirty relationship with Si Wenshun, I want to kill you. However, you still have value to us. Shi Shujing shook his head. You're really contradictory. Since he wanted to work with you, shouldn't you be happier that Si Wenshun and I won't return overnight? Why are you questioning me like a jealous husband? Qin Baiyuan, don't you think you're ridiculous? Qin Baiyuan didn't know what he was thinking. Just as she said, he was indeed very conflicted. He always thought that even if he didn't love her, no man could remain indifferent when his wife put a hat on him. It was a matter of a man's dignity, and he couldn't bear it. Perhaps, deep in his heart, he truly believed that she had not betrayed him. Even if she could not get the project, it did not matter. It was just that every time such a thought popped up, he would ruthlessly cut it off, not daring to delve deeper into the reason. Don't worry, I won't gossip about Su Zhixian in front of Dad. However, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. You'd better deal with it yourself. It's none of your business. I don't need you to tell me. Qin Baiyuan was impatient. He no longer had the mood to continue pestering her, so he turned around and left. Wait, Shi Shujing stopped him, a little hesitant. I'll go home for dinner tomorrow. My mom asked about you. Are you free? Not free. Qin Bai Yuan slammed the door and left. Shu Jing sat back on the chair and sipped 2 mouthfuls of coffee. It was a little cold and bitter. The taste in his mouth was not good, and he felt a little restless again. During this period of time, he had intermittent migraines. He rubbed his temples, but it still could not relieve the headache. He opened the drawer, and there were a lot of wind-repellent ointment, headache medicine, and so on. Thinking about it, he felt pitiful. He was only in his 20s, but his body was already so weak. In the past, when he stayed up late, he would have a bad headache and could only swallow a few painkillers. Shu Jing felt that it was ironic. In this marriage, he did not get anything. Instead, he was worried, sick, and his body was broken. He couldn't help but feel sad and doubted his choice back then. The ringtone of the phone stung her nerves. She touched it and took a look. Si Wenxin's name was flashing on the screen, making the phone a hot potato. Now, she had a kind of panic toward this person. It could be said that this panic was accompanied by disgust. She switched the phone to silent mode and threw it aside, not caring about it anymore. She turned on the computer and was about to find something else to do when the secretary's voice came from the intercom. Manager, Mr. C's call. Shu Jing thought that it was really annoying, but he had contacted her through the secretary and changed this call to work. She couldn't refuse to answer it. Anyway, he was used to being domineering. He always had a way to contact her. She was like the monkey under the 5 Fingers Mountain. How could she escape from the palm of the Buddha? She sighed. Got it. Put it through. After a while, she heard the breathing on the other end. He didn't speak. Si Wenxin's breathing was very deep and steady. Shu Jing decided to strike first. Boss C, hello. Her voice sounded very calm. Why didn't you answer my call? She bit her lips. Did you call? Sorry. I was busy just now. I didn't hear it. Shu Jing estimated that no matter how sincere she was, the other party would be able to hear her lies. But that was his business. She said so. It was up to him to believe it or not. I thought you deliberately didn't answer my call. Shu Jing avoided this topic. I'm very busy now. What's the matter? Are you free tomorrow night? Let's have dinner together. Si Wenxin added as if he knew that she would definitely refuse. We can talk about the project on the way. Shu Jing rolled her eyes, using the same bait again and again. Did he think she was a fool? Currently, the design department has not submitted a new proposal. So, there's really no need for us to meet. And I have something on tomorrow night. What's the matter? Shu Jing frowned. She was very resistant to this feeling. As for what's the matter, it doesn't seem to be within your scope of concern. Why aren't you here? He laughed deeply on the other side. His low and hoarse voice was very pleasant to the ears. I need to at least know what's the important matter that made you reject my invitation. I'm going home for dinner. Shu Jing replied coldly. She really didn't have a mood to argue with him. She was afraid that she would lose control of her temper and vent her anger at him. She ended the conversation in a hurry. I'm going to have a meeting. That's all. After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone. It was as if he had just walked through the execution ground. He heaved a sigh of relief, and his scalp went numb. That day, Shu Jing went back to the Qin family to spend the night. Recently, she had been staying at Gao Zhuqing's house for the night. It seemed a little too arrogant. No matter how unwilling she was still the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. She had to take into account Qin Yuning's feelings. There was no need to make it seem like she was throwing a tantrum and intensifying the conflict. That night, Qin Bai Yuan did not return. Shu Jing slept well. She had been too tired recently, and her physical strength had long since been overdrawn. She did not even take a bath and fell into a deep sleep as soon as she fell into bed. The next day, she had breakfast at the Qin family. Qin Yuning was not there, so Yin Jingqi mocked her in a sarcastic tone. She even used the betrayal of her friend's daughter-in-law as an innuendo. However, she and Qin Bai Yuan were using the same trick. They both mocked her for not following the rules of a woman and continued to let her take over the Ocean Group's project. In short, they were extremely selfish. She went to the company for a few meetings and discussed the improvement of a new plan with the design department. At 6 o'clock, she got off work on time. Just as she walked to the parking lot and was about to drive her car, two headlights pierced her from behind. A sports car roared and crashed straight into her. She hurriedly dodged, but she was still hit by the mirror. The sports car steadily stopped in front of her. Qin Baiyuan looked at her proudly with an arrogant and despotic expression. Sure, Shu Jing could not count how many times she had done this. If she did not have to pay with her life, she would have died under Qin Baiyuan's wheels long ago. After all, they were all adults. How could Sure Shu Jing not be angry when he always played such childish tricks? His eyebrows were tightly knitted. She opened her mouth and wanted to criticize him, but she really could not think of what to say at the moment. After all, the two of them had quarreled before. She could not say anything worse. Moreover, Qin Baiyuan's stubborn character could not be changed. It would be a waste of breath to say more. It was better to save some effort. What are you looking at? Get in the car. Where to? Didn't you say go home? Did you forget? Sure, Shu Jing wanted to say that water had entered his brain. You said you were not free. As a man, his temperament was erratic and fickle. How annoying. Whether I'm free or not depends on my mood. What can you do about it? Qin Baiyuan wore a pair of big sunglasses and was very arrogant. That beautiful face used to make Sure Shu Jing fall head over heels for him, but now he wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. In addition to his good looks, everything else about him was simply outrageous. He was missing a lot of points. Are you going or not? Qin Baiyuan impatiently pressed the horn a few times. Sure, Shu Jing really wanted to turn around and leave. But when he thought of Yin Zizhuang's expectant tone on the phone, he held back and got into the car without saying a word. Seeing the big and small gift boxes in the back seat, he could not help but murmur, Go, no need to bring gifts. None of your business. Qin Baiyuan stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car sped away like an arrow. Sure, Shu Jing hurriedly fastened the seatbelt. Qin Baiyuan was used to driving fast. He turned around and mocked her while driving. You pretend to be so virtuous and obedient in front of my father. Don't I have to return the courtesy and pretend to be an obedient son-in-law for your mother to see? Otherwise, you will feel very unbalanced. Although his words were very unpleasant, the only consolation for Sure Shu Jing in the 3 years of marriage was that Qin Baiyuan treated her mother well. Chapter 97. When leaving the building, Sure Shu Jing subconsciously looked around. Because Si Wenshan had a date with her yesterday, and he had always been a man of his word, she was always worried that he might be lying in ambush nearby. Qin Baiyuan looked at her vigilant face and snorted coldly. What? You have a date with your adulterer? Don't tell me that after being rejected by me, you turned around to find him and planned to take him back to see your mother? What is his identity? Lover? Or your fiancé? Did I disturb you? Sure, Shu Jing curled her lips. Nothing good comes out of dog's mouth. Qin Baiyuan was angry. You call me a dog? I'm just making an analogy. You just called me a dog. This kind of unreasonable pestering was a little childish. Sure, Shu Jing felt very tired. Do you have to take it personally? You're the one who called me a dog. That's enough. I don't want to have a meaningless quarrel with you. What? Do you think I'm annoying now? You don't want to say a word to me? You just want to be with that wild man and say some shameless words of love? What did you say? Sure, Shu Jing's face became redder and redder. On one hand, it was because she was angry, and on the other hand, it was because she was thin-skinned. I won't force you if you don't want to go to my house. But if you have the purpose of mocking me, please stop the car. I don't want to hear those words from you. Don't want to hear? What's wrong with me slandering you? You can do it, but you don't have the guts to admit it? Do you feel disgusted just listening to it? Then when you're with him, don't you feel disgusted? They kept arguing about the same thing. Sure, Shu Jing really felt mentally and physically exhausted. She simply shut her mouth and turned her head to look out of the window, ignoring him. It was after work, so they couldn't drive fast. Qin Baiyuan was also an impatient person, so he kept pressing the horn and cursing. Sure, Shu Jing closed her eyes and pretended to be resting, but she was annoyed by the sound of the horn. At this time, he thought of Si Wenshan. He drove very steadily and abided by the traffic rules. If one's character was the same as one's character, then Si Wenshun was a gentleman with an extremely good character. At least in this aspect, he was much better than Qin Baiyuan. He was more composed and polite. To be honest, when Qin Baiyuan kept pressing the horn, she felt embarrassed even sitting with him. It was no wonder that the people did not have a good impression of the rich second generation. Qin Baiyuan was arrogant and despotic, and he was indeed a disgrace to the rich second generation. It was not because they hated the rich, but because he was annoying. After a long journey of honking horns, they finally reached home. Yan Zizhuang was very happy to see the two of them. Qin Baiyuan also changed his attitude and was very attentive to Yan Zizhuang. He was a perfect son-in-law. Yan Zizhuang came back with the groceries, but she didn't have time to cook. Qin Baiyuan was watching TV in the living room, while the two women were cooking in the kitchen. Shi Shujing was washing the tomatoes when she heard Yan Zizhuang's question. "What's going on between you and Mr. C?" She stole a glance and saw that Yan Zizhuang was a little hesitant, as if she was afraid that she would be unhappy. She even turned her back. Shi Shujing shrugged her shoulders and pretended to be relaxed. "Isn't it just those gossip magazines? You know that rich families have a lot of gossip, and rumors are what they love the most. They like to make things up. I'm in charge of the project between Blue Sky and Ocean Group, so I came in contact with Mr. C a few times and was photographed. As the saying goes, a mother knows her daughter best." Shi Shujing wasn't sure if Yan Zizhuang would see through her lies, so she felt very guilty. But other than denying it, what else could she do? Yan Zizhuang nodded. "I understand what you've said, and I believe you. Just be more cautious in the future and don't let others gossip about you. Your mother-in-law is so difficult to get along with. Don't let her find fault with you." "I know." Shi Shujing turned around and smiled at her. "Don't worry. If you have time, go shopping more and don't read those gossip magazines." In such an environment, Shi Shujing didn't feel good either. She felt very wronged, but she couldn't even tell the people closest to her. On the contrary, she had to hide it from them. They were supposed to be the closest people to her, but now they had to put on an act. This included her relationship with Qin Baiyuan, as well as her secret with Si Wenshun. Everything made her feel very heavy. The atmosphere during dinner was not bad, mainly because Qin Baiyuan's acting skills were good, and Yan Zizhuang liked him very much. Sometimes, even though she knew that he was putting on an act, Shi Shujing couldn't help but think that it would be great if their family of three could be as harmonious as they seemed on the surface. But the truth was that this act was like a thin layer of paper, and she couldn't poke it. "Baiyuan," Yan Zizhuang hesitated. "I've seen the news a few days ago, but I believe that our Shi Shujing is definitely not like what the news said. She's a good girl, and as her mother, I know this the best. Don't be misled." "Mom," Shi Shujing frowned, not wanting her to mention this matter. Qin Baiyuan nodded on the surface and said, "I understand," but in her heart, she didn't know how to ridicule. It wasn't convenient for Yan Zizhuang to say much, and she could only smile. That's good. Her phone rang. Shi Shujing seemed to have a premonition, and her hands trembled, causing her chopsticks to fall on the table. She didn't dare to look at Qin Baiyuan's eyes, and hurriedly ran over to the sofa. She took out her phone and looked at it. Indeed, it was Si Wenshun's number. There were two pairs of eyes staring at her from behind. If she hung up the phone, it would be hard to avoid suspicion. Shi Shujing calmed herself down and pretended to be calm. "It's a call from the company. You guys eat first." She walked to the balcony and bit her lip. It took a lot of courage to answer his call. "What do you want?" The moment he opened his mouth, his words were filled with emotion. "Are you at your mother's house?" "Yes. I'm downstairs now." Honk honk, two horns sounded. She looked over and saw a car parked under the shade of the trees in the distance. The headlights were flashing like the eyes of a beast. Shi Shujing suddenly panicked and almost lost control of her emotions and screamed. She quickly lowered her voice. "What do you want? I haven't had dinner yet. Since you're here, why don't you go up and have dinner?" "You..." Shi Shujing suppressed her anger. "Who are you to come to my house for dinner? Your client?" Friend? Isn't it normal for someone like me to visit your house? He smiled wickedly on the other side. Are you thinking too much? Are you feeling guilty? Bai Yuan is here too. Oh, it was as if he hadn't expected this, and he only spoke after 2 seconds. Then come down. You're crazy. We're having dinner now. What excuse can I use to come down? If I leave suddenly, they will be suspicious. If there's anything else, we can talk tomorrow. You go first. Shu Jing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He kept looking back. Qin Baiyuan seemed to have noticed the situation here. She quickly turned her back to him, afraid that her eyes would reveal her nervousness. She could not stop trembling. I want to say it now. Come down. Don't force me, okay? I've already given you a chance. If you had agreed to me obediently yesterday, you wouldn't have to do this. Shu Jing, the choice was originally in your hands. It was you who chose the wrong path. I didn't force you, but I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't come down, then open the door for me in 10 minutes. Hello. The phone was hung up. The headlights in the shade flashed again. Shu Jing walked back to the living room with a pale face. Yan Zizhuang was concerned. What's wrong? What happened? No, nothing. There's a small problem with the company. Shu Jing forced a smile and tried to find an excuse to get out of it. Why don't I go back and have a look? You guys can eat slowly? You're not driving. I'll give you a ride. No need. I can take a taxi myself. If you're in a hurry, let Bai Yuan give you a ride. It's not safe for a girl to be alone in the middle of the night. Shu Jing was even more anxious. If she went down now, she would definitely bump into Si Wenshun. She could not let Qin Baiyuan go downstairs. Seeing that he was about to get up, she quickly pulled him back. Forget it. It's a bit late now. We can deal with it tomorrow. Qin Baiyuan frowned and stared at her suspiciously. It was obvious that she was acting strangely. Watching as time ticked by, Shu Jing felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles, her scalp tingling. Mom, is the food you cooked today too spicy? Is it? It's the same as before. Maybe it's because I've been eating too light recently. It's too spicy. Do you have orange juice at home? No. I thought you didn't like to drink beverages. It's tasteless if I drink too much water. I've been enjoying orange juice recently. Shu Jing gave a hollow laugh. You guys eat first. I'll go buy it. Qin Baiyuan felt that she was acting strangely, so he took the initiative to say it. I'll go. No need. You're not familiar with the neighborhood. I'll go. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Fearing that they wouldn't agree, she hurriedly stood up, grabbed the key, and went out. Don't come out. I'll be back soon. Qin Baiyuan's buttocks left the chair, but he sat back down gloomily. The more he thought about it, the stranger he felt. He frowned in distress. Shu Jing hurriedly ran downstairs. As she ran, she looked back to see if anyone was on the balcony. She got into the car, panting. Sneaking around was no better than working underground. Si Wenshun sat firmly in the driver's seat, with one hand on the windowsill. In the blue smoke, he turned around, smiled at her, and looked at his watch. You're very punctual. 1 more second, and I'll be up. Shu Jing was panting. She was very frustrated and gritted her teeth. What do you want? If you want to know what I want, it's you. Si Wenshun said calmly. Of course, it depends on whether you'll give it to me or not. It's not safe here. Drive further away. Si Wenshun was still looking at her, unmoved. Instead, he felt that her frustrated look was very interesting, and the corner of his mouth curved up. I told you to drive. Are you ordering me? That's right. Then I'm really sorry. Si Wenshun's slender fingers flicked the cigarette ash in an arrogant manner. I don't take orders from anyone, especially women. Chapter 98. In a moment of anger, she threw caution to the wind and directly rushed to drive the car. However, as soon as her hand touched the steering wheel, she was pressed against the car's seat by Si Wenshun. Her legs were still on the passenger's seat, but her upper body was tightly pressed against the driver's seat by him. He had the advantage in position and physical strength, and he firmly controlled her. Her eyebrows and eyes were so close that they seemed to be shining. Beautiful. Look, this time you are the one taking the initiative again. I am not forcing you. Women are all duplicitous. Their mouths say no, but their bodies will do the opposite. This is called throwing yourself into my arms. Do you understand? Si Wenchen looked at her in the dim light and liked her angry look very much, especially that pair of eyes, which were glistening and seductive. He had not seen such pure and clear eyes for a long time. They were so clean that sometimes he wanted to dig her eyeballs out. Si Wenchen, let go of me. Shu Jing wriggled a few times. She was furious. What, throwing yourself in my arms? Don't think too highly of yourself. I just want to drive away from here. That is because you may not know it yourself, but you are attracted to me, so you will throw yourself into my arms again and again. Once or twice. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but what does it mean if it is like this every time? It is you who has been pestering me. Look, you are saying these things that I don't like to hear again. Si Wenchen caressed her face and pressed her lips with his fingertips again. This pair of thin lips really made him love and hate her at the same time. Why can't you be a little more obedient? I just want to have a meal with you. Why are you so resistant? What is our relationship? Why should I have a meal with you? Shu Jing rolled his eyes. You have already got what you want. Why are you still pestering me? Then you can only blame yourself for being too good. It is rare for a woman to be so attractive to me. Do you think I will let you go so easily? His fingers pressed a little harder, and her skin was burning. Si Wenchen's eyes became more and more passionate. Shu Jing resisted stubbornly. Then what do you want? What do you mean by not letting me go? You want me to be your woman? Hearing her question, he asked her in a gentlemanly manner. Is sex the only thing on your mind? It's not that I only have sex in my mind. It's that all men are like this. Si Wenchen still felt that she was naive, and his lips curled up coldly. Don't judge me with your narrow knowledge of men. You and Qin Baiyuan are just a nominal marriage. Do you really understand men? You even resist the pleasure between a man and a woman, thinking that it's a shameful thing. What right do you have to criticize me? Do you know what I really want? His eyes were very deep, filled with a captivating charm. Like a magnet, he firmly attracted Shu Jing's gaze, causing him to gulp nervously. I don't care what you want, just stop pestering me. Your behavior is really disgusting. Really? But I bet you'll fall in love with it after a few more times. Just as she finished speaking, she felt him instantly pressing down on her. His big hands held her face, pressing her to him and covering her lips fiercely. Poor her. Her hands were held by his iron arms, unable to move and helpless. From the corner of her eyes, she saw a figure walking out from the staircase. Shu Jing panicked and screamed with all her might. Let me go. Someone's coming. Her resistance made the fire in Si Wenchen's heart rise, and his eyes turned gloomy. What? Are you afraid of being seen by Qin Baiyuan? His body pressed even tighter against hers, and he simply used one hand to support her, covering her whole body and gritting his teeth dangerously. We've already done it. Why are you still afraid of him? Let go of me. Si Wenchen, let go. I beg you. Shu Jing was so anxious that her eyes turned red, and the corners of her eyes flashed with tears that looked like they could fall at any time. Not here. Don't. He wanted her all the time, and letting go of her would kill him. She looked so pitiful right now, as if he was a thug, and it really made him angry. He could not take another step forward, and his fingers clenched tightly, and finally clenched into a fist. Once they were out of danger, Shu Jing was furious again. She had had enough of such inhuman abuse. Si Wenchen did not treat her as a person at all, and only treated her as a toy, torturing her in any way he wanted. Both of them had anger in their hearts, and the atmosphere was tense. Shu Jing did not want to waste any more time with him. The person just now was not Qin Baiyuan, but if the time dragged on, he would also come down. Right now, arguing with Si Wenchen was the most stupid thing to do. She could only compromise and temporarily calm Si Wenchen down. It's not convenient to talk here. I'll go find you tomorrow, Si Wenchen said coldly. Why should I believe you? If I don't go, you will have more ways to force me to submit, and I don't want to ask for trouble. You're smart. You learn from your mistakes. You should have been obedient earlier. Why did you have to make it like this? It sounded like it was her fault, but Shu Jing thought, Why should she be manipulated by him? If he wanted to see her, she had to go to him obediently. If he wanted, she had to take the initiative to give it to him. I'm married, and it's not convenient for me to move. The rumor last time has been spread all over the city, and if it's photographed again, you and I will be in trouble. The same thing has happened once. Do you want to make trouble again? Then divorce. Si-Won-Chan said it as a matter of course, and there was a hint of anger in his tone. I don't want to discuss this topic with you here. I'll go find you tomorrow after work, okay? Let me go first. Because she knew that going head-on with him would only intensify the conflict, Shu Jing could only soften her attitude, and even with a hint of flattery. And this trick was also effective for a man like Si-Won-Chan. He didn't really want to bully her or push her too hard. It was just that sometimes she really made him so angry that he couldn't talk to her calmly. In the end, his bad habits, his most ungentlemanly side, were completely displayed in front of her. At the same time, he deeply understood what it meant to love and hate at the same time. In the end, Si-Won-Chan let go of Shu Jing, and as soon as she let go, she hurried to get off the car as if she was running for her life, but her hand was grabbed again, and she was so anxious that she shouted, "What are you doing? You said to let me go. I haven't finished speaking. Why are you so anxious?" His face that had just softened a moment ago sank again. He didn't like her like this, eager to escape from him, as if staying with him for another second would kill her. He didn't think that he was so annoying to that extent. "I don't have much time. What do you want to say?" "The night before yesterday, I didn't take any defensive measures." Si-Won-Chan added, "I didn't expect that would happen in advance. Are you afraid that I will bring you trouble?" Shu Jing sneered. "Don't worry, you don't want to cause any accident. I don't want to either. After the incident, I've already taken a medicine. Don't worry." Her ridicule made Si-Won-Chan unhappy. He had never said that he wanted to distance himself from her, but she had been avoiding him like a snake or a scorpion. Why was it that he was worried now? Men could also be angry and deliberately act in a fit of pique. Si-Won-Chan suddenly replied, "That's right. I don't accept any accidents." Shu Jing was furious. "You don't accept it? Then why didn't you think about the consequences when you did it? If you didn't wear it, didn't you think about the possibility of accidents? You said that I don't understand men, but on this point, everyone is the same. When sperm enters their brain, they only want to have a moment of pleasure, and they don't even bother to take contraceptive measures. After thinking about it later, they know that they are afraid of accidents." Si-Won-Chan was not used to such a sharp tongue, and he didn't like it, so he emphasized his tone. "I said it very clearly just now. I didn't expect that thing to happen. Aren't you always a strategist, and everything is under control in the palm of your hand? There are also things that you can't predict." Her tone was full of sarcasm and a kind of disdain. In short, it made people very uncomfortable to hear it. Si-Won-Chan was so angry that he couldn't speak for a few seconds. This woman simply didn't know what was good for her. He had just let go of her, and she used these words to provoke him. She was too bold. Just when he was hesitating whether to teach her a lesson, Shu Jing saw Qin Baiyuan coming downstairs, and he hurriedly said, "He's coming down. Hurry up and leave." Then, as if she was running for her life, she hurriedly got out of the car. Looking at her hurriedly running back, Si-Won-Chan could imagine the anger in his chest. There had never been a woman who would resist him like this, as if she couldn't survive staying by his side for a second longer. Not only that, but she also ran to the embrace of another man, which was really intolerable. However, the last trace of reason still occupied the most important position, because he didn't want to embarrass her, so he turned around and drove away. It had been more than 10 minutes, and after Qin Baiyuan finished eating, Shu Jing still hadn't come home. He came down to look for her, and in the end, he saw her getting out of a car in a panic and running towards him. He didn't see the person in the car clearly, but the car plate number flashed, Hu 9999. Looking at the car plate, he knew that the owner had a powerful background. Looking at her panicked and guilty look, it was self-evident who the person in the car was. Qin Baiyuan was instantly angered. "Who is it? Si-Won-Chan?" "You. What are you talking about? I don't understand." Sure, Shu Jing knew that he had seen it, but now her mind was in a mess, and she couldn't face it all. She lowered her head and wanted to go upstairs to escape from everything, but she was grabbed by Qin Baiyuan. Her wrist was just being strangled by Si Wenshun, and now she screamed in pain and pushed back. "What are you doing? Let go." Qin Baiyuan's face was very frightened, and his words could be described as gnashing his teeth. "The person in the car is Si Wenshun, isn't he?" "What car?" "You're wrong." Her denial made Qin Baiyuan even angrier. "Do you think I'm blind? I saw you get out of his car with my own eyes." "Sure, Shu Jing, don't you have any shame? Isn't it enough for you to do those things behind my back? You even stole into my house. Do you want to take it home directly to let your mother see what a cheap woman her good daughter is behind her back?" Chapter 99. You don't even want your face anymore, and you still know pain? Qin Baiyuan continued to pester her. "Why is he looking for you? What did the two of you do just now?" You can't even leave him for a second? What happened in the car just now? Answer me." "Nothing. Nothing." Sure, Shu Jing's mind was in a mess, and she became even more agitated. "We didn't do anything. Let go of me." In the midst of her struggle, Qin Baiyuan saw that her lips were swollen, and there seemed to be bite marks on them. His anger surged to the top of his head, and he grabbed her chin. "The two of you kissed." Sure, Shu Jing was in great pain, and he used so much strength that her chin was almost broken. She was forced to look up, and the pain made her want to cry. "The two of you kissed, didn't you?" Qin Baiyuan roared. "Qin Baiyuan?" "Sure, Shu Jing?" At this moment, Yin Zizhuang heard the commotion and came downstairs. Qin Baiyuan glared at Sure Shu Jing, and he was so angry that he even had the thought of killing her. He was unwilling to let go of her just like that, but he still flung her away and clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. "Are the two of you quarreling? I heard a huge commotion upstairs." Sure Shu Jing quickly wiped away her tears. "No, we were just talking a little too loudly." Yin Zizhuang could sense that something was amiss, and she could tell that they were quarreling. She knew that their relationship wasn't good, but there was nothing she could do to change it. In order to prevent the situation from becoming even more awkward, she could only pretend to be deaf and mute. Just like now, she could clearly smell the smell of gunpowder, but she had to pretend that she didn't know anything. "Where's the orange juice you bought?" When he heard this question, Qin Baiyuan punched the wall with his fist. What orange juice? He was obviously going to steal it from someone. He really didn't expect Shu Jing to be so shameless and crazy. It was not enough that she was having an affair outside, and now she was even doing it at home. Did she think that he was dead? "There's nothing in the shop that I want to drink." "Oh, then hurry up and go home." Qin Baiyuan was furious. He was afraid that he would lose control of himself and explode in front of Yan Zizhuang. At this time, a call came in, and he took the opportunity to leave. He went downstairs. "What did you say? You found her? Send me the address." Annoyance came one after another, making his head hurt. He turned around and glared at the balcony of Shu Jing's house. "B*TSH," he cursed. "I'll settle the score with her tomorrow." When he got home, Yin Zizhuang sighed with a helpless look on his face. "Your relationship is still the same as before? Is there no easing up?" Shu Jing shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It's already like this. It can only continue to worsen. How can there be any room for improvement?" "Shu Jing, answer me. You really didn't do anything wrong to buy Yuan." Shu Jing couldn't bear that gaze and subconsciously turned her face away. She didn't have the face to deny it and just said, "Don't ask. I don't want to answer these questions." Yin Zizhuang more or less realized something. After all, there was no mother who didn't know her own daughter. However, in this matter, Qin Baiyuan was also at fault in many areas. "You're an adult, and marriage is between the two of you. It's not convenient for me to say anything. Do as you see fit. However, as someone who has been through it, I know very well that a third party is not allowed in a marriage. Just look at my current situation." Yin Zizhuang held Shu Jing's hand and spoke in a serious tone. "Shu Jing, Mom wants you to be happy. You want to live a life completely different from mine. Do you understand? Sure, Shu Jing nodded. I understand. I'll handle it well. Su Zhixian hid herself and didn't even dare to go to the company. On one hand, it was because she failed to drug Shu Jing in the bar, and she was afraid that something might go wrong. On the other hand, it was because she had told Shu Jing about the child, which would definitely anger Qin Baiyuan. She could only hide in a hotel and delay as long as she could. However, when she came out of the shower, she saw an angry Qin Baiyuan standing in front of her like a debt collector. He held the room card in his hand and looked even more terrifying than the last time. She was scared out of her wits. She stood on the spot, and the towel in her hand fell to the ground. How dare you hide from me? Qin Baiyuan took a few big steps forward. Su Zhixian, how dare you? She was so nervous that she couldn't speak coherently. I'm just... Baiyuan, please listen to me. I said very clearly that this child must be aborted. How dare you go to Shu Jing? Do you want to die? I had no choice. I knew your father wouldn't accept this child. I could only beg Shu Jing. I really begged him. I hoped that he would give up his position for the sake of the child. I didn't expect her to be so cruel. Are you stupid, or do you think she is stupid? That woman will care about your life? I'm just, Su Zhixian murmured. She was anxious to keep the child. At that time, she was also very nervous. She didn't know what she was thinking. Perhaps subconsciously, even if she didn't have any hope, she still wanted to use the child to hurt Shu Jing and make that damn woman suffer. Enough. Now, get rid of it immediately. Qin Baiyuan couldn't bear it any longer. He directly grabbed Su Zhixian's hand and dragged her out. Her other hand hurriedly tried to break it. Let go of me. I won't go. This is our child. I can't abort it. As they struggled, Su Zhixian's towel fell to the ground. Qin Baiyuan was forced to let go and threw her onto the sofa. He was furious and pointed at her face as he ordered through gritted teeth. Change your clothes right now. I don't want it. This is your child. How can you be so cruel? He was just an accident. I said long ago that I won't have a child. It's my fault, but he is innocent. After all, he is your flesh and blood. Don't you have any pity for him? Qin Baiyuan, I've been with you for a year. This year, it's been really hard for me. I have to bear so much ridicule. I can't even hold my head up at home. But because I love you, I have endured it. Don't you have any feelings for me? Su Zhixian grabbed his hand tightly and begged with tears streaming down his face. Just let me keep this child. Even if he has no identity, I will accept it. I really can't bear to give up our child. Please, Baiyuan, flesh and blood are connected to heart. Su Zhixian cried so hard that no man could not be moved. But it was not enough to shake Qin Baiyuan's determination. I'm sorry. I won't have this child. If it can make you feel better, I won't have anyone's child. Not just you. Qin Baiyuan, please. Su Zhixian cried so hard that her voice was hoarse. But in the end, she only got a cruel sentence from Qin Baiyuan. I will make up for the harm I've done to you. But the child must not be kept. Abort the child and leave me. I can't give you happiness. I don't want to drag you down. This sentence made Su Zhixian even more desperate. You don't want the child. Now you don't want me? I just don't want to hold you up anymore. You will only get hurt if you stay with me. Don't you think it's too hypocritical to say this until now? Qin Baiyuan, if you really feel sorry for me, don't force me to abort the child. I don't even want the position of Mrs. Qin. Can't you tolerate him? Yes. A word was forced out from between her teeth. No matter what means, I won't let him stay. Su Zhixian completely gave up. She didn't want to make herself more humble. She wiped her tears hard. Good. I understand. Don't worry, I will get rid of him. She stood up, as if her backbone had been taken away. The light in her face and eyes dimmed, and her face was ashen. But now was not the time to be distressed. Qin Baiyuan asked, when will you deal with it? After the company dinner next week. I'm the organizer. I must be there. According to Qin Baiyuan's wish, he couldn't wait to take her to the hospital now. But Su Zhixian was so pitiful. He couldn't bear to see her like this. Okay, I'll trust you one more time. Let me go with you? Su Zhixian sneered, the tears in his eyes piercing like ice shards. What? Are you afraid that I'm lying to you? I'm just worried about you alone. Don't pretend to be kind. If you really care about me, you won't cruelly abort your child. Silently picking up the bath towel and wrapping it up again, Su Jixian walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The neon lights outside the window gilded her body with a layer of red light, which somehow looked a little creepy. Qin Baiyuan didn't like that feeling very much, and he felt a little uneasy. Are you sure you're alone? Just go. I won't hold you up. After completely giving up, it was replaced by strong hatred and the impulse of revenge. Since her love couldn't exchange for his pity, then she would not let anyone in the Qin family live a good life. The next day, she had to go to the appointment with Si Wenqin. That night, Shu Jing didn't sleep well. She occasionally fell asleep, and even in her dreams, he was haunting her, causing her to wake up from nightmares several times. Naturally, she was not in a good state of mind in the morning, but she still forced herself to put pressure on the design department. She went back and forth more than 10 times, and even the director of the design department was afraid to see her. Finally, when she got off work, she got a more complete design and rushed to Ocean Group. In fact, she also knew that Si Wenqin was definitely not looking for her because of the proposal, but she was deliberately deceiving herself and trying her best to treat it as a business matter. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have dared to take even half a step closer to Si Wenqin. When she arrived there, it was about 7 o'clock. Most of the staff had gotten off work and went to the top floor. The secretary was still there. She didn't know if it was specially to receive her. It was the secretary who sent her to Si Wenqin's residence on that rainy night. She was very beautiful, very tall, and looked at her with a little jealousy. When they walked side by side, the secretary suddenly said, "Boss C has been waiting for you for a long time. Without notice, you're the first person to enter Boss C's office directly." Before Shu Jing had time to think about whether there was jealousy or ridicule in this sentence, the secretary had already pushed the door open. "Boss C, Manager Sure of Blue Sky is here." Si Wenqin was sitting behind his desk, dealing with documents. This was the second time Shu Jing came to his office. It seemed that it had been renovated. The layout was not quite the same as before, but it was still minimalist, mainly in black and white, like his favorite style. "Coffee." Si Wenqin didn't even raise his head. "Okay, I'll be right there." Chapter 100. Shu Jing stood at the door awkwardly, a few meters away. Her back was almost pressed against the door, and her heart was beating like a drum. Her fingers gripped her briefcase tightly and bit her lips. "Please take a seat." Si Wenqin still did not raise his head. About 10 seconds later, when she did not hear any footsteps, she raised her head and looked at him from afar. This distance, especially when he saw her frightened look, made him smile. "Are you used to talking from so far away?" Shu Jing blushed and walked over as though she was going to the battlefield. She sat on the sofa and did not say a word the whole time, trying to reduce her presence. "I'm a little busy now. Please wait for a moment." The cold voice was very calm, and it suddenly gave Shu Jing a strange feeling. In her impression, Si Wenqin should be like this, but she did not know what was wrong, and it did not seem to be him. Anyway, it did not feel right. The secretary came in with a cup of coffee, and her eyes darted between the two of them quickly. She smiled again, and to be honest, it made Shu Jing feel uncomfortable. She felt that the other party's smile was a little disdainful and sarcastic. She probably thought that they were obviously doing a sex deal, but they still had to pretend to be serious and use work as a cover. It was ridiculous. Was it like this? Shu Jing asked herself. Actually, she knew that Si Wenqin had an ulterior motive, but she was also deceiving herself by discussing the project with him. She felt that her behavior was quite shameful. Her mind was filled with random thoughts, and she took a sip of coffee. In the end, it burned her mouth, and she stuck out her tongue. Good coffee is to be savored, not used to quench your thirst. Suddenly, his voice floated over. Sure, Shu Jing looked over, and Si Wen-chun was still focused on his work. How did he know that she scalded her mouth? Did he have eyes on the top of his head? The office was quiet, and sure Shu Jing didn't know where to look. He couldn't help but look at Si Wen-chun. When he was working, he always wore formal suits. They weren't luxury brands, but were all custom-made. His tall figure was wrapped in a fine suit, making him look very handsome. Moreover, when a man was serious, he was indeed the most charming. His gaze was very focused and sharp, as if no detail could escape his eyes. A man like him is arrogant to the core, but he is very magnanimous. When he stared at the documents with that kind of silent gaze, Sure Shu Jing's heart trembled for no reason. He felt that he was extremely beautiful. It was not Qin Bai Yuan's exquisite facial features. It was more of a mature man's charm that had been accumulated over the years. It was not easy for others to see through him. The more he knew, the more indifferent his eyes became. This was a kind of attraction, probably because he felt her gaze. Si Wen-chun looked over. Sure Shu Jing bumped into that pair of dark and deep pupils. She was stunned for a moment, and when she came back to her senses, her cheeks were hot. She hurriedly looked away, unable to hide her embarrassment. Her cheeks looked like they were dyed with rouge, which made Si Wen-chun's mood very good. Even if today's work was not so smooth, it seemed not so important anymore. Putting away the contract, he walked over. When he stood up, his body was unusually tall and straight, occupying a large space. He was lively and very eye-catching. The light shone on his face, hazy and handsome. He was still arrogant and noble, but a little less unreasonable. He sat opposite Sure Shu Jing. She was surprised, thinking that he would sit beside her. The man glanced slowly at his watch. "You made me wait for an hour." Sure Shu Jing panicked. Just when she was about to explain, she heard him say again, "The traffic in Flozen City is very congested, isn't it?" It didn't sound like he was blaming her, but was just casually complaining about the traffic. Sure Shu Jing opened her mouth, hesitantly. "Yes, this time it's quite congested. In the long run, I can't help but worry about the living conditions of Flozen City," Si Wen-chun said, and then lit a cigarette. Sure Shu Jing was a little confused. She couldn't figure out what he was planning. Yesterday, he specially went to her house to see her. Could it be that he wanted to find someone to complain about the traffic in Flozen City? What was he thinking? Si Wen-chun's long arm was resting on the sofa, and he casually stretched his body. His posture was a little mature, but very mature. He held a cigarette in his right hand, puffed out a cloud of smoke, and faintly asked her, "Didn't you bring a proposal?" He did bring it, but it was for Sure Shu Jing's protection. He never thought it would come in handy, and he never thought that Si Wen-chun would take the initiative to mention it. It was probably because she was too wary of him that her nerves were tense, causing her to be very stiff today. Every time he said something, she would take a long time to react. "Yes, I did. Do you want to see it?" As she asked, she hurriedly took it out from her briefcase. In her fluster, she even dropped a few pages, and she hurriedly picked them up. Si Wen-chun squinted his eyes and smiled at her through the smoke. "Don't be nervous. In my office, you are very safe." Sure Shu Jing was deeply doubtful. He could do whatever he wanted in the car, not to mention in the office. A man like him could do whatever he wanted. Why would he care about the time and place? But Si Wen-chun really didn't do anything. He pinched the cigarette and seriously looked at the proposal. Sure Shu Jing frowned and looked at him. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong with him. He really wanted to ask if there was something wrong with his brain. Why was he so abnormal? After about 3 minutes, Si Wen-chun briefly looked through the proposal and nodded. The design this time is not bad. Sure Shu Jing was overjoyed. "Really? Don't be too happy. I just said it's not bad. It doesn't mean that it's better than other companies' proposals. What's worth being happy about is that it's much better than the previous one. It won't give me a headache. That's for sure. Now the design department is full of elites, and they work overnight. Everyone is working very hard. That's not what I want to hear. I just want to see the proposal, understand?" Sure Shu Jing nodded. "You still have 10 days. I'm looking forward to the final product. Thank you. Shi Shujing took back the proposal, tidied it up, and put it back into the briefcase. Is there anything else? Si Wenshun asked her instead. What do you think? I don't know. You suddenly came to my house yesterday, and it troubled me. I don't know what you want to do. Thinking about it, she still felt a little resentful. She had been burning up for a day and a night, but he seemed to be fine, which made her very puzzled. Is this more troubling to you, or the relationship between us? What do you think about what happened that night? Si Wenshun asked her calmly, appearing very gentlemanly, just like when Shi Shujing first met him. In his arrogance, he still kept some distance from her. She bit her lip and mumbled softly. What else can I do? Could it be that I can die? She said it purely out of spite, but she didn't expect Si Wenshun's sharp ears to hear it. He ridiculed her. I've never heard of dying after sleeping with a man. Moreover, that man was me. I'm very sure that I'm not that bad. Of course, if you weren't drunk, you would also believe this. Shi Shujing's cheeks turned red. She was probably too drunk that night, so she didn't have much of an impression. You came to me today just to talk about cooperation? Shi Shujing asked uncertainly. Other than this, I also want to apologize to you. About my previous behavior, it seems to be a little too much, and you can't accept it. He said it very sincerely, but Shi Shujing felt very suspicious about it. Could it be that the sun rose from the west? Si Wenshun's behavior was originally very difficult to understand, so she could only think in a complicated way. He said to apologize. Maybe he was retreating in order to advance, and maybe he was planning a bigger conspiracy in his mind. She didn't really believe the words of this kind of person now, and she had to think it over in her heart. After these few times of contact, Shi Shujing had already listed Si Wenshun as the most dangerous person in her heart. Looking at Boss C's posture before, it seems that he doesn't have any apologies. I feel sorry, but it doesn't mean that I regret it. I just feel a little sorry for causing you trouble or pressure. In fact, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Si Wenshun spoke so calmly. His expression was magnanimous, and his facial features were deep. When he wasn't being overbearing, there was a kind of gentle toughness to him. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, and his eyes were bright like stars. He gave off the feeling that he was really cultured and exuded a mature charm. But now Shi Shujing didn't fall for this trick. The more he behaved like a gentleman, the more she would suspect his motive. Manager, sure, he suddenly called him so politely, and Shi Shujing was a little not used to it. She shivered all over, but he continued to ask, "You're 24 this year?" Shi Shujing nodded. "That's no wonder. When you were young, you were inexperienced and always infinitely magnify a small thing into something great. But in fact, it's just because you were too young." Si Wenshun said it lightly. It was not in a preaching tone, but it went straight to the heart. In fact, at my age, liking someone is always mixed with complicated emotions. If it's like when I was in love when I was a teenager, where I would be shy even if I held your hand and touched your lips, then I would be disgusted by that pretentiousness. If I like you, I want to be close to you, want to see you at any time, and say some intimate words. It's very normal. I don't think it's shameful. Maybe it gives you the illusion that I'm acting like a hooligan, but in fact, you are too young. That's how a mature man likes a woman. Although I think it's normal, in this aspect, our views seem to be very different. So, my behavior makes you feel afraid and resistant. So in the future, I won't force you too hard. Shi Shujing doubted the credibility of his words. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that Si Wenshun was a very shrewd person. Now he was casting an inescapable net, waiting for her to jump into it. She stared at him suspiciously, with a sense of scrutiny. Si Wenshun smiled. "Don't look at me like that. I have always been very respectful to you." He spoke very directly. Chapter 101. He wasn't happy, but she wasn't happy either. Wait, what did he say? Jealous? Shi Shujing frowned and subconsciously clenched her briefcase. Her heart seemed to tremble. At a certain moment, that feeling seemed to be palpitating with excitement. Sure, Shu Jing suppressed the excitement in her heart and tried her best to ignore the impact of those words. Moving 1,000 kilograms with little effort. Boss C, you really like to joke. I think there is probably nothing about me that is worthy of your attention and anger. She avoided the word jealous. I like you. When a man likes a woman, he will be very resistant to the appearance of a second man by her side. These simple principles you can't not understand. That pair of sharp eyes stared at her, but deliberately restrained a little, as if he was afraid of scaring her. Sure, Shu Jing's mood suddenly became very complicated. It was undeniable that Si Wenshun personally said that he liked her, which brought a lot of impact to her heart. Sure, Shu Jing also asked herself before, was she really not attracted to Si Wenshun? Maybe she was, but she had been fighting with herself. If she was not married, then she might not be able to resist his charm. However, she had now lost that qualification. Even if it was just a nominal marriage, it was binding and deprived her of the right to like another man. At the same time, Qin Baiyuan was too deeply rooted in her heart. She could not like another man for the time being. Her heart was not so big that it could not accommodate two people. Realizing that she was thinking too far ahead, Shu Jing blushed slightly. There must be something wrong with her brain to seriously consider the relationship between her and Si Wenshun. The more she thought about it, the more serious she looked on the surface. The second man that Bossy mentioned is my husband. In theory, he is my first man. Si Wenshun raised the corner of his mouth with a little bit of pride. I heard that the first man to have a woman's body is the real first man. Sure, Shu Jing didn't expect him to give such a straightforward reply. She felt uneasy and subconsciously avoided his gaze. Stubborn as a dead duck. Who said it was my first time? I didn't bleed that day. Is it your first time? I know very well that the membrane can be faked, but that kind of nervousness can't be faked. You. Sure, Shu Jing's face was burning red. Please don't say such things again. Si Wenshun was very interested in continuing this topic, but that would probably scare this cute little woman again, so he stopped. Boss C, I know you're an upright person and you have many women to choose from. I'm not the only one, but I'm already married. If I betray you, not only will I break the law, I won't be able to get over my conscience. So, can I ask you to be magnanimous and let me go? Sure, Shu Jing's words were sincere and had a hint of pleading in them. Si Wenshun didn't answer her immediately. Instead, he slowly lit a cigarette and took a few puffs before looking up at her. I understand your position, but I've also made my position very clear. I like you. Si Wenshun had made his stance clear, but he didn't want to give her any more pressure, so his tone was very calm. It was as if he was just taking a puff of smoke and talking carelessly. His tone was relaxed, and his tone was exceptionally calm. If I have a good relationship with Qin Baiyuan, will you do the same? Don't you think it's meaningless to talk about if... Sure, Shu Jing insisted. Answer me. Si Wenshun gently threw out a sentence with a cigarette between his fingers. If you have a good relationship, I won't destroy it. The problem is that the current reality is that you don't have a good relationship. Do you? Sure, Shu Jing opened her mouth, but didn't know how to refute. I just want to tell you today that my love for you is not only about my body. I really want your... Si Wenshun said. Oh, I'm just worried that it will cause you trouble, so I have to slow down. That's what I want to tell you. At this point in the conversation, Si Wenshun felt that it was enough. He put out the cigarette, and stood up. If you think it's too fast, then from now on, let's do it slowly. That kind of smile was gentlemanly and elegant. A week later, the company's annual dinner. Qin Baiyuan and Qin Yuning went to Jianlan City on business, but as the department manager, Sure, Shu Jing still had to attend. Blue Sky had always been generous. For a dinner party, a 5-star hotel booked the entire hall and opened more than 100 tables. The organizer was Su Jixian. She had always been happy with things like dinner parties. This might be the only thing she was competent for other than serving men and dressing up. Qin Baiyuan went through the back door for her and gave her full responsibility. Sure, Shu Jing watched her busy greeting people like a butterfly and wandering around. She felt that she was more like the hostess of the Qin family, while she, the legitimate Mrs. Qin, sat on the side and watched her busy. Su Jixian also seemed to want to show off to her. From time to time, she cast that arrogant and provocative look, but Sir Shujing ignored it. Her phone vibrated. She opened it and saw that it was a text message from Si Wenchen. She was stunned for a moment because he used to call her directly if something happened. This was the first time he sent a text message to her. The text message asked if she was free after the dinner party tonight. Sure, Shujing was not used to being so polite all of a sudden. She felt that she had developed a habit of being abused by him and couldn't stand his gentlemanly attitude. That day in the office, he said that he would take it slow with her. It seemed that he didn't mean it. He hadn't contacted her in the past few days, as if he was afraid that he would push her too hard. Her ears couldn't help but burn. Sure, Shujing didn't know what he was nervous about. He looked around guiltily, afraid that others would see them texting. Although his attitude was a little more relaxed, she still avoided him as much as she could and answered that she was not free. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Si Wenchen didn't reply to her text message, so she put her phone back into her bag. Halfway through, she went to the washroom. When she came out, Su Jixian walked up the stairs. The washroom was upstairs, so it was obvious that Su Jixian came to look for her on purpose. As a woman, Sure Shujing had to admit that Su Jixian's reputation as the Miss of China was not undeserved. Although she wasn't very smart and had a terrible temper, she was still qualified to be a vase. On such an occasion, she wore a long fishtail dress, which accentuated her exquisite figure and beautiful curves. It wasn't flashy, but it highlighted her special status. In short, she had good taste in choosing clothes. She was indeed beautiful. Her beauty was breathtaking and elegant. She was as beautiful as a peach and a plum, and she was tall and slender. She could attract a man's gaze with a single glance. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have had the qualifications to be Qin Baiyuan's woman for a year. Sure, Shujing treated her like air, but Su Jixian wouldn't let her go so easily. She stopped at the staircase and blocked her way. Her red lips curled up in a provocative manner. How was today's dinner party? Not bad. I was the one who organized it. Oh, as you can see, I'm more suitable to be Mrs. Qin than you are. Sure, Shujing really expected that she would say this sentence, and she even said it word for word. You're indeed better at socializing than I am. However, any public relations officer can handle it perfectly, but it doesn't have to be you. And there's only one Mrs. Qin. Su Jixian's face turned red, and she was angry. You're more despicable than I thought. How dare you snitch on Qin Baiyuan? When you came to me, didn't you think I would do that? Sure, Shujing's lips curled up in an indifferent manner. My husband's woman had an accident, and my husband didn't want this accident. As a good wife, of course I have to help him. The word accident was the most unbearable for Su Jixian. She was a little emotional. He's not an accident. He's Bai Yuan's child. Oh, if it's not an accident, then it's your meticulous plan? Does Qin Baiyuan know about it? Whether it's an accident or a meticulous plan, it doesn't change the fact that Qin Baiyuan doesn't want a child. In fact, it's useless for you to worry about it. Even if I can tolerate it, Qin Baiyuan won't want it. Of course, I can't tolerate it either. You're so cruel. You have to force me into a dead end. Sure, Shujing found it ridiculous and shook his head. That's interesting. Did someone force you to be with Qin Baiyuan? I think when you chose to be his woman, he made it very clear to you that he wouldn't want a child, and that there would be no result between you and him. But you still stubbornly chose to be his woman. Since this is the path you chose, and you won't let go, then you have to continue with tears in your eyes. No matter what happens, you have to bear the consequences yourself. As his wife, I don't blame you for being an interloper, but you're accusing me of forcing you. Don't you think you're twisting the truth too much? Are all the interlopers so arrogant nowadays? The word interloper made Su Jixian stomp her feet. She might have been able to bear it in the past, but now if she was an interloper, then the child in her belly was a bastard. This was a humiliation that she couldn't bear, so she fought back. In a marriage, the one who isn't loved is the interloper. Sure, Shujing rolled his eyes. Then are you sure that Qin Baiyuan loves you? Su Jixian trembled with anger. While mocking her, Shu Jing didn't feel good in his heart. In this regard, you and I are both losers. Qin Baiyuan may love a woman, but it's not any of us. Or maybe he loves himself the most. No matter what, it can't change the fact. It's meaningless for you to compete with me. It's a waste of my time. At this time, some people had noticed the movement here. Shu Jing didn't want to make it too embarrassing, so she wanted to leave, but Su Zhixian blocked her again. Since you know that Qin Baiyuan doesn't love you, why are you still pestering him? Is the position of Mrs. Qin so important to you? Haven't you already been with Mr. C? Why don't you divorce him? You bitch, do you like to be two-timing? Chapter 102. Why not? It's because you don't want a divorce that the Qin family doesn't recognize this child. It's all your fault. You've already slept with Mr. C. Why don't you divorce? You're AB asterisk TCH. Do you feel good having two men at the same time? And you're still pestering Qin Baiyuan. Don't you think you're dirty and disgusting? Shu Jing was a little annoyed. Be more respectful when you speak. Respect? Huh. Do you think you deserve respect? Did I say something wrong? Are those photos not clear enough? Su Zhixian, you what? Did I poke your sore spot? Su Zhixian was aggressive. She took a step forward, and her beautiful eyes were full of resentment. If you can do it, why are you afraid of admitting it? Who in Flozen City doesn't know about your betrayal? Everyone treats you as a joke. It doesn't matter if you've embarrassed yourself, but you've embarrassed the whole blue sky. Bah, you're so shameless. Shu Jing had had enough of the humiliation. Her temples were throbbing violently. She was so embarrassed that she flew into a rage. Get out of my way. I won't. Why? Are you feeling guilty? You can't take it anymore? AB asterisk TCH is AB asterisk TCH. Why are you pretending to be a chaste woman? Don't you find it disgusting? Shu Jing tried to avoid conflict, but Su Zhixian kept pestering her. She was so annoyed that she couldn't help but push her. Su Zhixian was annoyed. How dare you push me? Shameless B asterisk TC. Get out of my way. Shu Jing pushed her again. Su Zhixian suddenly screamed exaggeratedly. No, please. Then she rolled down the stairs. Under everyone's gaze, Su Zhixian rolled all the way down the stairs. A lot of blood slowly flowed out from under her skirt. Shu Jing was stunned. Su Zhixian was lying in a pool of blood. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was frightened and hurriedly called 120. The police came and arrested Shu Jing. After entering the police station, she was brought into an interrogation room. Her mind was still a little muddled, and she couldn't react to what had just happened. A fat policeman sat opposite her. Su Zhixian had a miscarriage. You deliberately hurt her. I didn't. I only pushed her lightly, and she rolled down the stairs. Do you know she's pregnant? Shu Jing remained silent. You knew, yet you still pushed her. You clearly wanted to cause her to miscarry. I didn't. I never thought of doing that. We've already investigated. She's your husband's mistress. The fat policeman spoke with certainty. Shu Jing was so angry that his blood turned cold. Is it right for her to be the interloper? The police don't care about family matters. They only care about criminal cases. You deliberately hurt her and caused her to miscarry. I didn't. Shu Jing emphasized again and again, feeling a little agitated. That was a trap she set up. She purposely provoked me and made it look like I caused her to miscarry. According to the testimony of some of the people at the scene, you had a physical altercation with her. They all saw you push her down the stairs. That was her framing me. My strength was not enough to push her down the stairs. She took a few steps back. Isn't there an electronic surveillance camera at the scene? We'll know the truth when we play it. The surveillance camera is broken. We didn't record it. The fat policeman said coldly. How could it be? There must be other. Before Shu Jing could finish his words, he suddenly realized that this was a trap from the beginning. That vicious woman was so cruel that she sacrificed her own child to frame her. She wanted to kill her. Su Zhixian's miscarriage is a fact, and the people at the scene all testified that you deliberately pushed her down the stairs. According to Article 234 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China, intentionally harming the body of another person shall be sentenced to not more than 3 years in prison, criminal detention, or public surveillance. After saying that, he seemed to be smiling coldly. Do you want to contact a lawyer or a friend? Otherwise, you'll have to spend the night here. Of course, Shi Shujing didn't want to stay in this terrible place for another second. He hurriedly thought of someone who could help. Gao Zhuqing wasn't in Quicksand City right now, so he couldn't help. The Su family was very powerful. If something like this happened, they would definitely kill her. She didn't want to implicate Gao Zhuqing. Qin Yuning and Qin Baiyuan were also in Jiangman City. They definitely wouldn't be able to come back for a while. She definitely couldn't contact her mother. It would definitely scare her mother. What should she do? After thinking about it, Shi Shujing could only look for Tao Yiqian. She called from the police station, but it was Stony Moon who answered. Is brother-in-law there? Why are you looking for him? It's urgent. Let him answer the phone. He's taking a shower. He doesn't have time. If there's anything, tell me. I'm at the police station right now. Can you let him come over? Police station? Oh, because you pushed Su Zhixian down the stairs? Huh, you're really ruthless. Serves you right. I didn't. I was framed. I'll let brother-in-law. The phone was hung up. When Shi Shujing called again, the phone was already turned off. The cold voice on the phone made her once again fall into a state of isolation and helplessness. The fat policeman yawned. There's no one else, right? Then stay here for the night. Don't waste my time. Based on the current situation, she was afraid that she would really have to stay at the police station for the night. The fat policeman stood up and was about to go out. Another tall policeman walked in and said something in his ear. He looked back at her and gave her a piece of paper. You can go after you sign this. Shi Shujing signed her name and left. At the entrance of the police station, a tall, well-mannered man with glasses came up to her. Miss Shi, this way, please. He brought her to a business car behind the police station and opened the door. The man in the back seat was Si Wenxin. No matter what his motive was, at least at this moment, Shi Shujing was grateful to him. When she got into the car, she said in a low voice, Thank you. The car drove smoothly. They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Si Wenxin asked. Perhaps because she had just been shocked, his voice was softer than usual, and there was an undisguised concern in it. Shi Shujing shook her head. No, I'll investigate tonight's incident clearly. Don't worry. Si Wenxin turned his head and looked at her. The flickering light outlined his handsome features. There was a gentleness that was rarely seen, and that kind of aura was very reassuring. In her current state of isolation and being touched, Shi Shujing really wanted to accept his kindness. But another voice reminded her not to owe him too much, or she wouldn't be able to repay him in the future. So she shook her head. I've already troubled you a lot. I'll deal with this myself. Si Wenxin knew what she was worried about. He was afraid that the Qin family would misunderstand, so he didn't say anything and remained silent. Tired all over, Shi Shujing looked at the flickering light outside the window and was a little drowsy. In her half-asleep state, she vaguely heard a sentence. I won't let you get hurt. That voice was a little vague and unreal. She looked over, but Si Wenxin was still looking straight ahead with a cold face, so she couldn't tell for a moment whether she was hallucinating or not. Too tired, Shi Shujing simply closed her eyes. In a daze, she felt the car stop. Looking out of the window, she actually arrived at the Qin family. She was stunned, thinking that he would send her to Gao Zhuqing's house, so she pursed her lips. I'm here, thank you. When Shi Shujing got out of the car, Si Wenxin didn't do anything. Until she got out of the car and watched his car drive away, she still couldn't believe it. How could Si Wenxin leave so easily? At night, in Jiangman City, after a day of meetings, Qin Baiyuan dressed up and prepared to indulge himself. When dressing up, he thought of 2 women. One was Su Zhixian. She promised to go to the hospital after dinner tonight. He didn't know if she would keep her promise. He wanted to call her to remind her, but he was afraid that if he pressed her too hard, it would arouse her negative emotions. Well, she would definitely remember it. It just depended on whether she was willing to do it or not. If she was not willing, he could only take forceful measures. He would never be threatened by a woman. The other was Shi Shujing. During the meeting during the day, Qin Baiyuan called Shi Shujing's secretary and inquired about what she had done. Knowing that she got off work on time, he kept guessing whether she had gone to see Si Wenchen again. Bitch, how dare she put a hat on me? Qin Baiyuan gnashed his teeth at the thought of it. Qin Baiyuan realized that this made him very agitated. He tried his best to get rid of it. He didn't want anyone to ruin his mood tonight. He hadn't been with a woman in a long time, and he couldn't find a place to vent. One could imagine how bad his mood was. Just as he picked up his phone and was about to go out, a phone call came. Qin Baiyuan frowned as soon as he heard the phone. What? How could this happen? Without time to pack his luggage, Qin Baiyuan grabbed the car key and rushed out, almost bumping into Qin Yuning. What are you doing in a hurry? Qin Yuning asked in a deep voice, very dissatisfied. Looking at his appearance, he didn't seem to know about the dinner party. Qin Baiyuan also wanted to hide it from Qin Yuning. I went out with my friends to play. Those scoundrels again? How many times have I told you that they're a group of idle second generations? If you are with them, you'll become lazier and lazier. Don't deal with them. I know. Qin Baiyuan was very anxious. I'm leaving first. There's a meeting tomorrow morning. Don't go out tonight. Stay in the room and read the information. Don't make any mistakes tomorrow. Qin Baiyuan thought that such a big thing had happened. How could he still be in the mood to care about tomorrow's meeting? He would have returned to Flozin City tomorrow morning, but his mouth was full of promises. I'll be back soon. I won't delay things. Don't worry about me. He ran away regardless of anything, which made Qin Yuning very angry. He kept shaking his head. He knew that young people love to play around, but his son was especially unpredictable. After he got married, he played even more crazily. Those messy relationships outside almost made him explode with anger. Was it possible that he wouldn't be able to see this bastard become successful until he died? Qin Baiyuan didn't waste a moment. He drove back to Flozin City overnight. When he arrived, it was almost 3 in the morning. He kept calling Shi Shujing, but her phone was turned off. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.